This guy is such a genius and powerful mage that half the Empire is hunting him down for his knowledge. They send 3 assassin mages to capture him, but when they finally track him down, things don't go according to plan at all. They think they're the hunters and he's the prey, but he completely shocks them with his power. One mage tries to stun him with a spell, but our guy easily deflects it with a mirror spell. Then he casually slams that useless mage into the ground with his magic, saying that bastards like him deserve to be wiped out without a trace. Another mage tries to burn him with a sneak attack from behind. It looks like the hit lands, but our guy's magical barrier is so strong that the flames mean nothing to him. Verdun just calls it pathetic and fires back. His flames are on a whole different level. The fire mage is burned to ashes instantly. Now only 2 opponents remain. One of them uses telekinesis to launch a dozen daggers at Verdun, but this is child's play for him. He easily stops all the daggers mid-air with his own telekinesis. While the attacking mage is still in shock, Verdun sends them all flying back, slicing him into pieces. Now our guy looks around, but the last mage is nowhere to be seen. That coward already ran, trying to save his own life. But he won't get away that easily. Verdun activates mana detection and quickly finds him. The mage is shocked. He already flew across several mountains, yet he's still been tracked. But that's only the beginning. Verdun casts a new spell and summons a meteor so massive it looks like dawn itself. In pure desperation, the mage realizes this is the end. There's no escape. He's completely obliterated, along with the mountain beneath him. Meanwhile, Verdun can barely stay on his feet. The spell's power was insane, but it almost drained all his mana. He'll need to refine the formula before using it again. You see, Verdun has always been a magical genius like no other, but in his past life, he couldn't use that talent at all. And that's why all his achievements were stolen by bastards with power. Here's how it all began. Verdun is a genius who's currently stuck inside the magic tower known as Bohemiran. Apparently, he was captured by his merciless tower master and is being tortured to death. What the tower master wants to extract from our boy is the only thing he's got going for him: his smarts, the knowledge he's managed to gather throughout his life. Right now, he's nothing more than a test subject, a lab rat slowly nearing his death inside this damned place. Verdun has finally figured out the reason he's being exploited like this. It's because he's weak and powerless. To understand how our boy ended up like this, a little backstory is needed. So here's the context. His miserable life started 15 years ago. He grew up in an orphanage because he had no parents, and the only long-standing wish he had was to become an incredible mage. In the end, he entered the magic tower as a normal worker just to learn magic. But no matter how hard he worked, he couldn't become a mage. What held him back was something called the growth limit. It was the mage compatibility test he took at the age of 7, which basically meant he couldn't become a mage. That was essentially a death sentence for him, whose longtime dream was to become a mage. But even then, he didn't give up on his dream. After all, the only thing he wanted in life was to become a full-fledged recognized mage. So he secretly peeked at the spellbooks left in the rooms while working as a menial laborer at the magic tower. He also absorbed all the knowledge from the books found in the magic tower's library. A few years passed, and through sheer hard work, he finally became a researcher at the magic tower. While working there, his research and new ideas were so smart that even the entire tower was stunned. It was then he realized his intelligence wasn't just some random perk. His genius transcended the norm. He once showed his greatest work to Lucard, the only fellow researcher he had good ties with. Lucard became the first person forced to acknowledge the limitless potential our boy held. It wasn't far-fetched to think he might transcend from menial laborer to scholar of magic. But his dream of becoming a scholar at the magic tower remained just a dream when Lucard backstabbed him. That bastard stole Verdun's thesis papers a day before he was supposed to submit them. He submitted the stolen thesis under his own name to the Tower Master, claiming all rights for himself. When Verdun reported the theft to the Tower Master, the Master was stunned to realize someone like Verdun was capable of producing multidimensional continuity theory. This bastard was supposed to be the esteemed Bohemiran Magic Tower Master, known as Balrog Bessius. Verdun had faith the Master would serve justice. But little did he know, his exceptional work ignited the fire of greed within the Tower Master, turning him into a cruel oppressor. Now, confined and tortured, Verdun regrets the day he didn't run away and live a normal life. During the day, he's exploited as a laborer. At night, these bastards conduct excruciating tests on him. He was once told to create a magic circle to validate the theory in his thesis. To carry out this experiment, they injected drugs into his veins to observe the reaction in his body. They wanted him to invent a new potion by refining it. All he got in return were threats from the Tower Master to kill the people he cared about. For him, his life is already over as he was powerless against these beasts. As he lies there, sweet memories from the past flash through his mind. His mind is distorted so much he barely recalls these moments, having no clue what they all mean. The memories show a girl, Rovaline, with whom he made a promise to become a great mage. If only his potential for growth had been a little higher, things wouldn't have turned out like this. But for now, he has no hope other than to admit his death. Then there's this weird, creepy voice that haunts him after every experiment. It's a cold voice, like ants talking to him. This voice can tell Verdun hasn't actually lost his will to live, or at least that's what our boy thinks deep down. Those ants start piling up, turning into a mound. For the sake of revenge and survival, the ants suggest he grit his teeth and endure the torture until the very end. Only then will he be reborn. After that, no one will have enough strength to trample on him. He will wield great power and surpass his limits. This creature finally gives Verdun hope that nothing is over yet. He can use the heat of resentment bubbling inside him to sharpen the blade of revenge. And so, bro gets to work. He is gonna defy his fate by completing a method of reconstructing the body like no one's ever seen before. By tomorrow, he's damn sure he's gonna break through his limits. The long-desired theory of defying heavens, which would allow him to reconstruct his body, was finally completed. Now, all that remains is to put this theory into practice. He's gonna try it no matter what, even if this magicless body shatters in the process. If he is successful, he will be a free man by tomorrow. The long night passed, and finally the day he put his plan into motion dawned. Following the daily routine, those scumbags come to assign him some menial task in the alchemy lab, like mopping floors. He's sternly instructed to scrub the bloodstains off his body and patch up his cuts before showing up at work. The guy keeps berating and talking shit, while our guy just absorbs it all and follows orders like he's told. Later, he can be seen in the alchemy lab, cleaning off the equipment. As he's cleaning, his childhood friend Ravelin shows up. He asks her why she's here. In response, she reminds him about her plans to leave. Verdun finally remembers she's supposed to move abroad to pursue her studies in the magic city Verente. That's a special privilege only given to the tower's most exceptional talents. He's really glad for her and hopes everything will go her way. Meanwhile, she looks just as worried about him. She extends her invitation again, telling him to come with her to Verente. Unlike here, he wouldn't have to deal with arrogant fools who look down on him. He might find new opportunities to learn in the magic city. For the side note, he better not get any funny ideas. She's only inviting him for his own good, not because she likes him or anything. After a moment of silence, Bro finally gives his verdict, a verdict that doesn't surprise me. The girl feels sad about his decision. As he watches her leave through the bars of his window, he's glad she doesn't know what he's been through, or what he's been subjected to. Now that she's gone, she won't have to face the collateral damage of the twisted plans he has for this magic tower. Speaking of the tower, the upcoming Magic Festival is the most crucial day for it. It's one of the most globally recognized holidays, meant to commemorate the construction of the first magic tower and celebrate the revival of magic. That's why it's the busiest day of the year for the tower. Once the festival begins, the high-ranking mages all leave for the major cities, leaving only the low-ranking ones behind, giving our boy the perfect opportunity to pull off the twisted, batshit crazy plan he's been cooking up. Right now, he's on his way to serve the guardian of the treasure vault. After serving the bastard tea, he insists on going inside the vault since the tower master asked him to clean the treasure vaults. Once that arrogant piece of shit reluctantly gives him permission, Verdun steps inside and shuts the door behind him. He makes sure to activate a soundproofing artifact so no sound escapes. This is where it all changes. Once he descends deeper, he comes across the most precious and heavily sought-after artifact. It's said the tower master spent a fortune producing this artificial artifact. It allows a mage to perform triple casting and temporarily awakens the latent talents of whoever wields it. This staff plays a crucial role in his plan. To get it, he must disable the protective magic circle. It's a 7th tier spell, personally created by the tower master. Verdun's been grinding his ass off studying how to break this spell for the past 7 years. He finally has a chance to destroy the artifact the tower master treasures most. Meanwhile, somewhere in the tower, 2 bozos are drinking and complaining. They're frustrated that while others enjoy the festival, they're stuck guarding the power source. But then again, they can't blame anyone for their misfortune. They drew the short straws themselves. As they're beating themselves up for their rotten luck, our boy visits these drunkards, only to get ordered to fetch more booze. As he turns to leave, one bastard mutters about waiting for the day he becomes the tower master, then he won't have to drink this cheap shit. The other isn't so sure acquiring the master's seat is as easy as his friend makes it sound. But it looks like this bastard won't be around to see that day, because our guy now has the staff in his hands, and he slices that bastard's throat the very next moment. When Greenhead turns towards the source of the deadly blow that took his friend's life, he finds Verdun, much to his shock. Thinking Verdun's just a runt overstepping his boundaries, he decides to teach him a hard lesson by attacking with a rank 3 spell called Tidal Wave. In response, our guy uses the stolen staff and casts his own spell, known as Earth Spear. The spell conjures giant stone projectiles, enough to overwhelm the bastard and take him down on the spot. He has a hard time grasping how someone like Verdun, who's at the bottom of the barrel with rank 1, can even use magic. In response, Verdun doesn't hold back. He stands right in front of the bastard like a goddamn reaper and ends his life for all the trouble they caused him. After killing the two, he uses their fingerprints to access the throbbing heart, known as the power source of the magic tower. It took him 7 years to reach this point. Now, using the mana from the power source, he prepares to initiate the spell Defying Heavens. He's mentally prepared to face the consequences if he fails. No matter how dire the circumstances, that's no reason not to try. After enchanting a magic circle over himself and the power source, he finally initiates the Defying Heavens spell, which will allow him to reform his body. The process begins, and magic starts pouring out of that heart. The power source's magic is so intense it can be seen from miles away. Whatever our boy is doing is massive, that's for sure. Even the Tower Master, who's on his way to the city for the festival, can see the enormous energy from afar. The only thing capable of producing such an output is the power source itself, which means someone has trespassed into his tower and is stealing all the power for themselves. Within minutes, the tower seems to crumble into dust. Beneath the rubble, our boy emerges. The staff he's holding disintegrates into dust as well. Seeing the entire area wiped clean while he's still alive means his plan was a success. Suddenly, he notices something in the sky. It's the Tower Master, hurtling through the air using magic circles, trying to catch up to the thief who disintegrated his magic tower into nothing. Spotting the criminal amid the carnage, the Tower Master unleashes one of his offensive spells. But our guy has already vanished, using teleportation magic, leaving the annoyed bastard gritting his teeth in frustration. He's so pissed that he starts exuding a malicious magic aura, causing the rocks around him to levitate. Whether it's the Emperor himself or just a child, he's dead set on killing whoever's responsible for tearing down his tower. Morning arrives and the next scene shows the serene, quiet snap of the mountains. Deep in the woods, our boy wakes up, bewildered about where he is. As he freshens up with cold river water, he catches a glimpse of his reflection. It shocks him when he notices that his appearance has completely changed. His brown hair has turned ashy gray, and his black pupils have shifted to a clear blue. He's not sure if he's become a completely different person, or if something happened during his body's reconstruction. Looking back, he clearly remembers taking down the Magic Tower's people before succeeding with Defying Heavens. Before the Tower Master could react, he escaped using teleportation magic. Now, he's somewhere unfamiliar. The plants around him are nothing like those near the Bohemian Magic Tower. This likely means he's teleported across half the continent. In other words, he successfully used Defying Heavens to transform his body and escaped via the prepared magic circle. A hearty laugh escapes him after acquiring the freedom he had long been denied. He can't help but chuckle, imagining the Tower Master in shambles right now. With the magic tower destroyed, the Tower Master won't have any clues about who's behind this mess. Nor will he suspect that his lab rat escaped instead of dying like a dog. As big a loss as this is, it's not enough to bring the magic tower down from its roots. Though manpower is lost, Verdun is sure the Tower Master has countermeasures. After all, Balrog Basius, the Tower Master, wasn't called the Omnipotent One for nothing. That said, Verdun is satisfied with the damage he's done for now. While the magic tower rebuilds, he'll grow stronger and prepare his revenge. His revenge will only be complete once he destroys everything Balrog has built. Most of all, Mage Verdun's name will be etched in history if he succeeds. From now on, this story revolves around Verdun's quest for revenge, respect, and the esteem he'll earn as a great mage. That's his sole purpose from this day forward. For now, he sets the tower and revenge aside to focus on his growth. A little later, he stumbles across a creepy green guy struggling to pull a lodged axe from a wooden box. Verdun dispatches the distracted foe with a single blow. Looks like he hasn't made any big breakthroughs in magic yet. His hair and eye color changed, but his appearance is mostly the same. Even his mana capacity hasn't improved. He shifts focus to his surroundings. Goblins are frequent here, so he must be far from the main village. He notices skid marks from a cart and a wooden box that probably fell when the cart sped off. Using mana detection, he follows a string of mana flowing down the road. The cart driver looks terrified, as if being chased. To get context, the driver tells how he ran into remnants of bandits supposedly wiped out recently. He even tried negotiating using Baron Pythe's name, but no luck. To make things worse, the mercenaries escorting him abandoned him. But all that trouble was nothing compared to the massive orc who appeared with a sinister smile. While the orc and goblins feasted on bandits, the driver used the chaos to escape. Thanks to those bandits, he got precious moments to flee. Suddenly, he hears a sinister growl of some monster closing in, and he panics, whipping his horse to gallop faster. Looks like his luck has finally run out. His cart hits a thick root, causing it to lose balance and roll over. He scrambles to his feet, only to find a pack of bloodthirsty eyes staring back. The monsters emerge from the woods, craving human flesh. The poor man trembles, ready to die a pathetic death as their lunch. The monster lunges while the poor guy closes his eyes, bracing for the worst. But luck hasn't fully abandoned him. He's shielded by familiar earth magic, casted by our boy, of course. The dumb creatures turn their attention to their next target, Verdan, standing on top of a monolith. Guess this is the perfect chance to test his abilities, starting with these brainless monsters unknowingly charging to their deaths. He fires multiple flaming arrows, setting many of them ablaze, burning them to a crisp. The giant orc pack leader growls angrily and orders a second charge. As the next wave rushes forward, Verdan tries double casting for the first time. He combines an electrified arrow spell with his fire spell, a double cast known as Heat Wave Arrow. The relentless barrage ends with a massive blast shaking the entire area, leaving every goblin burned to ash. Verdan is surprised by the result, especially since before the body reconstruction, he wouldn't have killed a single goblin on his own. Now it looks like none of them are left. Verdan then turns his attention to the carriage driver trapped inside the protective earth dome, likely struggling to breathe with all the oxygen cut off. But as Verdan is momentarily distracted, that orc bastard still clings to life and tries to sneak up on his prey. Though caught off guard, the orc isn't nearly strong enough to take down our boy. A while later, the carriage is remounted to the horses, and the owner, grinning like a kid in a candy store, showers Verdan with gratitude. Because of Verdan, the guy is still alive, so he offers him a free ride. Still, the driver insists this isn't nearly enough to repay the favor. Verdan just tells him to keep his eyes on the road, or else he might end up flipping the carriage again. But the guy won't stop yapping, asking all sorts of weird questions in his upbeat mood. He talks so much that he unintentionally steps over Verdan's last nerve. His mind is still reeling from the nerve-wracking encounter with that orc's sneaky attack. After answering one of the driver's questions, Verdan asks if thieves appear often in this area. Usually, he knows, thieves avoid places where dangerous beasts roam. The carriage owner reveals this was his first encounter with monsters. The forest, he explains, is under the control of a hotshot named Baron Pyth. Since childhood, the driver has had good ties with Baron Pyth, who assured him thieves in the area were already dealt with. That's why he took the usual route, without hiring expensive mercenaries. Verdan's gotten a few clues. At first he thought his teleportation might have failed, but if he's in Baron Pyth's territory, he's arrived at the right place. Although he erased all traces that might lead his enemies to him, it's still possible the Bohemian Magic Tower suspects him as the one behind the destruction and could be searching. So despite his changed appearance, he has to hide his true identity and grow stronger. With that in mind, he introduces himself with a new name, Asher. The only time he'll use Verdan again is in a one-on-one showdown with the Magic Tower Master. Cut to Baron Pyth's estate in his territory. Baron Pyth and his servants look bewildered to see the carriage driver, Conrad, in such rough shape. Ever the cheerful man, Conrad explains his condition resulted from fleeing orcs. No apology from Baron Pyth could undo the trouble Conrad endured. Not only did thieves attack, but he also faced an unexpected encounter with orcs. Conrad assures his friend not to feel responsible. Baron's attention then shifts to the mage who likely saved Conrad. Seeing the savior, Baron Pyth invites Asher inside to receive the hospitality he deserves. A while later, Asher is dressed in new clothes, thanking Baron Pyth for the food, shelter, and a place to call home for the night. The Lord is happy to serve Asher with the best of what he can offer. Suddenly realizing he hasn't introduced himself, the Baron formally introduces himself as Baron Pytha Henrod, ruler of these lands. A lavish spread of dishes fills the table. Baron is generous enough to offer a reward of 5 million elk to make sure Asher is properly compensated. Then the Baron makes an unusual request. Though it seems like a strange time to ask, he desperately wants to hire Asher for a job, promising handsome pay. Since Asher needs money to achieve his goals, he sees no reason to refuse. Plus, it will give him a chance to practice his magic in real combat. He inquires about the nature of the job. Baron explains that a few days ago, bodies were found hanging from their necks in the southern forest. A private investigation revealed all the victims were residents of a nearby farm town now in ruins. At first they suspected bandits, but after searching, no trace of bandits was found. It was as if magic had erased all evidence. Hearing this, Asher suspects the bandits may have a mage among them, though it's just speculation. He asks when the hunt will begin. Baron says it will start in 4 days. 4 days pass like a gentle breeze, and a party forms to accompany Asher on the mission. A senior knight introduces himself as Enoch, the commander of the operation. His subordinates include Harris with black hair and the young Perrick. Meanwhile, Asher feels utterly fooled for being roped into this bandit hunt by the cunning Baron. He asks about some men standing in the background, questioning if they're part of the mission. Turns out they're adventurers, drawn by rumors of a strange orc recently spotted. The payment for killing the orc is so high that even gold-rank adventurers have shown up. Apparently, gold-rank adventurers are on par with ordinary knights, skilled veterans trained in channeling energy to strengthen themselves and their weapons. Rumor has it these veterans can cut down entire mountains. Here's the important thing to note. Since these knights and adventurers still need Asher's help, something fishy must be going on. As they trek through thick woods, Enoch insists Asher inform them if he spots a mage among the bandits. Normally, Tier 2 mages match knights in strength, but their long-range spells make it tough to close the gap. The best case will be if there are no mages involved. But Enoch's worst fears come true when they find a magic circle ahead. Asher uses a spell to dispel the camouflage hiding the giant circle beneath. Everyone is astonished. The first spell Asher took down was a simple camouflage, while this massive circle is a warning signal to others. Asher orders everyone to step back and moves forward alone, taking the warning circle down instantly. Enoch is utterly amazed after watching Asher destroy the magic circle like it's nothing. Now it all makes sense why Baron wanted Asher on this mission. Not to mention the knights are utterly helpless against long-range attacks. On that note, let's talk about the concept of explorers or adventurers. They're supposed to be a part of a guild, independently taking commissions across the land. Their job is to explore unknown or dangerous territories, and an important aspect of that job is monster extermination. Pretty simple, right? Of course, these people traverse a dangerous path, always facing life or death situations. But it's because of that risk, they're admired by people all over the world. After all, if an adventurer has skill, naturally they'll become wealthy and famous as a result of their quests. At the same time, there are occasions when adventurers independently have faced so much death and insane life experiences that the end result is for them to end up as crazy people. These corrupted adventurers have lost the ability to control their emotions, and because they're consumed by a desire to take blood, they shift their targets to humans. These people are known as the bandits of this world. Speaking of bandits, 2 of them are out here annoyed that they've cut losses from Baron Pythe's raid party. Not to mention the fact that they're now having to deal with monsters like orcs and goblins. They're also running low on food, making it a troublesome fight for sustenance. The leader roars at his men for sitting around looking pretty and orders them to hunt animals down for food. Let's go back to our group, who are secretly watching the scene of the bandits unfold. The knights are waiting on Commander Enoch's commands, who is the most experienced of the bunch. Enoch prepares his blade, believing that this is the best moment for them to strike, especially when their leader has sent away his men to hunt. However, our boy ushered them to reconsider their goal. While he's only supposed to act as an insurance against the enemy mage, Verdun believes that it would be reckless for them to charge in when they have no idea of what their enemies are like. After all, if the enemy mage does end up possessing a magic circle above Verdun's, their efforts will fail. Though his concerns are understandable, Commander Enoch is worried that the bandits will start mobilizing soon, so they need to act now. To that, Verdun reveals that there may be one solution to their problems. Going back to the bandit leader, he's annoyed that their efforts of exploration just resulted in a waste. Not to mention the fact that he lost one of his newbie recruits. His mage friend thinks that Varya is whining a bit too much, and argues that they should focus on a solution instead. After all, not a single one of them could have predicted that a monstrous orc would pop out of nowhere to kill some of their men. The bandit is astonished by the experience because it's unusual even for an explorer. The only reason he ended up getting caught up in this shady business is because he killed a teammate for the sake of money. Varya recommends his mage friend Vilshan that they should attack another village instead. But clearly he hasn't thought anything through, as the Baron is already pissed for their heinous display of corpses last time. Then there's the fact that they've been covering their tracks thanks to the wonders of concealment magic. But they can't stay stuck in one place forever and need to get the move on to someplace else. The mage recommends a city called the Martes, which isn't that far away from this forest. Just as they're discussing the plans of annihilating the village close to the city, a powerful beam grazes past them and detonates upon coming in contact with the land. The mage was successfully able to cast a barrier, preventing them from taking damage. An explosion out of the blue wasn't out of their bingo cards. Vilshan reveals that they've been discovered and that this is an ambush. Speaking of which, the 2 knights under Commander Enoch's command have made their move already. Their combined attacks easily overwhelm Vilshan's defensive barrier, knocking them out of it. The enemy mage is hit with a heavy strike, causing his friend Varya to worry for his condition. The good thing about the mana barrier is that as a defensive tactic, it can be cast easily. The bad thing, however, is that it can also be shattered quickly. Right after shattering a barrier, the toll on the caster is huge. The one who's sharing this knowledge is none other than our boy, who stuns them with his presence as a mage. Thanks to Verdun's plan, they now understand that it's going to be easy to dismantle the mage alongside their enemies. Commander Enoch is hoping for their mage to go all out, while Varya is on the back foot, realizing that the Baron is so pissed that he isn't in the mood to spare their lives. The fact that he went on to hire a powerful mage speaks volumes. The stubborn bandit refuses to cave in and surrender defeat, swiftly rushing in for an attack. Commander Enoch's blade clashes against Varya's, who chillingly declares that he'll slaughter them all and return their heads back to the Baron. The GigaChad commander takes it as a cute insult and even encourages his opponent to try his best to achieve such a goal. While they're having their sword battle, Verdun is busy chasing after the enemy mage, who is prioritizing running away. His plans of escaping are foiled because our boy is hot in pursuit. Vilshin finds it convenient that the annoying mage facing him is spamming the ability Earth Wall. Knowing that only third circle mages have the ability to use flight magic, he suspects that Verdun must be nothing more than a second circle mage. This gives the dude enough confidence to hurl a multi-ice arrow spell against his opponent, hoping to take him down in a direct confrontation. The arrows are speedily advancing towards our boy, while Vilshin thinks that killing a dude like him will be a piece of cake. Or so he thought. Because Verdun literally pulls out a direct counter to his spell, the multi-flame arrows spell. The arrows of fire and ice clash against each other, canceling each other out in a massive collision. By the end of the attack, we can see a giant ass crater left scarring the earth. Vilshin is rather impressed that the second circle mage is keeping up with him to this degree. At the same time, he pities Verdun for being unwise about picking his opponents. It would have been a smoother battle for him if he took on Vilshin with one of the knights by his side, but from the looks of things, even whilst injured, Vilshin seems confident in his ability to take down our boy. Verdun, on the other hand, emerges from the smoke, confidently stating that he has no intention of letting him escape to begin with. The enemy mage commends the young man for being capable of using complex attribute magic, believing that Verdun is a gem of talent and an unordinary magician. However, Vilshin isn't in the mood to play games. He thinks that Verdun made a serious mistake and likely didn't anticipate getting destroyed by his opponent. Saying so, the guy unleashes third circle ice magic called the Falling Ice. Basically, imagine a damn glacier falling on top of you, because that's what this spell is about. The dude is confident that our boy won't be able to survive this attack. The oversized ice cube makes contact with Verdun, but for some reason, nothing happens. Vilshin is starstruck, not knowing what the hell happened. From the looks of it, his opponent has successfully stopped his spell. It's thanks to Verdun erecting dozens of earth spears, preventing the spell from making contact with him or the ground. Dude is chilling without any problems. Invoking the spell's name and squeezing his fist, the mage is able to shatter the block of ice without any trouble. The mere usage of the spell Earth Spear has the blue boy over here shocked. He can't believe that a second circle magician is able to tap into spells beyond his control. To that, Verdun helps him a little with his understanding of him. Gathering ice in his hand, he stuns Vilshin with his command over 4 attributes. A merciless spike of ice impales Vilshin's body, and in his final realization, he acknowledges that his opponent has been playing him from the start. With the enemy mage killed, Verdun appears unfazed, believing that it's a good thing for him to have participated in this quest. Speaking of fighting, remember the maniacal orc that the bandits were talking about a while ago? Yeah, that villainous bastard is actually munching on humans and wearing the necklace of the explorers, and something tells me he wants more. Let's go back 2 days into the past. Verdun likes to be prepared, and so before leaving for the quest to take down the bandits, he created a medicine thanks to the ingredients he stole from the magic tower. In his own terms, he calls it the magic circuit dilator. When you think about the life he's led as a human test subject for the experiments of the tower, you may be thinking that he doesn't want to be anywhere near that life anymore. However, just for this medicine, he injected it into his body. The result? Pure agony. Verdun was screaming, he was howling, roaring in pain, but it's only thanks to his hasty experimentation that he was able to enter the ranks of the 3rd tier magic. Back to the present, we have him funnily concluding that Vilshin is dead, as if he didn't just impale the dude with a giant spike. But this is the only way for him to gain accomplishments in the eyes of the explorers, which will help gain the trust of the Baron in the long run. Noticing the magic wand in Vilshin's hand, our boy decides to pick up the shiny object and inspects the item with his appraisal spell. Important information about the wand reveals that it's actually a modified stone wand, which decreases the casting ability and increases efficiency of ice magic. From the buffs mentioned here, Verdun thinks that it'll be useful for him to keep this. Perrick comes rushing to find their new mage, explaining that they were worried about him after taking care of the bandits. Verdun apologizes for taking his time and shares the circumstances of Vilshin's powers, resulting in a lengthy battle. Perrick understands his concern right away, because he can tell from the craters left on the battlefield that it was a tough fight. The surprising part to Verdun is how the knights easily took care and dismantled the bandits in the short time he was beating one mage. Perrick happily expresses that the only problem left is their leader Varya, who Enoch is still busy facing, but he thinks the fight should be finished by the time they get back. While collecting the corpse of the mage, Perrick turns back to answer a curious question from our boy. Verdun is afraid that he might be stealing something from the bandits without permission, but to that, Perrick freely shares that they're allowed to keep anything worth the find. If it's irrelevant to the mission, he can keep anything. This is great news to the magician, who is grateful to Baron Pythe's kindness. Thankfully, he can now use this wand without worrying about getting into trouble. Regrouping with the rest of the team, he is commended by Commander Enoch for his valiant efforts in ensuring the success of the mission. The mage argues that it's actually him who found this as a learning opportunity. As for the captured Varja, Bro's face looks like he's seen a ghost. He can't believe that his friend was killed in battle, especially since he was a competent mage. The detained bandit knows that if the Baron sees them, he's going to order an immediate execution, meaning death is the only outcome left for them. He doesn't want to die in a shitty place and has ambitions to pursue. Varya secretly unties himself and realizes that his only ticket out of here is to escape. Suddenly, Enoch and Verdun hear the screams of their men getting butchered by the enraged bandit. Varya is pissed and has set his eyes on killing the knight, believing that it's the only way for him to safely escape without Vilshan's protection. His plan is to steal the horse and make an immediate escape. And so Varya's blade clashes against Enoch yet again. The psychopathic bandit attempts to drive a blade in his opponent's face, but the experienced commander grabs his hand before using his other arm to grasp Varya's collar. Before the guy is even able to comprehend what's happening, the bandit is slammed into the ground, unable to believe that a knight threw away his weapon just to execute a grapple. With the wind knocked out of him, the bandit can't do anything more than be detained by the guards. He roars at Enoch for having no pride as a knight. In response, the commander laughs, questioning what he really means. After all, pride is something to be enjoyed by the living only. Stating that, he aims his blade right for the bandit's head before driving it in his head. A sharp stab and Varya is dead. His drenched corpse is dragged away to be disposed of, while Enoch apologizes for showing our boy such a gruesome scene. The knight didn't really want to stab him like that, but ultimately felt that he didn't have much choice. Instead of feeling terrified, Verdun simply commends the knight for his ability. But he also doesn't get why the rest of the bandits are only restrained but not killed. The commander shares that it's actually because they recently learned about some of the bandits sharing a connection from a nearby attack. They think that these guys must have been held hostage, which is why they want to bring them back for interrogation to properly decide their fate. With their job finished, the knights direct the guards to return to the castle with the bodies of the bandits. One of the guards is busy dealing with one of them when a second bandit bolts away to save his own life. One of the knights decides to chase after the guy, until he is stopped by Verdun, who suspects that something about the situation just doesn't seem right to him. Right as the bandit disappeared into the forest, they heard his cries, pleading and begging for help. The situation is even more complicated when a foul stench of blood coats their surroundings. Clearly there is yet another enemy they haven't dealt with. A projectile aimed at one of the knights is quickly blocked by his sword. It bounces away, leaving drops of blood with every bounce. And that projectile is horrifically revealed to be the bandit's severed head. Now that's a bone-chilling encounter right there. From the forest emerges a large shadow that dwarfs the entire group in sight. Some of them can't even comprehend that an orc of this sight is real. Verdun, while troubled, argues that the only outcome is that none of the explorers were capable of beating such a thing. For the grand reveal, we see the muscular behemoth, rearing a giant blade and staring its prey down. Its sheer size makes the group wonder if they can even classify a monster like this as an orc. To make matters even worse, there isn't just one of these bastards, but at least a few dozen from the looks of it. However, one thing is for certain. Verdun knows that this nightmarish creature must be the leader of the group. It bears a resemblance to the orc that he saw before. These orcs characteristically share an evil smile because of their protruding long teeth from the sides of their mouth. Then there's the fact that this red one is even bigger than the normal ones. The only explanation? This creature is an evolved beast among the rest. Their fight for survival starts off when the red orc commands its minions to charge towards the humans. As a countermeasure, the leader of the knights quickly prepares his group for a defensive position. They want to focus on the minions first and then take care of the boss afterwards. But before Enoch can even prepare himself, the monstrous orc powerfully swings his giant blade with such might that it sends the knight flying from the sheer impact. Reduced to a vulnerable position, the knight faces his doom as the red orc advances to stomp him beneath its foot. But it is then the other two knights chime right in, slashing the creature's foot to the point that it is forced to fall back. While it is still staggered and weak, Sir Enoch unleashes himself upon the creature's chest, stabbing its skin and then slashing it all the way down for an even more painful attack. The monster collapses to the ground. You may be thinking that this is the end, that the fight is over. But then this guy starts laughing, even in his near-death condition. What he does is grab one of its goblins and literally bites it in half, leaving the knights horrified for the kind of creature they're facing against. With the goblin fully devoured and its energy consumed, the red orc switches its battle position, psychotically preparing to take them down. Enoch's main group is baffled by the fact that this creature possesses self-healing properties, which means they're going to have a tough time dealing with the boss. The horrific screams of the creature surround the atmosphere as Commander Enoch preps everyone in his group to fight. The monster begins round 2 by chucking away its sharp weapon as a heavy projectile. This weapon literally catches up to one of the knights with such fast speeds that he's barely able to catch it at the last second. It begs the question how an orc gained the intelligence to throw its weapon so precisely. To make matters even more terrifying, the blade is so overwhelming that it shatters the knight's swords to pieces. The chipped pieces of the sword scar his face, and once again, you guys might be thinking this is as far as it goes. But no, the giant weapon literally takes a piece off of Harris's body, distracting Perrick to the point he can't focus on his side of the battle. The amateur knight didn't even sense the orc lunge so fast towards him. Still, as best he can, Perrick uses his full strength to swing his weapon, hoping to slash the creature's hand down. Or so he thought. Because astonishing as it sounds, the blade couldn't even tear apart the orc's flesh. Perrick is in jeopardy as the creature casually uses its other hand to try and squash him, the tiny human. But thankfully, our boy pulled up with another earth spell to combat the orc and keep it busy for a while. He then calls Perrick to retreat safely, which the knight quickly does by dashing back. Though he may have survived, the next question is, how the hell do they beat this thing? Perrick is at a loss because he doesn't even have a sword to fight with. Based on what happened, Verdun analyzes that the red orc probably got a recovery speed buff right after ingesting one of its goblins. The buff is so powerful that even Perrick's full-strength effort to cut off its arm proved meaningless. It's the first time they've encountered an orc of this level, making them question if this creature is a mythological one that is out of their league. However, the mage counters that it's nothing like that, despite its freakish strength. Reflecting about the creature's consumption and regeneration ability, Verdun assesses its strength, noticing how it also has an influence over the smaller monsters of its kind. Then on top of that, it even has the sheer force to combat experienced knights. From every situation imaginable, this orc isn't your average Joe. He's literally the Darth Vader of their group. However, even from this perspective, Verdun strongly believes that calling it a special entity would be an overstatement. Let's talk about the limitations of normal magic for a second. You see, the more mana that is imbued in each spell, it still can't reach beyond a certain threshold. Beyond a certain point, the magic spell is destroyed. That is the rule of balancing for magic. However, among these spells, there exists one without any limitations for that same rule. Activating geographic manipulation, Verdun shifts the circle in his grasp, unleashing an earthquake as the literal terrain is altered. The guards are horrified, thinking that yet another disaster has struck upon them. They were just in the middle of facing an opponent out of their league, and now they're facing an earthquake. Luckily, Enoch becomes the voice of reason for his men, declaring that it's a spell from their mage who is trying to protect them. Though his words echoed throughout the battlefield, even the commander of the knights knew that remaining calm in this position would be damn near impossible. The reason he said that is because our boy literally erected the land from which they stood upon, destroying the arena and plunging every last one of the orc's forces. The red orc growls at his confusion, spotting the mage far above, who has an incredibly powerful fireball spell active. Invoking third-tier magic once again, Verdun releases the fireball, grilling the monsters alive. The sight is one of hope and victory for the humans. Perrick is celebrating seeing the monsters get humiliated in such a way. It's satisfying to see such a turn in battle. While this is happening, the mage internalizes how his geography manipulation spell is devoid of any limit. At the same time, none of the mages ever bother using this spell as their primary magic attack. The reason is tied to the fact that it consumes an enormous amount of mana for its casting, making its utility worthless in comparison. Unfortunately, the same issue is something that even our boy struggles with. He laments the fact that he doesn't have enough mana to initiate a power beyond the third-tier magic. Even this current version of the spell is underwhelming to him. Suddenly, a haunting growl captures the group's attention. They're seriously shocked that the behemoth is not only still alive, it's actively chomping down on its own foot soldiers to continuously heal and become stronger. Perrick is scared shitless and hides behind the mage, while Verdun decides to go for a different approach than using fire magic. Invoking the power of water magic, he releases a spell called Wave. The heavy weight of the wave staggers the giant monster. This allows Verdun the opportunity to cast a secondary attack, one that involves risk since he dismounted from the safe spot. He actually uses the multi-ice arrows in conjunction with the wind gust spell, heavily amplifying the original spell. This time Verdun intends to freeze the bastard down. The double casting ability formed through the two spells is called Bitter Cold Arrows, and it streams down chunks of ice spikes, freezing the minions of the Red Orc into place. But the terror of the Red Orc doesn't end there. This guy just doesn't want to die, as he survives the freezing attack and aims to crush the mage with its hand. Verdun manages to evade the heavy slam, reflecting that despite the creature's commendable regeneration factor, there's only a limit to what it can do while it is fully frozen. Popping up from his blind spot, Verdun releases yet another ice spell called the Frozen Orb. Now this attack definitively ended the battle, resulting in an ice statue of the Red Orc, resulting in the victory of the clever mage. I just find it impressive that they weren't able to kill the guy. This monster is genuinely a freak of nature and one of my favorites in recent stories. Anyway, back to the magic city of Verente. We come to find that the people are discussing shocking news of the magic tower being temporarily closed. There are rumors that the tower's main energy source exploded, but not everyone believes that. The interesting thing is how many of its mages vanished, and the tower stopped functioning in its entirety. Then there's the fact that the explosion and the damages caused were so massive that it's hard to believe that the energy source is the only thing that played the part. Some of the public believes that perhaps it was a punishment from the heavens, or maybe something planned by a traitor from the inside. When the old man throws out a suspicion that maybe the Bohemian magic tower was bugged or sealed, his words catch a certain mage's attention nearby. The old dude is still going on about how it would be impossible for the magic tower to just seal itself. He shares his wild theory about the secret experiments being conducted inside the tower and that it was annihilated because of the fact. Mustache Guy ends up getting his coffee spilled with the way the mage grabs him, ordering him to repeat what he just said. He's out here looking confused, until the familiar mage unveils her cloak, revealing herself to be Rovelyn, who is furious upon hearing what happened to the magic tower. In the next scene, celebrations are underway for the successful subjugation of the bandits. The victors and the heroes have returned to the Pyth territory. Baron Pyth was so impressed by the news that he threw a banquet in celebration. The best part? There wasn't a single major casualty from the squad's side. At first, our boy is nowhere to be found, but then he pops up with all his drip points maxed out. He may be late, but remember folks, good things take their time. Verdun's late arrival doesn't matter because the drunk Baron is so happy that he doesn't care. Our boy is thankful for the pleasantries and shares that he wasn't expecting even the lowest-ranking soldiers to be invited to the banquet. To that, the Baron insists that status doesn't matter when a man defends his territory. I have to say that it's one of the most refreshing things I've heard in a story. The Baron curiously asks about the situation of the bandits. Although they were tasked on a subjugation mission, even Baron Pyth understands that Verdun and his group faced tremendously powerful enemies on that mission. The mage confirms this fact, agreeing that they're not your typical bandits. With the kind of skill these guys had, Verdun strongly believes that they could have easily lived a comfortable life, if only they had chosen a different path. And although he doesn't mention it here, it makes sense, considering that these bandits were fighting for the good at some point. Back to the story. The Baron expresses that he actually ordered an investigation on the criminals. According to that report, these bandits were wanted criminals. Previously, they boasted a life of gold-rank adventurers, explaining just how powerful they are. But unfortunately, a couple of years ago, one of them decided to kill a teammate on a mission, and in order to escape the consequences of his actions, he fled the place. Shortly afterwards, it became impossible to follow them and track them down. But now it's clear that they formed a bandit group together and ended up in Baron Pyth's territory, until eventually they were taken care of. Verdun reflects the importance of a gold rank adventurer. You see, the gold rank is actually the fourth highest rank among the adventurers, obtainable only after completing an absurd number of missions. With that information in mind, it doesn't appear unrealistic why these guys had an enormous bounty of 10 million elk on their heads. Apart from that, our boy now understands why the Baron looks so satisfied. It's actually because of Verdun's intervention in the mission that they were able to clear the subjugation, get rid of all the bandits, without any serious casualties. Without him, things would have ended a lot worse. The funniest thing is how the Baron is looking at Verdun like a princess in love. His happiness is off the charts. He emphasizes that the admirable mage didn't just defeat the powerful bandits, but also took care of the demi-humans for them. It's because of Verdun's valiant efforts that even the Adventurers Guild acknowledged him and sent their regards. Long story short, our boy has become a celebrity in a short time. The hilarious part is that he was only doing what he was tasked to do, so maybe the Baron really is too drunk to think clearly. The man himself actually admits this fact, and goes on to address Verdun with seriousness. First, he thanks the mage for the services he rendered, which secured the safety of the defenseless villagers. It's because of that, they were able to give proper funerals to victims of the bandits. The knights as well as their master are all in awe, and they raise their drinks to commend the great mage Asher, the hero who saved the Pytha territory. The entire banquet shares the same sentiment. Recalling the end of the banquet, Verdun remembers that it ended quite differently from the way he was treated back in the Magic Tower. This banquet didn't care for one's status, instead it allowed for a space where everyone could celebrate equally. Sometimes in life, it's not always about us. It's also about the people around us who contribute to our happiness. Verdun shares this feeling, being treated differently from the distant and harsh atmosphere of the Magic Tower. Instead, this place was warm, something that welcomed him and showed him his place. Ever since he escaped that nightmarish tower, it was the first time ever that the mage was able to laugh with all his heart. What a warm moment. But of course, it's not a happy ending yet. Because while this was happening, no one could have ever predicted the incoming collapse of the Bohemian Magic Tower. Let's go to that side of the story for a minute. Ravelin has returned to the Magic Tower, astonished to find that it's still in one piece. And yes, I know you guys missed it, the one piece is real. Anyway, she's beaming with happiness because the tower being intact disproves all the rumors flying around. A man asks her about her sudden return from Verente. She shares her concerns after receiving the news of the tower's destruction and how the disruption devastated the landscape. But apparently nothing like that is the case, now that she's confirmed it with her own eyes. All this excitement makes her want to meet Verdun, the one person she cares about in this tower. But hearing his name, the man points her to a direction where the crowd is. In front is a missing persons list, and on that list, Verdun's name is included. Ravelin's world shatters upon the realization. When she sees all these people missing, most importantly Verdun, someone who was working on duty until he was exposed to magical energy. Many presume him to be dead. It's kind of like a situation where a nuclear bomb goes off, his body is listed as unrecoverable. Anyway, Ravelin's body is shuddering in turmoil and a list of questions. In a quick flash, she remembers her past conversations with him, muddied in the background because of his decision to stay in the tower. It seems unfair to her that they were never going to meet again. It's unacceptable for things to have ended the way they did. The despairing feeling turns into physical and emotional agony, causing her to weep for her friend's demise. The woman goes batshit crazy, unable to accept that this is the way things are going to end. Funnily enough, she actually family zones him in this speech. I guess it's going to be like Aaron and Mikasa. But yeah, her outrage is uncontrollable as she erupts in denial. Before she unleashes any destruction, Sir Valdek comes to console her, advising the young woman that there's no point in getting angry at others. He finds her in a miserable state, as Ravelin is shrinking in defeat, questioning what the hell happened at the tower. First, he comforts her, then he explains the situation, talking about how the power source went berserk, conveniently at the time where the high-ranking mages were away to attend the magic festival. With the power source bursting into destruction, every single person who protected the power source was decimated. But lives aren't the only thing they lost. Years of important research, gone in the blink of an eye as the records vanished. Not just that, the treasure vault was also damaged to a considerable extent. It's a total loss, as everything that was inside the vault, containing spellbooks and important artifacts, all of that is now no more too. Sir Valdek is enormously frustrated. After everything he feels pissed about, the greatest loss, according to him, is the loss of his experimental test subject. Of course, he doesn't tell a word of this information to Ravelin, but in his reflection, he pities being unable to recover Verdun's brain, so they could have contained some of the damage. Damn, this crazy guy was planning to create another Einstein situation by extracting his brain. Anyway, Sir Valdek is of the opinion that they can exact vengeance for whatever happened. After all, they have a small clue of the culprit who caused the power surge in the first place. Hearing this, Ravelin turns back to inquire more. He tells her that just 3 hours before the surge occurred, a person vanished without a trace. Thanks to Valdek's personal connections, he was able to track this person down, until he found something worth his while. A pendant, one that looks like the Millennium Puzzle from Yu-Gi-Oh, if you ask me. Ravelin can't believe her eyes. This necklace is the symbol of the Black Hour, the dark organization that excels in magic and also intends to conquer the world with its powers. But it doesn't make any sense what they're trying to achieve from the Magic Tower. Anyway, Valdek strongly suspects that they're involved, even though he doesn't know how the Black Hour group managed to invade the tower and cause all the disruptions. To avenge his fallen comrades, Valdek plans to send an extermination squad to annihilate the Black Hour. And because they'll need all the help they can get, he wants to recruit her for the job. And because of what happened today, Valdek is convinced she's ready to join, as the Scarlet Mage is seething with anger. Damned be anyone who stands in her way for taking Verdun away from her. What a scene. Now let's fast forward a few days ahead and see what's going on in the Pyth territory. Here at the Adventurers Guild, Verdun is quietly enjoying his tea. The man sitting in front of him feels enormously guilty, apologizing for the whole incident regarding the orcs. But even after sending their own gold-rank adventurers, they realize that they were unsuccessful in handling the threat. Our boy is chill with it and doesn't complain much. As his reward for the subjugation mission, he receives a note. The mage scans every word, realizing that they're paying him extra for the bounty placed on the new orc's head, the one that was impossible to kill. Thanks to that, the total amount for his reward stands at a towering 24 million elk. Deducting taxes, which funnily enough, every story seems to glance over, his amount is cut in half, so he's going to receive 12 million elk to his name. The representative of the guild reminds him of the taxation fee, which shoves all those that are unregistered through the guild under the bus. This means that he could have easily offsetted the taxes if he was officially part of the guild. Unfortunately, this fee can't be waived in his case, even if he performed a miraculous feat. That's why the charges are strict. I find it hilarious, though, that in the next scene, the same dude is telling him about a way to dodge the tax. But it's not anything illegal. It's just an invitation to join the guild. This way, Verdun won't have to deal with heavy cuts, because their guild specifically has a lower tax rate for high-ranking adventurers. And in our boy's case, he'd directly start from silver rank because of his head start accomplishments. Unfortunately, even though the offer seems attractive here, it doesn't make sense for the mage, because it will greatly hinder his plans for the future. In fact, there's something even more important to him than the money he's getting. So like a psychopath, he calmly rejects the proposal, accepting the tax cut. Verdun places his priorities on top. Dude wants to become strong enough to take his revenge. He doesn't want to become Andrew Tate and just sit on his millions for now. Verdun's internal reflection is interesting. He regards his experiences in the Magic Tower from the time he was being used as a test subject. Despite those long, agonizing 7 years, the one thing that didn't change about him is that he's still a mage at heart. So, he goes to the guild's storage area, believing that his path as a mage should invite mysteries and research more than anything. Hence, he's brought the dead body of the special orc variant that he killed. You know, the same creature that was too hungry to die. Only this time, dude's gonna be a full-on surgeon and see what made this monster so special. What's interesting to Verdun is how the monster's remains haven't decomposed. That's mostly thanks to an artifact used by the guild, preserving the state of the creature. I have to point out, the way this story answers small yet critical questions like these is really entertaining. While at the same time, the stench coming from the artifact is so bad that our boy is about to faint. Anyway, he checks on the orc's condition, observing its red pupils and its reddish skin, both of which are a sign of normalcy. However, the creature's uniqueness starts off from its torn mouth, giving that Joker smile that you never want to see in your nightmares. On top of that, it's got an incredibly powerful physique compared to the others. While this physique is special in its own class, when it comes to higher-level monsters like the Orc Warriors or the Orc Lords, it's still not remarkably special. The same goes for the monster's intelligence. While smart, it's not the most cunning or clever of creatures. From the looks of it, Verdun is of the opinion that this isn't a case of monstrous evolution, but rather a case of mutation. Even though it makes sense to call it a mutation, he's still not fully convinced of his own conclusion, drawing an unsure expression on his face. The reason he's unsure is actually because of the fact that the orc's regeneration ability is still really tough to explain. Then the strength gained on top of its consumption ability makes it even more ambiguous as to what it is. While inspecting the creature's body, Verdun is lucky enough to discover a certain scar, which appears to be odd. Here's the thing. Regeneration is supposed to return the body to its previous state. The fact that this same monster was able to withstand our boy's flame spells even with a burned body and chopped off flesh means that it also should have been able to heal a tiny wound without leaving a scar. Something about the scar is suspicious, so Verdun draws an even closer look, concluding that the monster must have received this scar before it gained its regenerative powers. And that means some kind of surgery was performed. After all, the only way demi-humans can acquire powers after their birth was via means of evolution. But with this example, the one conclusion that rises to the top in Verdun's observation is that this creature was artificially created. And if his suspicions are correct, it's the worst situation imaginable for everyone involved. The following day, the knights are here to bid their farewell to the talented mage, referring to him as a savior who deserves a proper send-off. Our boy counters, believing that he's already received far too much support from them. Also, he's acquired the Beast Hide Robe and the Ring of Circulation as his new artifacts. This helps him with a slight boost in mana capacity and recovery speed. The Knight Commander assures him that he's deserving of all the support, and hearing that, Verdun thanks his friends and bids them farewell, hoping to meet again someday. As he's leaving, they do him a final favor by telling him to visit any brand of the Conrad Merchant Guild, as they'll become a great support to him after learning about his relationship with the knights. Verdun heads off, shortly after he arrives into the village that borders both the Pythe and Martez territories. Using Flight Dispel, he dismounts and makes his way into the village. It's the only place that's going to become a safe haven for him to rest and recover for the journey ahead. So he buys an apple and moves on with his way. As he's walking, he hears one of the people venting out their frustration and defeat. Realizing that it's a golden opportunity to collect information, our boy decides to eavesdrop using his Whisper of the Wind spell. The two men are discussing the issue of the goblins who stole the livestock, ending in great loss for them. Not just that. Now they have to put up great money for adventurers to get the job done for them. One of them thinks they should have handled it themselves as it would have saved them money. Unfortunately, the decision was outside of their control from the beginning, as the village chief emphasized the job to be handled by the adventurers. They just have to wait for a day and let the big heroes handle the rest, even though their fee is costly. Having heard all this fuss about the goblins, our boy wonders why the goblins invaded the village at all. The goblins of this world are quite interesting. They actually start off with small thefts, but eventually raid in large groups to take over entire villages and feast on the people. Think of them like a disease, and to get rid of that disease, the adventurers are called in right away. Verdun thinks it's just standard procedure, so it's nothing for him to worry about. But the moment he's about to leave, the two men start discussing a rumor of a monster being spotted in the forest. Interestingly, the village chief specifically wanted this information to not spread about. But the loudmouth talks about it anyway, thinking no one's around. No one except our boy, that is. Apparently, a guy known as James wanted to set a trap for hunting like usual. But suddenly he found himself drawn to the sound of a wild boar whining about. And then he saw it. A gigantic goblin, straight out of your nightmares, feasting on the boar. The goblin shared a torn mouth, and is described to be larger than an orc. Of course, this sounds absurd, so they don't want the adventurers to know. Out of fear, they'll increase the fee. But our boy's heard all he came to hear. He deactivates the spell and contemplates on the info. The thing that seems striking to him is the description of the creature sharing a torn mouth. In any case, it's a good thing, because it is leading him closer to the truth, thanks to his experience of fighting the orc variant. The same day, in the forest, a bunch of adventurers are hunting down the annoying goblins like pests. Introducing the Silver Rankers, Myrna and Loki, who appear to be unfazed by the mission. Loki appears to be a teasing person and mocks Myrna for feeling proud of hitting a target just in front of her. These two have some bad tension between them, while the other pair is more serious and wants to treat the mission as such. They're also both silver rank adventurers. Iris learns from Mild about the direction of the goblins. The man suspects that the rest of them must be hiding inside the giant cave, which is a goblin's lair. Before approaching, the astute Iris realizes that they're dealing with hobgoblins, a higher species compared to the normal ones. Even then, the task should be under their control, as long as they're careful about their surroundings. The mission rolls into its final phase as the group begins to approach the cave. Iris leads them by commanding the destruction of all the warning devices and the totems. With the totems destroyed, she uses Imbue Sight as her spell, allowing her team to easily operate within the dark without any problems. She tells them that they won't be needing torches, thanks to the spell. Impressed as always, Loka holds their leader in high regard for always being dependable. With this assurance, the group heads into the dark cave. But as they're making way, the leader finds herself worried about the exit for a moment. It's as if she could feel a hint of mana coming from behind. Of course, she disregards her gut feeling, but unbeknownst to her, her suspicion is correct. There really is someone lurking behind them. Inside the cave, the tiny goblins appear to be worshipping the lives lost they're screeching about, until they're attacked from a distance. An arrow pierces through one of them, killing it instantly. With one down, the two swordsmen rush to battle and kill the rest. Even Myrna thinks that things are going too smoothly, meaning they'll be done with this mission soon. But their leader is on guard, believing that they shouldn't loosen up. With the goblins killed, suddenly they hear a loud noise, attracting the group's attention. To help scout for them, Myrna decides to go on ahead, and I have to say, I can sense a huge death flag for her. I hope I'm wrong. Iris reminds her to be careful as she heads away. The adventurer ends up discovering a horrific sight. Tiny goblins, severed from limb to limb, their bodies scattered and splattered on the ground. The realization shakes her very soul, as Myrna is at a loss for words. Loki even comes up to ask what's taking her a while. She can't even form a proper sentence because of the distant, horrific sound she keeps hearing. Just up ahead, the monstrous goblin is busy preying on its lesser kind. Its alien-like size dwarfs the adventurers by comparison. They're like ants, busy watching a dinosaur-sized goblin going rabid. Unable to comprehend what's before their eyes, they stare frightened. The seemingly mutated variant is taking great delight in every bite. But even then, the adventurers weren't reported about this creature in the mission details. And this is the part where they make a big mistake, thinking that they can best the creature because all it has is its giant size, right? Iris explains the plan, ordering Myrna to target the creature's right eye and destroy it. Mild and Loke will act as a distraction until then. They all get into position, as Iris will be the final one to finish the creature off with the final attack. The plan swings into motion as the blonde archer whips out 3 arrows and takes her aim from a decisive position. From this angle, the giant goblin seems unaware, and frankly doesn't even care. Myrna locks her target, and to my personal shock, she successfully destroys the eye. With the monster processing the pain, the 2 swordsmen jump into action, ready to assault the creature and keep it busy. Loke is ahead of the curve and lunges forth. His attack is a straightforward slash that cuts the goblin's body, but not enough to sever it in half. Even though it's a decent attack, Loke doesn't have time to do much, as the giant goblin immediately targets him for his first kill. The team leader and mage, Iris, commands her mana burst spell, unleashing multiple explosive attacks that make their way to the goblin's body and detonate upon impact. With all the pain that the creature has been dealt with, it starts wailing in so much pain that it picks up one of the corpses of the tiny goblins and chucks it like a cannonball. Loke can't believe his eyes. The enraged monster tossed a seriously powerful projectile using its own prey. Things aren't looking great for Iris, because she's defenseless, and if this attack connects, she'll be done for. Luckily, that's where our boy swoops right in, activating his air rail spell, protecting Iris as it redirects the goblin just next to her. The creature's body is reduced to a blood splat upon impact, leaving nothing of its flesh behind. Iris falls in despair, having an intimate close encounter with death. Myrna goes on the offensive again, launching more of her arrows and blinding the goblin. Ultimately, the giant goblin falls to the ground, signaling its defeat. Immediately, the group rushes to check on their leader, concerned with Iris's state. But thankfully, nothing happened to her. If the goblin did hit her, that would have been a different story, and Iris understands that. She can't explain how the trajectory changed just before contact. The good thing is that they completed the mission without any casualties, and it's finally time for them to return to the village for a reward. Things actually turned out way smoother than I thought, and even Verdun, who is secretly helping them, thinks that everything was resolved peacefully. Bro used his invisibility cloak, channeling the spirit of Harry Potter, and follows them around. This way, he was able to see yet another specimen of the artificial demi-humans. Comparing his experience with the previous test subject and then this one, Verdun points out the similarity. These creatures have a torn mouth on them, carving a demonic smile. It's because of that fact that he refers to them as the Jesters. However, the giant goblin appears to be different from the typical case of Jesters, because not only did this creature lack enhanced physical strength, it was also unable to regenerate or grow more powerful by devouring its own. This leads to the idea that maybe this creature is a failed experiment among the Jesters. At the same time, our boy is left with a positive impression of the mage Iris, the one leading the group and currently running a final check on the goblins. He understands that she possesses sharp judgment and a good sensitivity to mana. The fact that she could sense his mana outside the cave is impressive enough. Despite his secret contribution, our boy couldn't find anything notable in the end. Suddenly, his attention snaps to a person who is surprised to find a few visitors in his cave. This man's uniform is different from the usual adventurer, causing Iris to stay on guard and demand for his identification. She warns him not to come any closer. The man amusingly apologizes to them, even though they're the ones who barged in the place he was supposed to look after and ruined everything. He's surprised that the goblin managed to build a totem while he was away, even though he specifically wanted this cave to be kept in secrecy. Unfortunately, the obvious placement of the totem exposed the goblin's hideout. The man appears disappointed that even after manipulating the creature's brain, he wasn't able to find much luck in making it completely obedient. Can I just say that this guy is acting way too chill for the situation he's in? That's how you know this dude's a psychopath. He's even asking them about any strange observations about the goblin, or any unusual behaviors they observed. But when they don't give him any response, Bro is even more disappointed, because it confirms that the creature was just ordinary at the end of the day. He thinks his professor will be mad after hearing about this. Bro loves to talk. He's dropping a lot of airballs because no one's entertaining a response. The guy thinks that he can't do much in this situation except start over. Ultimately, he confirms that the 4 adventurers will meet their deaths here. This prompts Iris's group into battle mode. She's curious how he's planning to fight them all while being outnumbered. But this guy appears to have some kind of anti-jump spell from the Heian era, which Sukuna could have really used in his final battle. Anyway, he's not planning on letting them go because they ruined his experimental research. But it's not like he was planning to let them leave alive if it was a different outcome. Basically, entering the cave signed their death sentence. Iris strongly opposes the idea of fighting, stating that they will keep their mouths shut about everything that went down. However, the distrusting man thinks that the guarantee isn't there, and takes out his sword. Just like I said, he really is a psychopath, because he doesn't care much about the experiment. All he cares about is slaughtering them in cold blood. He walks up to them, hoping to pick his first kill. Verdun breaks his silence and tells the scumbag that he's the only one who's gonna die here. At first, the guy tries to ridicule Iris again, until he hilariously realizes that the voice came from behind him. Before he can even react, Bro gets hit with a heavy spell, launching him straight into the wall. The mage officially reveals himself, believing that this wannabe tough guy should pack it up because he's outmatched. Purely aura farming and giving us a performance, Verdun prepares another lightning spell to take him down. In his mind, Verdun never intended to reveal himself like this. But if he hadn't, then the adventurers, who were exhausted from their previous battle, would have all been annihilated at the hands of this evil man. From the situation he just observed, the man called this dead goblin a test subject. And not just that, there's also some professor involved, according to the man's own words. This confirms his suspicions. The creatures known as the Jesters are related to this guy and his group. Speaking of him, the dude is pissed because our boy just crashed his party. He demands to know Verdon's identity. Instead of giving him a long introduction, he chillingly replies that there's no need to answer such a question and invokes a few magic circles for his next attack. The man doesn't care if the mage is uninterested in talking. After all, he's going to kill him for even daring to attack. Saying so, the evil swordsman lunges forth to close the distance. However, Verdon is already prepared with his multi-flame arrows spell, unleashing bursting projectiles in his way. But his opponent appears to be determined, and not just that, he's extremely skilled, being able to dodge past the arrows with super speed and even unleashing his first attack. If our boy wasn't careful just now, he would have been impaled. But thankfully, he put his barrier just in time to block the sword. Even then, the magnitude of the attack is enough to put cracks in the defensive barrier. So in retaliation, the mage unleashes his Mana Pulse strike, which releases so much force that it sends the swordsman back. So far, Verdon is beginning to think that his opponent is using some kind of magic to reinforce his legs, because that explains why he's moving so fast. Not just that, this guy's sword strikes are even faster than any knight in the Pytha territory, so he outclasses them in both speed and strength, making it a considerable battle for even someone as talented as Verdon. This calls for a change in combat strategy, since the current approach isn't working. Just like Verdon is impressed, so is his opponent. The Dark Swordsman takes note of his quick spellcasting and wonders what rank he is. He also thinks it's time to unleash his speed just a bit to overwhelm the mage. Bursting with a lunge even faster than before, he makes his way to cut our boy down. But Verdon welcomes him with his double casting abilities, using Winter Gale and Icicle spells in unison to create a powerful attack. Even the swordsman is startled by the fact that this mage combined ice and wind together. The spell known as Icicle Blast is a result of the combination, and it's a great hindrance as many spikes block the swordsman's path. Even still, he navigates through them without much trouble. Though he's impressed, I have to say the dude is a force of nature. He doesn't want to stop, and he's even ready to deal the final blow, thinking that Verdon's talent is useless if he can't hit something with it. But little does he know, he fell right into our boy's trap, because right as he's cutting the mage down, our boy dodges it with a JoJo-ass pose, looking majestic as hell. The entire room is shocked. A mage was able to dodge the attack of a speed-blitzing swordsman. And now for the beautiful ender. Verdon channels Gojo Satoru's aura, and just like Gojo says purple, this man says ignition, unleashing a destructive spell that blows up the space. Unfortunately, the swordsman is able to survive the blast, even though he was outsmarted by the mage, who lured him in to strike him down. This clearly shows that Verdon isn't just a talented mage but also a genius tactician. Still, the swordsman thinks that it's useless because the same tactic won't work twice. Realizing that his little gimmicks won't work anymore, Verdon doubles down by saying that he'll start fighting like a proper mage then. First, he uses a spell on the adventurers just behind, using his manipulation of the ground to erect a tower from the earth. Iris is startled, and so is her group, not knowing when it will stop. It actually does stop, but by the time it does, you can call it a cliff with that height. Iris quickly realizes that Verdon used terrain manipulation, even though it costs a great deal of mana, especially when he needs that mana in a dangerous fight like this. Not just that, from her observation of his double casting ability, she's starting to believe that he's got a giant-ass pool of mana inside of him, because whatever he's doing is beyond the abilities of a normal mage. She straight up says that his fighting style is completely unorthodox and unique. That's right, folks, because it's not even a meme anymore. Verdon really do be moving like Gojo with the way he's looking down on his opponent. The swordsman thinks that flying in the air is a cowardly move for a mage, especially when he thought more was to come. But then the realization clicks in his mind. Sure, Verdon used flight to move to the air, but that begs the question why he risked expending an immense amount of mana to secure the adventurers up top. As he glances at his own reflection into the water, he realizes that the ignition spell from before caused the icicle shards to melt. Get ready for a pure masterclass on strategy, because the next attack is going to be everything. Verdon readies himself, while the swordsman starts shivering in the realization of what's going on. Even Iris is at a loss for words. The astounding mage unleashes a full release of lightning magic, as a thunder pulsates from his being. It's a type of magic so rare that only a rare exception of professors at the Magic Academy can use it. Invoking the third rank, Verdon roars down the spell Thunderstrike upon his opponent. This reminds me of Sasuke's lightning dragon spell, Kirin. The guy shudders in extreme pain, questioning if he's facing Zeus out here. The fact that this guy used 3 basic elements, and even the advanced element of lightning. Speaking of triple casting, Verdun uses all three of those elements to attack the stunned swordsman. The attack results in destruction, raising smoke and dust. By the end of that strike, Verdun descends from the air, interrogating the pathetic state of his opponent, inquiring about the variant orc he encountered in the Pyth territory. Now he's curious if everything is connected to this professor figure. The slanting, bloodied swordsman body trembles, but he still musters the ability to speak and express his shock, realizing that Verdun is the one responsible for annihilating the orc variant. Even in his state, a malicious smile comes over him, as he questions if Verdun came from the Ark. This is surprising, even for the mage, who doesn't appear to have any knowledge of it. The swordsman thinks it's alright if he doesn't know what the Ark is. He just wants to be killed, especially when his body is bent in more ways than I can count. Verdun prolongs his torture and urges to know about the professor, stating that he's interested in the experiments they're conducting. Of course, the swordsman fully understands that it would be detrimental to his group if he shares information on the professor. So he baits Verdun by spitting out a final attack, hoping that they both die in this instance. The projectile is quick and thought it was a clever tactic. Our boy easily blocks it with his barrier. Realizing that this is what he's going to get from the swordsman, our boy puts him out of his misery with his Earth Shatter ability. What a gruesome end. And yet, despite getting this far, he still didn't get to know anything about the jesters. As for the adventurer group, these guys are out here intimidated by the mage. They're on guard as his looming figure orders them to work for him from now on. In the very next scene, we jump ahead to the part where Iris collects the additional compensation reward from the village chief for clearing the mission. Also, she made sure to threaten the villagers for failing to report the mutated goblin's involvement. And just to keep her quiet, the village chief threw in an additional $1 million. It's good money, and she thinks that they've paid their dues, which means they can part their ways now with the mage. However, our boy stops them and hands them a cut, stating that it's their deserved commission fee for the next mission. After all, they'll be heading to the city of Marty's from this village, and he's going to need her help. Shortly after the incident, they began their journey to Martes City. The party leader, that being the mage Iris, was obsessed with him during their travels, wanting to know about his knowledge of elemental theory and magic. It's not like she was an annoying person, so he entertained her with a good conversation. But before long, they were already in the city. Knowing that this place is huge, Verdun thinks that it must surely have a banking system. After all, he's got several reports to inform the Adventurers Guild. Iris inquires where he wants to go first. He shares his intentions of opening a bank account, as well as taking care of the bounty. For that, she recommends heading to the city hall. Iris guides him right away, because she knows this place from top to bottom. The hilarious reaction comes from the rest of her group. They can't believe that she's acting so chill around the same dude who murdered the swordsman without any hesitation. Aside from that, let's talk about the bounty rewards. They're all handled via the Martes City Hall. Unfortunately, Verdun was about to get in trouble for not having an ID on him, because he's yet to create one after he switched bodies. Luckily though, thanks to the guarantee he received from Baron Pyth, no one asked him shit. Even the guard ended up being stumped and allowed him to enter. Aside from that, when news of him impressing the Baron Pyth spread about, they're shown great hospitality because of his acts. The man before them thanked them greatly for saving the Pyth territory, mainly because his family lives there, and Verdun indirectly secured their safety. Not just that, the mage is granted with an official ID too, to commemorate his achievements. Thanks to that, he was able to open his bank account, so everything took care of itself. Of course, he's got a second account in Verente already, but the moment he places any transactions from it, the Tower Master will hunt for him and connect the dots. Our boy can't risk being careless for now. Up next, he goes up to a blacksmith, requesting his wand to be converted into a staff. Of course, it's going to take some time and materials to craft into perfection, so a time of 3 days is requested. In the meantime, the blacksmith hands him an amazing-looking staff with a purple jewel on it. Iris wonders if he takes a liking to them over wands. The thing is, because he was treated like dirt in the magic tower, they forced him to use brooms to sweep. That's how he got into the habit of using a staff. He doesn't tell Iris any of this information and simply moves to their next location, the Martes Public Library. This place is supposed to have great books on enchantment magic around. Iris confirms this, but she still thinks the books will be far below his level. To her shock, Verdun expresses his interest in basic books and desires to have all of them. Again, she's shocked by his unusual request. Shortly afterwards, the poor girl has to bundle a tower of basic spell books. Even the receptionist is like, "What the actual F is going on?" Our boy tells him to charge all fees on his bank account for renting the books, and he would also like them delivered to the top floor of his hotel. When the receptionist asks how many books he wants delivered, Verdun hilariously responds, expressing his interest in all of them. Both him and Iris are at a loss for words at this point. The costs aren't that much of a problem for a boy, as he received his bounty money already. He successfully made a bank account and had a staff made, along with all the books rented. By the end of their day, Iris is a sloppy mess, completely exhausted. But our boy is doing just fine reading his books. The party leader still doesn't know the kind of man he is, and curiously asks if he met all his destinations well. Verdun ambiguously replies that it's enough for today, which is terrifying, because it means she'll have to help him navigate even more places. Realizing that she never even asked his name, she wonders what he would like to be called by. Using Asher as his alias, he doesn't care much about names. Iris promises to call him Asher so long as he also treats her casually. Sensing a great opportunity, the girl decides to ask her the one question that has been bothering her the most. Just what was he doing in that cave? This is bad. You can see it in our boy's expression that he really doesn't want to answer that one. He can't make the excuse of saving them by sheer coincidence, so he decides to go with a general excuse. Verdun drops his formal tone and reveals that he was hunting his target. Realizing that it's actually the swordsman that he's talking about, she quickly reflects on their conversation regarding the professor. It makes her wonder if his role is like a secret investigator who is hunting down a corrupt organization. Unfortunately, our boy admits that he didn't get much information from the hunt, but he's glad for her help for the day. She helps him out by escorting him back to his hotel. The night comes by and she bids him farewell. Iris lets out a sigh of relief. She's finally done helping him around. Exhausted, she takes some rest on a bench, realizing that she's dealing with one strange man. But the fact that he can possess multiple elemental attributes all at once and at the same time carry an absurd amount of mana makes him special in her eyes. Aside from that, even for his age, he's got an insanely good grasp on the fundamental theory of magic, even better than some of her professors. Complimenting our boy ends up in her drooling over his looks. I mean, he is textbook Gojo with slightly longer hair. Then again, she finds it hilarious that he's completely dry and unentertaining in his conversations. It's like speaking with an inanimate object. Iris is out here getting butterflies just thinking about him, and has to stop herself for it. Comparing him to the rest of the mages that graduate from the Magic Academy, she concludes that Verdun is the most skilled of them all. He's the definition of a talented individual. Determined, she prepares herself to bother him even more about magic. Shit goes from 0 to 100 when a giant explosion wipes his hotel and engulfs it in flames. Iris's expression turns to despair, seeing the place burning away from the top floor, right where he is supposed to be. Suddenly, a certain man's silhouette starts appearing from the column of flames. To her absolute horror, it's him. It's Asher, and he's got a real angry look on his face. The scene cuts to the supposed professor who freshly hears about the news of Sergen's death. You know, the guy with the sword. Unfazed, the professor asks about his killer and learns that there were some traces of offensive magic discovered inside the cave. This implies a murderer is unknown. But before the dude even finishes his sentence, the professor shatters a glass on his head, stating that there's no point in playing the fool in this situation. In an assertive, bone-chilling tone, the professor pierces his glare and repeats his question. This time, the henchman explains that they've yet to lock down on a suspect, but they've acquired some evidence of a party that raided the cave upon the village's request. The professor finds this extremely disappointing news. The loss of Sergen is grieved by him, because he was one of the more reliable people around. He also comes to discover that the test subject has also been killed. The remains of the goblin have been erased as well as Sergen, but the professor doesn't care about that. He's just pissed that they were unable to track down the man who killed Sergen. The fact that 2 of his trusted test subjects from the Pyth territory were lost in a row, and then the goblin and Sergen are also killed. Even though the results of his experimentation are about to reach completion, the professor is starting to think that maybe the outside world is catching on to them. This time, he orders the man to kill the perpetrator for good. Though he obeys quietly, the dude is seething on the inside because of the professor's attitude. He fully intends to make a statement by returning with the head of the man responsible just to shut his old ass up. And then let's go back to a few minutes before the explosion happened. Verdun found himself reading about basic magic spells, while his spy was actually observing him quietly. As he stumbled about, reading the books, finding them inefficient for the most part, the spy thought that he would easily kill Verdun the moment he went to sleep. But all of a sudden, the room went quiet. That's until Verdun chanted Earthbone as a spell, scaring the crap out of the guy as he flew in fear. With his position exposed, he takes to the high ground, unable to comprehend how he was detected, despite his stealth ability. And that leads us to the current situation. The vicious Verdun is locking down on his target among the crowd. The spy is scared like hell and wants to make a run for it. And he also can't believe that our boy had the balls to pull off an explosion spell in a public hotel. Having confirmed his 3rd-tier magic status, he intends to retreat. My majestic blue-eyed king simply hovers in the air like a god. In order to fabricate his escape, the man stirs chaos by calling the mage a terrorist, labeling him as the enemy. This gets the crowd panicking. Chaos ensues as Verdun finds himself astonished. He's dealing with an assassin that bypassed his magic detection spell. The only reason our boy was able to catch him was because of the assassin's own mistake. Having erased his presence fully again, Verdun finds him quickly, arguing that to erase oneself completely makes them even more obvious. It's like a black hole on a piece of paper, it stands out. The mage roars down a spell and catches the guy with the attack. Even the assassin is having a hard time understanding how this man was able to use MANHWA logic to find him over here. He's frightened to the point he compares Verdun to a monster, a creature that doesn't care about the well-being of the civilians as he throws around dangerous spells. It would be right to consider Verdun ruthless in battle, because this man prepares yet another magic arrow circle and unleashes it upon the fleeing assassin. Unfortunately, the assassin breaks into a building so that he can shelter himself from any aerial attacks. This forces the mage to dispel and return to the ground. He follows inside, realizing that his opponent deliberately picked a place packed with drunk vagrants. Right away, the people here are acting suspicious, even though Verdun just wants to know about the guy who ran through the place. The baldhead tells him that if he wants any information, he'll have to put up a valuable price for it. Realizing that he's at a lost cause here, our boy turns his attention back to his surroundings, assessing that there aren't any exits around. Right as he's thinking that the assassin's inside, the swordsman tears through the baldhead's chest. His strategy was to clearly surprise Verdun by attacking him through a vagrant. A brutal move, yes, but also a cowardly strategy in his eyes. Unleashing his shockwave spell, he sends the assassin flying, forcing some distance between them. But even so, this much isn't enough to take out this guy. He blocks most of it with his blade and assesses the situation. Knowing that ordinary mages are incapable of attacking and defending at the same time, the assassin's strategy hinges on forcing Verdun to open a magic barrier, and in that moment, he'll use a smoke bomb to get his ass out of the location. But our boy's ready for that smoke. The assassin openly lunges to strike him down, hoping for the exact moment that his opponent will cast open a defensive barrier. To his utter shock, the response from the mage is not defense, but rather an offensive spell. He uses Earthbone in place of a barrier, completely putting the assassin off guard. With a lump of mana concentrated on the edge of his staff, the overwhelming mage powers up his crystal, making the assassin realize that he's dealing with a mage that doesn't even lose in close quarters combat. From everything he's observed so far, the assassin is damn certain that he's dealing with someone who possesses the caliber of a war mage, which is a sick-ass title if you ask me. The charged staff strikes the assassin's abdomen with so much force that it forces blood out of him. But that's not enough. There's also dessert in the form of Earthbone spell. The assassin thinks he's cooked for good. In a desperate clinch, he uses the smoke bomb and creates a window to escape. Verdun quickly gets rid of the smoke using his whirlwind ability, but by the time he does that, the assassin is already gone. All he needed was a second to use Batman's secret disappearing technique. Things ended up in shit, and they only get worse from here because the guards of the city are all gathered to arrest the arsonist responsible for blowing up the hotel. I'm starting to consider him a newbie superhero who is reckless and doesn't know how to control his powers or prevent collateral damage. The news reaches the ears of the city mayor, who can't place a finger on how the hero of Pyth territory is suddenly the terrorist of Marty's city. Henry is informed that the mage Asher says that he was attacked by someone who tried assassinating him in his inn, which led to complications. Furthermore, they've drawn a relationship between this incident and another involving a murder of an adventurer in their guild. Hence why the guild master of the city, Oscar, personally decided to oversee the situation. Mayor Henry realizes that the mage must be feeling quite annoyed, having just stepped into the city and already being attacked. As for the damages, it's clear that the top floor of the hotel has been destroyed to a considerable amount. There's also a reported death of a criminal, the same vagrant who was in the building. The assassin is linked to both of these damages and is currently being tracked down. Not just that, they've also received a personal testimony, proving Asher's innocence. An adventurer shared that Asher found a mutated goblin and also defeated a dangerous swordsman in the cave. But when people arrived to investigate the cave, there was no mention of the goblins. Not even any corpses were left behind. It was empty. This information is truly significant, as the cave was wiped clean. Mayor Henry realizes that all of these incidents must be linked with one another, and the fact that they're being covered up to such lengths suggests the work of an evil organization that specifically hunts down adventurers. He wonders if there are any more reports of incidents like these. To that, Oscar reveals that they've already attempted giving Asher a bodyguard. However, because of what happened the other day, someone has maliciously spread the rumor of Asher being the mastermind behind the terrorist attack. That's why no one wants to protect him, deeming him evil and untrustworthy. It's a frustrating situation, even for the mayor. His only option left is to speak to his personal knights for the job. And so the following day, at the Martes City Hall, our boy found himself amazed by his new staff. I have to say it looks amazing too. With his equipment ready, our boy is ready to rumble. But right then, a knight comes along and finds him. Jason is the vice captain of the knights, and he's been assigned the role of protection for the mage. From first glance, even Jason can't shake off the feeling that Verdun is the rumored crazy mage. Speaking of our boy, he realizes that the mayor no longer suspects him if they're assigning him a bodyguard like this. However, what's interesting about Jason particularly is his youthful looks, as well as his talented third-tier swordsmanship. Verdun wants to leave the city hall's reception, but Jason thinks he should agree to the condition of letting him tag along first. Considering it an unfortunate situation, he agrees to take the knight along. But this attitude humiliates the vice captain, because it implies that the mage is looking down on him. After traveling for half a day, Jason is starting to get really frustrated and questions where the hell it is they're going. Funnily enough, our boy reminds him that he can go wherever he likes. His bodyguard must follow him after all. But the young vice captain finds it annoying that they've walked for hours without any objective. Luckily for him, they've finally arrived. The place which they journeyed for many hours is here, and it appears like a shabby old building with nothing special about it. The vice captain can't believe they wasted all that time just to stand in front of it. Right as he's inquiring about their objective, Verdun literally blows the building up. This man doesn't not give a flying fudge. Imagine there were people inside. Michael Bay should consider hiring him. The vice captain shudders in shock, having witnessed the mage annihilate a building with magic without any thought. The mage expresses that he came here to find someone, specifically the scumbag assassin who tried to murder him the other day. Jason asks to confirm the assassin's location, only for our boy to confirm that he's somewhere around here. From their fight the other night, the intelligent mage briefly touched his body and left a spell on him. It's a unique spell that he learned recently, allowing him to create mana links and flows throughout locations. It's called Trace, formerly considered as tracking magic. The fact that his spell is still up and running means that the assassin has no idea it is placed on him. That's a good thing for the mage, though, because with this, they managed to uncover a secret underground passage. Furthermore, the mana flow of his spell tells him that the assassin went down there. Based on the scale, Verdun figures that the underground passage must lead to somewhere outside of the city. He also learns that none of the knights or the people of Marte City appear to be aware of this secret tunnel, even though they've been trained to memorize all secret locations. And yet, this place wasn't considered one of them. Pieces start to fall inside his head, as Jason connects the dots of the purpose of the tunnel, and realizes that the city is at risk of an enormous security breach that can happen at any time. Immediately, he whips out his blade, urging that they seal the passageway at once. But the mage isn't quite finished yet. Although sealing the tunnel is important, what's even more important is following the assassin that escaped. Well, Jason argues that they should call for backup in a situation like this. But Verdun thinks that if they wait too long, the assassin will escape. They have to make haste in the present, and saying so, he descends into the tunnel, leaving the knight at a loss for words. He thinks Verdun is acting far too chill towards a vice captain of the city. Yet again, it seems like the mage is underestimating Jason's abilities. Pissed off, he too jumps inside the tunnel, believing that all mages have the same annoying attitude on them. Speaking of which, remember the assassin that escaped? He's currently pacing around slowly with Vegeta's broken arm pose. The guy's mauling over the fact that he wasted a shit ton of time loafing around. Right after he escaped from the battle, it took him some time to recover and heal his wounds. He also made sure to cover his own tracks, so no traces were left behind. That's why he stayed here for long, but with the way he's handling this situation, he's certain that his terrifying boss will kill him. He's so frightened by that thought that he considers running away to someplace safe. But how will that make a difference? Because an organization like the Fangs of Gluttony will claw him down anyway. The best he can do is hope for the professor to take mercy on him. A while later, the assassin shows up before the professor, who doesn't seem to be in a pleasant mood. The news of the Marte City incident blew all over the place, to the point even he knew about it. The professor's crashing out, pointing out the sheer stupidity of his servant, who made such a spectacular performance that the entire city is now made alert. Hilariously, he thinks that this guy is the shittiest assassin because he couldn't even do his job right by keeping it low. In order to hear his side fully, he demands for a full explanation on what happened. The guy starts off, discussing how he went to Marte City and checked with the Department of Transit to uncover Verdun's location. Though he set up an ambush attempt, his clever opponent located him and used a destructive spell that brought the situation into the face of the city. He did his best hiding among the crowd, but the persistent mage stubbornly chased after him. A smoke bomb saved his life and caused a retreat. Hearing this, the professor is not pleased at all. He also thinks that Verdun would have chased after the assassin, if not for the fact that the knights of the city confronted him at an unfortunate timing, stopping his hunt. But even then, the professor is not having it. He thinks that there's a deeper goal associated with the mage that stopped his hunt. The realization finally overcomes him. There was an intentional reason why he let the assassin run away like that. Immediately, he tells the idiot assassin to take off his armor and burn it to the ground. The assassin doesn't even know what's up and follows the order, burning the armor at once. The burned armor reveals traces of mana, calling back the assassin's critical mistake. When he was struck by the staff, Verdun casted an additional spell on him. The professor goes ballistic, realizing that their location has been uncovered. They have to leave right away, securing the specimen and destroying everything else. But unfortunately for them, our boy makes his explosive entrance right away, realizing why his trace spell stopped working. He's glad that his enemies managed to uncover his secret plan. But it won't matter anymore. After all, they've been found, and there's no way for them to escape. The cat-and-mouse chase is done. Assessing the threat level of the situation, Verdun immediately notes that the guy in front of him is the assassin that attacked him, and the old man standing behind him, based on the clues that he received along the way, certainly has to be the professor linked to all the experiments. Finding himself in a pinch, the professor finally stands off against the crazy mage. He can't believe that the Ark would send in such an insane person from their side. Annoyingly enough, Verdun can't fathom why the Ark is constantly brought up whenever he confronts these people. It's like the situation from the cave. He wants to extract all the information he can get, but his immediate job is to knock the both of them down first. So he uses Earth Spear to catch them off guard. Well, the assassin steps in front to block the spell. The professor is still mad that his idiot subordinate messed up things all the way to the point their enemies are at the door. With a situation like this, the professor tells him to stall for time, while he can move his plan forward. Verdun doesn't want his ass to be running away, so he casts more magic arrows to quickly catch him. Unfortunately, they're all blocked by the assassin, who proves to be a diversion for his master to run off. He can't risk failing more than he has already. Even though he blocked a weakened version of his attack, Verdun thinks that if he goes too far, he might end up killing the guy, and he doesn't want to lose his chance of obtaining information. Right now he's in a pinch, he has to capture without killing. The assassin goes on to unleash his sword against the vice captain, who defends himself capably. Jason instructs Verdun that he'll handle things here, allowing the mage to push past and chase the professor. Without wasting a breath, this man literally flies ahead looking like a Dragon Ball Z character over here, making Jason regret helping him because bro didn't even say thank you and just left. Despite bursting with incredible speed, Verdun just can't find the professor. Only little time has passed, so it doesn't make sense for him to have escaped too far. Suddenly he is startled by a disgustingly strong stench. It's the stench of rotting corpses. The mage confronts the professor at last, who appears more confident and sinister than ever before. He knew his subordinate would fail to stop the crazy mage, but he's glad that Verdun came anyway, because he's been dying to show the world his creation. In the giant cage behind him rests an army of torn-mouth creatures, the Jesters. The mage comes to terms with the situation and realizes that this insane professor created hordes of these monsters at once. The name Jester appears to be a mockery of the professor's intent. He claims his creations to be his personal evolutions. However, the creatures are still considered failures that aren't fully perfected. They don't meet the standard he's aiming to reach, and yet, he thinks they'll be more than enough to stop one mage. So he goes all crazy and frees them from their cage, sending a group of gigantic orcs and goblins in his way. With the creatures fast approaching him, the mage realizes that he'll have to deal with these guys all night if he beats them one by one. So he goes for the smarter approach, combining water and thunder magic, invoking double casting again, and unleashing Thunder Wave as an eruptive spell. This spell casts a crashing wave of water, and pairs it with thunderbolts, practically clearing the enemies in large scale. It even catches the professor and brings him down, causing him to express his annoyance. Having observed his abilities personally, the professor is having his "oh shit, I'm fucked" moment, because this isn't an ordinary third-tier mage. From the way he's controlling his powers, this guy appears to be a fourth-tier magician of the highest caliber. He's literally destroying all the mutations without much trouble. Having spent decades researching and crafting these monstrous psychopaths, it's absurd that everything is about to end in the span of a few minutes. In a desperate attempt to save his life, he taps open a secret door and enters the room where his ultimate specimen is being kept inside a chamber. This creature is the professor's finest creation, a masterpiece that terrifies me the more I look at it. Bro's got an hourglass body that girls would die for. I wonder what his workout routine is. Verdun quickly catches up to the cowardly professor, who can't believe that the mage annihilated all of his test subjects so fast. Our boy casually admits that he burned them all, so there's no way to run now. The professor finds the whole situation ridiculous. Even though he deemed them his failed test subjects, they were still powerful in numbers. One mage shouldn't be enough to kill them all, not so quickly. With this accomplishment alone, he's dead certain that Verdun is in the 4th tier caliber for a mage. Speaking of our boy, he's intrigued by the sight of the creature being preserved in the chamber. The professor's nervousness is replaced by his pride. He's never been more proud of a creation before. This creature is dubbed Gluttony, the very symbol of their group and their ideology. It's the ultimate life form that devours everything in sight to become more powerful. Verdun gets chills when he hears that this creature is supposed to be the future of humanity. He can't risk things to get out of control, and slices off the professor's arm. Finally, a protagonist who tries to eliminate a threat before it awakens. Even then, it's unfortunate for him, because despite his wailing screams, the professor had already pressed the button before his arm was cut. Lo and behold, the abomination known as Gluttony. Man, if this creature is supposed to represent humanity's future, sign me the heck out. Verdun finally realizes the professor's plan, who is laughing victoriously, pointing that the mage's immense mana reserves will be the end of him. Because Gluttony? He's staring at a 5-star meal full of mana over here. The creature uniquely displays a capacity to speak, sharing its hunger. Verdun is caught off guard, as Gluttony spasms out of control with chaotic energy. The salivating monster has already locked its target down, aspiring to eat the delicious meal. Chat, is this monster Riz? I know I said Verdun's like Gojo, but damn, even the monsters out here want his staff. In all seriousness, when Gluttony unleashed a wave of energy, it enhanced its body immensely. In the span of a few seconds, this creature is already channeling abilities that surpass years of a human's training. The fact that an artificial being can use such powers is beyond him. Not just that, Gluttony is literally going ballistic, only targeting the weakest parts of our boy's defensive barrier, exposing every opening imaginable. It's not a surprise that the professor holds this creature as his finest creation. Admittedly, even Verdun finds the research interesting. At the same time, he's not catching the fraud allegations anytime soon. So when Gluttony runs up screaming at him again, our boy bitch slaps him a reality check with his staff, shoving him into the nearest wall. Remember, folks, it may be the proudest day of the professor's life after decades of his research, but it's just another Tuesday for our boy. Declaring the creature weaker than him, Verdun awaits his next move. Ever since those grueling days as a lab rat in the Bohemian Magic Tower, keeping a lid on his explosive rage has become a survival habit for our boy. Instead of letting the fire consume him, that anger serves as the fuel for a heaven-defying theory. With the creature finally cast aside, those surging emotions harden into icy, sharp rationality. For now, we are going to call this creature with a nickname, Mortal. It possesses the exact physical stats of the professor's experimental orc, especially that terrifyingly fast regeneration that makes killing it a real chore. Abnormally superior elasticity, flexibility, and speed define this thing. As Verdun's staff comes up, it becomes clear that these are the creature's only tricks. As Mortal closes the distance, he launches a counterattack instantly. Though agility initially saves the creature, Verdun's earth spear eventually finds its mark, forcing a spray of blood from Mortal's lungs. That spear was just a distraction, however. Our hero's magic arrow streaks toward its true target right behind it. The battle is in Verdun's favor because, unlike a trained knight, Mortal lacks the combat senses to sniff out a basic tactic. It moves like a pro at brute force punches, but nothing more, essentially just a beast in a human suit. Verdun mocks the professor as his so-called magnum opus is too weak to even deserve a title. Watching his masterpiece crumble, the professor looks truly devastated. This cream-of-the-crop creation was designed to absorb an opponent's traits by eating their mana, a process meant to forge a true neo-human. Instead, a one-sided beatdown unfolds, much to the professor's horror. However, he consoles himself with the weak excuse that the creature is just a baby born before its time. Because the creature is starving, its full power remains under lock and key. In a twisted move, the professor plans to use his own severed arm as a snack for his baby, a desperate sacrifice to restore the beast's strength and buy an escape. However, Verdun shifts into full investigation mood as he demands a research log from him. After a heavy threat against his child and the professor himself, the professor is forced to hand over the experiment logs. He bets that as a mage himself, the importance of this research will be obvious to Verdun. So, the man bets his life that the research is too valuable to be destroyed, but he clearly doesn't know our boy very well. Instead of admiration, a look of pure disgust follows as the logs are tossed aside like trash. While the research might have some biological value, its ethical violations are nasty enough to rival the Bohemian Tower. When pressed for a reason, Verdun simply states that the work doesn't align with his vibe. Next moment, a protest erupts from the professor as the intent to kill both him and his pet becomes crystal clear. Our boy considers investigating the Ark and Gluttony, but the thought dies in his throat. With Jason heading this way, any potential leaks need to be plugged immediately. Next moment, he activates the Ignite spell, burning the professor and his experiment to a crisp. A moment later, Jason appears, wearing a mask of concern. When asked about the assassin, Jason boasts about blowing him away, claiming that if a vice captain is hurt, the bad guy must be in even worse shape. The excuse is transparent, though. Jason obviously let the target slip away. A map of the territory around Martes now occupies Verdon's focus, even if the marked location is still a mystery. Suddenly, a sharp headache spikes, a classic symptom of mana overuse. Whether he's actually capable of overtaxing his mana is a puzzle for another day. For now, it's time to head home. A few days pass, and peace returns to Martes after the terrorist plot is exposed. Consequently, a furious mayor keeps the knights on high alert, beefing up security and clearing out the underground tunnels. But local politics aren't our boy's concern. Right now, the only thing that matters is the injection of the mana circuit expansion stimulant. Through the use of this miracle, years of magic growth condense into just a few weeks. Verdon is sweating profusely from the sheer effort of the process. With only mid-rank 3 reached in his elemental system, it's officially time to push for the next stage. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure, likely the big boss, gets wind of the professor's death. He isn't exactly crying over the news. In fact, he was planning to eliminate the professor anyway. Instead, our boy's handling of the cleanup sparks a genuine intrigue within him. It won't be long before our hero is graced by his presence. The next morning finds Verdon at the Martes Knights training grounds, focusing on his magic drills. Previous legwork on that mysterious map had already pointed toward a defunct research facility hidden deep within the forest at the border. Apparently, the secret to high-level villainy involves hiding a front door under a massive tree and locking it with a complex mechanical device. Despite a thorough search, the facility turned up no signs of life other than the usual forest insects. Aside from a fang-shaped emblem mentioned in the professor's journal and a Mahbat hide, the gold standard for physical resistance, the trail for the Ark or Gluttony remains a total ghost town. No clues, no leads, nothing. Meanwhile, the local knights are having a field day whispering about his training habits. After all, a respectable mage practicing with a pole technique is bound to draw some stares. Between the acquisition of the rare Mahbat skin and stopping a literal terrorist plot, he gets a good deal. Next moment, a summon from the mayor cuts the session short. A little later, Verdon finds himself sitting in front of a mayor who is practically vibrating with gratitude. Although Verdon tries to be humble, but the man refuses to let it go. Thanks to our boy's intervention, the city guards managed to round up the remnants of the professor's faction hiding in the city. Granted, they didn't catch anyone important, just a bunch of brainwashed zealots by the professor, but a win is still a win. Because public panic is bad for business, both agree that these heroics should stay off the record. In Verdon's world, a carefully built reputation is the best currency there is. He isn't interested in being a generic knight for hire. Instead, he aims to be recognized as the powerful mage who saves cities. That kind of branding gets much better deals, and keeping his mouth shut now means a better reward can be squeezed out later. True to that genius prediction, the mayor leads him straight to a hidden vault filled with rare items either directly purchased or confiscated from criminals. As the heavy doors swing open, a magical hoard of dreams is revealed. Everything from masterfully crafted mithril swords that are easy to imbue with mana to high-grade artifacts is lined up for the taking. Given plenty of time to shop, Verdon knows he made the right call. While opportunities for fame will come again, this kind of rare compensation is the real prize. Basically, mithril is a top-tier ingredient, but Verdon is currently staring at a sword that is basically a glorified butter knife for someone of his caliber. Since he's picky about his gear, he asks for permission to appraise the hoard. The mayor's growing respect for our boy is obvious. It's not every day a non-professional possesses the eye to appraise, but Verdon clearly does. During inspection, a few items draw his attention, but nothing here touches his current loadout. He's halfway considering grabbing a sword just to flip it for profit later, but then, a mysterious ring stops him in his tracks. His appraisal skill hits a brick wall, no reaction. In the RPG world, that usually means it's junk or something that doesn't register as magical. The mayor tells Verdon to take his time. Poor man didn't realize Verdon takes that literally. By sunset, the mayor's patience is paper thin. Our guy's meticulous nature is far beyond expectations. Finally, showing some mercy, Verdon chooses a necklace of protection with an auto mana barrier. The mayor warns him that casting the barrier through this necklace eats mana like a hungry dragon. Verdon just shrugs off the concern. With his mana pool the size of an ocean, he can manage just fine. Still, the mayor is feeling stinginess regarding giving only one moderate item, so he offers up that ring Verdon was eyeing earlier as a bonus. Verdon plays it cool, but the mayor insists that he is a hero of the city after all. As Verdon turns to leave, the mayor asks if he's hitting the road. Verdon denies it because he's still got some unfinished business in town. The mayor offers a blank check of help for whatever he needs, earning Verdon's genuine gratitude. Meanwhile, over at the Viren Territory mines, things are getting spooky. A miner digs up a skull and starts losing his mind. His partner mocks him that it's not like he first time sees a bone, but the worker points out the problem that the skull is completely intact. His pickaxe should have shattered it into dust. It means that the thing is clearly possessed. To solve the problem, the partner just kicks the skull out of the way and tells him to get back to work. But then, the air gets cold. Everyone's face turns a shade of ghost white as they look behind the miner. The poor guy is oblivious until his buddy points a trembling finger. He turns around just as the skull pulls itself together into a full-on undead. His scream for everyone to evacuate is cut short by a bloodbath. The undead start their hunt. Now rumors are flying faster than arrows. There are things in the Viren mines that just won't stay dead, and the city is officially slapping on a state of emergency. The surviving miners warn about the news as the entire territory begins to spiral into a panic. A messenger from Viron reaches Martes shortly after with the update. Meanwhile, Iris's party is wondering when their companion is finally going to get cozy with our guy. Our dude is practicing magic enchantment under Iris's watchful eye. She's currently coaching him through the next stage of a spell, encouraging him to mix his mana into the brew. Though it took our boy a full month to learn the mana enchantment and his secret technique, he consumed his time by learning enchantment magic from Iris. Right now, Verdan is out in the forest putting his enchantment lessons to work, stacking enchantments on himself as including strength enchantment, reaction speed enchantment, sensory enchantment, and barrier enchantment. With all those buffs shrieking around him, he lunges at an orc, finishing it off with a mana-focused strike that slices the monster clean. After a solid month of practice, his training is finally successfully applied in actual combat. The sight of a mage taking out an orc barehanded in only 13 seconds floors Iris. She thinks for a moment whether there is anything our boy can't do. He thanks Iris for the magic lessons, but she's already so in awe of his talent that she tries to give him all the credit. To her, he's so amazing he practically taught himself. Verdan, however, brushes off the praise with a reality check. A self-taught path is impossible when all the textbooks are burned. Since she was the one who helped him whenever he got stuck, the credit for the teaching belongs to her. That statement completely saves her pride. His down-to-earth act is truly enchanting. He's so perfect it's actually suspicious. Naturally, his romantic interests become a point of curiosity, because apparently our boy has everything a girl could fall for. Then, her thoughts take a wild turn whether Verdan have some kind of hidden problem. Verdan's calm reply that he doesn't have any kind of problem is baffling. That's when the realization hits. She was wondering out loud. He dryly reminds her to keep her wild thoughts to herself. Totally embarrassed, she tries to clear the air and fails, all the way back to the city gate. But the awkwardness is cut short at the entrance, when they find Oscar is there waiting. It looks like he has a request to make. The reason someone of Oscar's caliber, the guild master of the Martes Adventurers Guild, personally seeks out Verdan is because a massive horde of undead has appeared in the mines near the Viron territory, right on the border of Martes. The sheer scale of the infestation is enough to push the guild to seek outside help, but the real deterrent is the nature of the monsters themselves. Contact with these undead results in a curse or disease, which makes every local adventurer hesitant to take the job. Having heard of our boy's success in exposing a recent terrorist plot, Oscar arrives to solicit his help. Normally, Verdan would decline such a grim request, but since his bounty money is almost gone, he decides to take the contract. A little extra fame along the way certainly wouldn't hurt his reputation. Meanwhile, nearby adventurers, already buzzing with rumors about his skill and good looks, watch the exchange with interest. Verdan glances at Iris and questions her awareness of the undead situation. She claims to have only just heard the news, though the lie is a bit thin. When he reminds her that her party is tagging along and might be terrified of the monsters, she admits to some nerves but dismisses the local rumors about curses as baseless superstition, citing her background as an academy graduate. From her perspective, the mission is a guaranteed win. Since her team won't be in active combat, she proudly declares that Verdan will handle the front line while she and her party remain in the rear for support. It is a moment of immense, albeit misplaced, pride. Her party members are visibly embarrassed to hear their leader so boldly announce their plan to avoid the actual fighting. To anyone listening, the party is perfectly happy to let someone else do the heavy lifting. Despite the awkward dynamic, Verdan remains hopeful that the opportunity will ultimately turn into something productive. A day has passed since the expedition departed to subjugate the undead. While the rest of the team remains cramped inside the carriage, our boy is traveling via flight magic. His choice to stay airborne leaves the group wondering if he is intentionally keeping his distance, not to mention the mystery of how he manages the massive mana reserves required to maintain such a spell indefinitely. Naturally, curiosity within the carriage turns toward his relationship with Iris. She subtly suggests they are merely a senior-junior duo, a nod to the time he saved their lives. When one girl guesses they might be alumni from the same academy, Iris clarifies that Verdan is more of a teacher to her, despite their narrow age gap. The conversation is cut short when Verdan's voice carries down to the carriage. From his vantage point, a horde of undead is already visible, relentlessly chasing a group of Viren residents. Without wasting a second, he flies toward the fray to intervene. Even from a distance, the sheer number of the walking dead is staggering, but it provides the perfect opportunity to test the results of his recent efforts. His confidence stems from a secret skill linked to a treasure he acquired from the Magic Tower, a rare grimoire. Typically only a mage of the 3rd tier or higher can wield such an item, as it significantly enhances the caster's magical power once opened. It is a masterpiece of magical engineering, designed to amplify all forms of sorcery. Now, Combined with his month of enchantment practice, the stage is set for a demonstration of destruction. Only the artisan magic tower can craft an artifact of this caliber, given the grueling requirements and the obscenely rare materials involved. Because these items are so powerful, they are usually strictly registered and tracked. Naturally, our boy is sporting an unregistered grimoire of elemental magic. He has even gone the extra mile by engraving a complex, constantly active connection magic circle into it, turning high-level theory into a very dangerous reality. The moment he decides to test it, the world reacts. He drops a geography manipulation spell on the target area, and the ground shatters. To the horror and awe of everyone watching, the earth itself surges upward, forming a massive terrestrial hand that scoops up the undead skeletons like toys. Without missing a beat, he follows up with a double cast of flame and blast, incinerating the trapped bones until nothing remains but drifting ash. His companions are beyond stunned. It's one thing to drop high-level spells. It's another to do it after maintaining a flight spell for 24 hours straight. Verdun notes that the earth elemental spell he registered to the grimoire performed even better than expected. Combining the enormous mana capacity of his defying heaven-altered body with the grimoire's amplification has likely pushed his geography manipulation to a broken level. All those hours of practice definitely weren't a waste of time. Watching from the sidelines, Iris is certain he has reached the 4th tier. Moving mountains isn't something a 3rd-tier mage can do after all. However, her awe is cut short by a cold spike of adrenaline. An undead straggler has managed to sneak up behind her, lunging for an ambush. But before it can even graze her, a newcomer flashes through her line of sight. In a blur of steel and speed, the undead's head is separated from its shoulders within seconds. Taking a good look at the man, having the platinum plate and hauling a massive axe, it's pretty easy for the group to pin him as Galliarch the Butcher. He immediately demands the whereabouts of the undead horde he came to hunt, only for Iris to break the news that they've already been wiped out. Galliarch isn't buying it. He has the reports that a horde that size doesn't just vanish into thin air. His gaze shifts toward our boy, searching for the one responsible for the cleanup crew. When he bluntly asks if Verdun did the deed, our guy doesn't exactly go for the humble approach as he arrogantly fires back, asking what if it was his work. That definitely doesn't sit well with the Butcher. Galliarch didn't trek all the way out here just to stare at a pile of ash. Since Verdun effectively snatched the job and the glory right out from under him, Galliarch decides there's only one logical response. It's time to take a revenge. The air between the two men thickens with the obvious mood for revenge. To pick the perfect spot for the brawl, Verdun puts some distance between them, prepping for the upcoming showdown, a move that doesn't escape his opponent. The prospect of Verdun actually stepping up brings a hyped grin to Galliarch's face. One of the adventurers warns our boy that he shouldn't fight the Butcher. The potential danger of the man brings a look of concern to Iris, but the adventurer explains that dangerous is an understatement. Immense power and a violent temper define Galliarch. During a past drunk rampage, he once crumpled a knight who tried to stop him. The blatant criminality of the act takes Iris aback, but another person interjects, noting that the guild's need for his strength bought his freedom. Gode, a party member of Galliarch, bluntly argues that Galliarch's status as a platinum rank adventurer basically makes him immune to the law. However, his other teammate, Narian, reminds the group to focus on reining in their brood of a leader, especially since they are now on Viron land, a situation that could easily spiral into an international incident. Gode reasons with his team that since Verdun's party might be on an official request from Viron, causing a scene now is just asking for trouble. He decides to handle the matter himself. Galliarch, for his part, isn't exactly thrilled. He is perfectly confident he could kill them all and just blame it on some unknown party. Gode, on the other hand, is ready to show our boy his place and activates his magic pressure skill. Unfazed by the spell, Verdun places the guy at mid-3rd tier at best. While the people nearby buckle under the immense weight of the pressure, our dude remains unimpressed. Despite the big name, the skill is just a messy release of raw mana, and Gode's clumsy technique is obvious to Verdun. In the next moment, Verdun releases his own magic. The surge doesn't just cancel out Gode's pressure, it completely knocks him down. The display of superior strength immediately captures Galliarch's interest. When Verdun offers up his fabricated name, Galliarch just grins, clearly excited at the prospect of meeting someone like him. After the conflict ends, the group is tasked with both guarding the king's survival and delivering aid, which delays their arrival at the Viron territory. Not to mention, Verdun's companions are less than happy with him for clashing with someone like Galliarch. By the next day, they are standing before the Lord of Viron, Farnad van Viron. He is ready with his Viron knight troops and a religious order that includes clerics. They are all heading to the mines to eliminate the undead infestation. Before dispatching the troops, the Lord expresses his hope that there will be no casualty. Both Galliarch's party and our boy's team are part of the mission. Galliarch taunts Verdun, suggesting he might be nervous, while Verdun's own companions warn him, again, not to mess with the Butcher. He dryly replies that he won't be fighting unless the other party picks a fight. Besides, they need to focus. The battle has already started. Next moment, a furious fight breaks out between the human soldiers and the undead skeletons. Their leader informs them to crush the skeletons' heads to ensure they stay down, as attacking the middle just allows them to regenerate. The clerics and mages are supposed to stay at the rear for support. The battlefield shifts when a blood golem emerges. The knights warn the clerics to stay back or risk being crushed, as the monster cannot be defeated by an ordinary sword. Galliark, however, is not afraid of the challenge. He jumps into the air, declaring that fighting this monster is nothing more than a warm-up for him. First, he punches the monster with raw, bone-shattering force. Then, without wasting a second, he tears the golem's head clean off its body. While Galliark's display of skill impresses Lord Viron, the man's next move brings his sanity into question. In a blatant show of power, Galliark throws the severed head through the air, landing it right in front of our dude. The act is incredibly rude, but the subtext is clear. This is Galliark's way of marking his territory. It's a taunt, a challenge to prove that Verdun's feats from yesterday were more than just a lucky show-off session. The trick works. In the next moment, Verdun activates his terrain manipulation, making the very ground beneath the brute's feet literally shift. Before anyone can blink, he follows up with a massive fireball spell. The back-to-back use of high-grade magic leaves his companions genuinely concerned for his mana levels, but our boy isn't slowing down. As he pulverizes the undead, Galliark voices his excitement. Our boy's nasty temper, despite that soft, unassuming look, is a delight to him. He then challenges Verdun to a competition. Whoever takes down the most undead is the winner. After that, the battlefield becomes a chaotic race of destruction. While our boy is incinerating waves of undead with precise magic, Galliark is ripping through them with nothing but brute force. The constant provocation from Galliark really hits home for our boy, who spends the trek picking off undead here and there. This impromptu challenge actually works in everyone's favor. By the time the group reaches the mines, casualties remain remarkably low. Because space inside the cave is limited, only a select few gain access, including Verdun, Iris, and Galliark's team. Galliark's rare praise for Verdun's skills meets with total indifference from our guy. One person definitely not enjoying the vibes is Gode, the mage on Galliark's team. Jealousy eats at him after Verdun countered his mana pressure so easily. While our boy appears to be a third tier like himself, his true depth remains a suspicious mystery. While the selected party enters the mines, the main garrison waits at the entrance. Nerian, a gold rank ranger from Galliark's party, takes the vanguard position. She is undeniably good at her job, detecting threats and eliminating undead with surgical surprise attacks. Every member of the party proves efficient, operating like a well-oiled machine, yet a mounting bad feeling haunts Verdun. The momentum stalls when a knight stops the group upon seeing what looks like a dead end. Without a word to the others, Verdun scans the entire mine with mana detection, searching for any sign of a lich. An ambush is the last thing they need if they want to keep everyone in one piece. Verdun's distraction catches Iris's attention, and she isn't the only one. Galliark spots the tension and taunts him, asking if he smells death. The presence of a powerful undead nearby is already obvious to the butcher as well, and the realization only fuels his excitement for the coming fight. Verdun agrees, quietly warning Iris to stick close behind him once the real battle begins. When she asks what kind of monster they are facing, he has no certain answer yet. The party ahead suddenly spots a light at the far end of the mine. A report from Rox confirms a tunnel ending in an unexpected glow. The discovery is shocking. There should be no other exits besides the one they entered. Galliark halts the group as they stumble upon what appears to be a tomb. Most prominent is a skeleton wearing the royal crest of Estria. This is a major curveball. Since Verdun is currently concealing his identity after escaping the Bohemian magic tower in the Rivante Duchy, which originally gained independence from Estria, the presence of these symbols in Viron is bizarre. Gode is the most rattled, having been tasked with the preliminary scouting. The overlooked trace of Estria is a massive embarrassment. Desperate to redeem himself, he offers to eliminate the root of the problem so his companions don't have to bother with such a menial task. The clerics begin their standard purification ritual, a necessary precaution in case the undead is a death knight. If they can weaken it before it awakens, they might kill it without taking much damage. Unfortunately, the corpse immediately surges with mana. The clerics react by activating a stone strike spell, hurling a massive rock at the figure. But it is too late. The knight awakens before the stone even makes impact. It reaches out, nearly grabbing Gode, but Galliark intervenes, grabbing the creature's hand and crushing it in his fist while cursing its sudden speed. As the undead assumes a combat stance, its identity as a death knight becomes a question for Galliark. A cleric answers with a voice full of dread that it is a wailing knight. While usually considered weaker than a death knight in a one-on-one duel, they are arguably more dangerous for one specific reason: their ability to command lesser undead. Right on cue, the other skeletons in the tomb begin to stir. Stepping forward, our boy claims the course of action is crystal clear that they are all here for one reason, and that's to put the Wailing Knight in the ground for good. To make that happen, he starts using his magic to reconstruct the entire terrain, aiming to neutralize the enemy's massive advantage in numbers. In the next moment, the ground beneath their feet shakes with such violence that his companions start questioning his motives. Galliarch's worry that Verdun is trying to claim Boss Monster for himself is clear. Verdun reassures him that there will be plenty of enemies to go around down there. As if on cue, a small army of undead awakens. Skeletal dark mages hover in the air while soldiers swarm the ground, ready to tear the party apart. Meanwhile, our boy is only interested in one thing: taking down the Wailing Knight personally. Without wasting another moment, Verdun hurls a volley of flame arrows at the Wailing Knight. Basically, fire and holy elements are the natural bane of the undead, so he strengthens the assault by double casting with Heatwave Arrow, triggering a massive explosion on impact. Spotting a brief opening through the smoke, he pierces the knight's chest with a fire spear, but the undead boss remains unfazed. Aside from a fresh hole in its armor, the monster stands tall. The knight's immediate shift into a counterattack is obvious. An efficient block is the only way forward. A direct hit threatens to shatter Verdun's mana shield, and the resulting recoil would leave him wide open. This time he pivots to ice magic, releasing a freezing wave of winter gust. He follows up with a double cast of Breath of Glacier, successfully entombed the Wailing Knight in a cage of ice. The plan is simple: crush the frozen enemy with pure mass. Gathering his focus, he prepares a triple earth spear throw, manifesting a massive spike of solid rock aimed right at the knight's heart. Shockingly, the Wailing Knight detects the incoming danger and shatters the ice cage with brute strength. Its appearance shifts instantly, dark mana coalescing into a suit of obsidian-like armor around its body. Next moment, Verdun feels his head hurt, a clear warning of his mana reserves hitting rock bottom. At this rate, total depletion and defeat are only moments away. Before the situation can spiral, Galliarch crashes onto the scene and punches the knight with a bone-rattling thud. It seems the butcher finally reached his limit on letting our boy have the main course all to himself. Meanwhile, the other adventurers finish off the three liches without a single casualty. When Rox gives the credit to Narian, Gode's irritation is obvious. She wasn't the only one taking down high-tier undead. To keep the peace, Rox flatters him, praising his contributions to the fight. Iris, however, remains focused on the bigger picture. Her teammates point out the elephant in the room that there is no clear exit. A large hole in the roof sits far out of reach, and their collective firepower isn't enough to blast through the thick walls. If the ceiling collapses, everyone goes down with it, buried alive. Right on cue, the walls begin to tremble. The tremors are the direct result of Galliarch's clash with the transformed Wailing Knight. Even his bone-shattering punches fail to leave a scratch on the monster's new armor. Instead, a heavy blow from the knight sends Galliarch reeling back. The monster immediately follows up with a sword strike, forcing Galliarch to duck just in time. The knight leaps back to reset as Galliarch readies his axe. Sensing our boy behind him, Galliarch's surprise is evident. He didn't expect Verdun to still be on his feet. He suggests taking a rest, but Verdun is more interested in an after-action report on the boss undead. Galliarch reports back that the thing is tough, but fighting it is pure entertainment. Galliarch surges forward again. He leaps into the air, his axe held high for a next blow. Activating his destruction skill, he slams down with full force, crumbling the floor beneath the knight's feet before kicking the monster away. With more undead swarming from behind, Verdun immediately triggers a mana explosion, vaporizing the small fries before they can interfere. Galliarch grabs the Wailing Knight with his bare hands and slams it into the wall with bone-crushing force. Without a word of warning, Verdun tells him to step aside as he unleashes a concentrated fire spell, drawing a guttural curse from the butcher as the heat flares. The knight, however, refuses to stay down. Its sword lances out, aiming to impale Galliarch, but he catches the blade between his elbow and knee, stopping the steel inches from his chest. In the next moment, the Wailing Knight shifts its focus entirely to Verdun. It lunges forward, passing through the lingering flames as if they are nothing more than a light mist. The sight of the fire having zero effect on the monster brings a visible tension to our boy's face. He is protected from the knight's direct impact only by the necklace of protection. The mayor's earlier warning about the jewelry's massive mana consumption, once brushed off as a minor concern, now rings true as the primary cause of his depleted reserves. Aside from the magical drain, a sharp, nauseating pain from a dislocated shoulder makes every movement a struggle. The biggest problem remains the enemy, whose strength has spiked exponentially since manifesting the black armor. Seizing a moment of transition, the clerics join the fray alongside the two fighters, their holy chains lashing out to bind the knight from three sides. When questioned about the obsidian plating, the clerics can offer no answers. The church archives contain no record of a Wailing Knight possessing such a form. Galliarch rushes the bound enemy, shouting for the clerics to hold the chains tight. The Wailing Knight reacts with terrifying physical power, yanking the chains and nearly dragging the holy casters into a collision. Galliarch intercepts them just in time, saving the clerics from a bone-crushing impact and commanding them to regroup for another attempt. Watching from a distance, Gode's confidence returns. The knight's hyper-focus on Galliark looks like the perfect opening to prove his worth. He readies an earth spear, aiming for a killing blow, but the monster brushes the projectile aside like an annoying mosquito, reflecting it straight back at him. The sight of his injured teammate sends Galliark into a desperate rage. He shoves the monster aside and barks orders at the clerics to heal the fallen mage. The Wailing Knight rushes him again, but Galliark catches it with his bare hands, slamming the creature into the dirt. He glances back at Verdun, demanding to know how much time is needed for a mana recovery. Our boy replies that a few seconds are enough for him to pull himself together. With a signal to get ready, Galliark pins the enemy down, exposing the specific spot he had weakened earlier. An elbow to the guts draws a loud curse from the butcher, but he holds firm, smashing the knight into the ground once more until a visible crack finally spiders across the black armor. Both Galliark and Verdun remain on high alert, their eyes locked on the fractured plating. The chance for a clean victory slips away as the knight delivers a punishing blow, throwing Galliark across the stone floor. Verdun steps into the gap, placing himself between the brute and the monster, and declares himself the Wailing Knight's true opponent. The open hole in the knight's chest armor remains the only clear path to victory. A single, focused burst of magic on that exact spot is a gamble, but it is the only one left. He fires the spell, but the Wailing Knight's reflexes are still terrifyingly sharp. Before the fire can find its mark, a sudden streak of frost cuts through the air between them. Turning toward the source, he finds Iris. He realizes that her ice magic has joined the fray. The memory of his earlier encouragement flashes through his mind. He had praised her natural affinity for ice magic despite her lack of experience with elemental spells. Driven by those words, she had promised to try her best. In the present, he inwardly praises for her timely intervention. With the night momentarily slowed by the frost, the opening is wider than ever. Verdun readies a final, concentrated flame spell as he prepares to claim a hard-fought victory. While lying unconscious, our dude clings to the clear memories of Wailing Knight. He is thinking that no matter how many battles stand in his way, he will go back to his homeland. He repeats this promise in his fading thoughts because it keeps him moving forward. He truly believes it, yet fate does not fully rest in his hands. Then he learns something he is never meant to know, and that knowledge ruins every plan he builds. As a result, his son saw his father buried alive in front of him. Even so, the desire to return to his home never leaves him. When he opens his eyes on the ground, confusion hits first. Iris and the priest feel relieved because his silence finally breaks. He pushes himself up and focuses on the battle, wanting to know if the subjugation succeeds. The priest explains that victory comes through our guy's effort. Iris adds that they defeat the knight, but he suddenly collapses afterward. The priest connects his collapse to the necklace in his hand. He senses a will inside it, similar to the Wailing Knight's presence. Verdun grips it so tightly that no one can remove it. Because the aura feels dangerous, the priest believes it should be handed over. Verdun refuses and keeps responsibility for it himself. He insists that nothing will go wrong, even though the priest warns that anything is possible. Galliark shifts the mood by commenting that the necklace as a reward is quite small. The priest agrees, but everyone understands that Gode's condition matters more. He survives only because they act quickly. Relief spreads when it becomes clear that he lives. Once Verdun stands again, the group prepares to return since the cleanup is nearly finished. The undead soldiers, their commander, the defeated Wailing Knight who invades mine all are defeated. When the Lord hears about it, fear pushes him to order a full cleanup immediately. Thankfully, no one who enters the mines dies. After searching through the undead's memories, Verdun feels uneasy. At the same time, he recognizes one clear result from this incident. He grows stronger. Real fight pushes his limits faster than study ever does. Even though he remains at the 3rd level, the magic book that cuts connections and boosts mana allows him to cast wide-area spells equal to the 4th level. This progress strengthens his resolve. If he continues without giving up, he will one day reach the level of the Tower Master. After the incident, the priests of the Lewis Order choose to stay behind and supervise the mines. The adventurers prepare to return to their own paths. Galliark assumes Verdun will not live as a simple adventurer or mercenary and wonders if he plans to head toward Grey. Our guy never heard something like this before. The other explains that Grey functions as a center where information is traded and requests are organized. Only those with proven skill earn a place there. Many ambitious fighters gather in that city, chasing fame and wealth outside strict rules. Because they fight side by side, Galliark shares this knowledge openly. Verdun spends most of his life trapped in the Magic Tower, so he lacks this kind of street information. But he knows that the risky requests in Grey mean stronger enemies, and stronger enemies create more chances to grow. From the carriage, Iris reminds everyone that departure approaches. She wonders if he intends to leave with them. Besides, she plans to study elemental magic further once she returns. She notices he stands apart, and realizes he does not plan to follow. His wounds are still fresh, yet his decision feels firm. He thanks her for the enhancement magic she taught him and assures her that with steady training, she will master elemental control. Even so, he confirms that he must leave. The farewell comes faster than expected. Iris reflects on everything that happens. She survives the battle and gains knowledge she fails to learn at the academy. Their meeting begins suddenly and now ends the same way. She accepts that holding him back serves no purpose. They shake hands and part with the intention of meeting again. She quietly decides that when that day comes, she will stand proudly as someone he can acknowledge. At the same time, Rovaline confronts the captured man. She demands him to answer that why the Black Hour targets the magic tower of Bohemern. Basically, the Black Hour is a group of mages who turn their backs on traditional magic to walk a twisted path. For Rovaline, the truth behind the attack on the magic tower of Bohemern stays hidden in the shadows. She never finds out who gave the order or what motivated the attack. She guesses that the men she was investigating are the lower rank, that such heavy secrets belong to those far above their rank. Next moment, she counters a man who appreciates Rovaline for the massive wave of destruction using only a basic second-rank spell. This man is Lucard, who is the third disciple of Valdek, believes that those born with natural gifts live in a world entirely different from that of common mages. Rovaline, however, is not happy that he is here. He worries about her investigating dangerous matters alone, pointing that she might earn the spot as their master's fourth student. To steer her away from these risks, Rovaline tells him to worry about his own work instead. It has been 7 years since his famous theory of multi-continuity hit the world, and many people are still waiting to see if he can strike gold twice. Lucard senses that Rovaline is skeptical of the old stories. While the Tower Master officially confirmed that the thesis was his, Rovaline finds the timeline suspicious. She notes that a man with such a flawless mind has only climbed to the 4th rank in 7 years. Her sharp logic strikes a nerve with Lucard, who feels she is disrespecting a man he holds in high regard. He views her as a constant thorn in his side, especially now that she is poking around in the past. Since he assumes that Verdun is dead, Lucard believes the truth about the stolen research is buried forever. This silence keeps certain powerful people safe, yet Rovaline continues to grow bolder by the day. Lucard knows that losing his temper would look bad in front of the Tower Master, so he keeps his emotions in check. He focuses on protecting his reputation while quietly aiming for the 5th rank. He believes that once he reaches that peak, he will finally have the power to stop dealing with Rovaline's interference. Meanwhile, before leaving Viron, Verdun stops in the village of Grey because Galliarch suggested it. Eventually, he makes his way to Cohen, the industrial center of Pale's lands. The city is a place of massive factories and rigid discipline. People move here searching for stability, but the harsh environment creates a massive gap between the wealthy and the poor. The slums of Cohen are famous for their misery, but Verdun knows that the best answers are often found where society refuses to look. He walks straight into the heart of the district. The contrast between the rich areas and the slums is staggering. Even the roughest parts of Martez seem bright compared to this. At the very least, he finds the stench here manageable. He finds a quiet building that serves as a front for information. The shop is empty except for a man behind the counter who tells him they are closed. Verdun simply mentions that the butcher sent him. The owner asks for his name, and he introduces himself as Asher. After the man confirms that he matches the description he was given, he skips the formalities. He points him toward a hidden door but gives him a stern warning. Do not cause trouble, or everyone involved will suffer for it. Verdun descends the stairs into a warehouse that leads to an underground tavern. A man wrapped in bandages leads him inside. Verdun scans the room immediately, spotting 2 mages, an archer, and 2 swordsmen. Everyone in the room is there for high-stakes work or secrets. Then he is led to another room. A man approaches him and introduces himself as Pale, a well-known information broker in the south. Pale admits he is impressed by how quickly our boy has made a name for himself since arriving in Pythe. Pale gets right to the point, offering both employment and intelligence. Verdun expresses interest in both. Pale explains the rules. Everything is tiered. The more valuable the secret, the higher the risk and the responsibility. Trading in sensitive information can cost lives, so trust and reputation are the only currencies that matter. There are no shortcuts in this system. Verdun understands the situation. Information regarding the Magic Tower's treasures is still out of his reach. However, he is short on funds. He realizes that by completing jobs and building his reputation, he will eventually gain the access he needs. He asks for the freedom to pick his own missions. Pale agrees but insists that he fill out a questionnaire first. As they talk, Pale notes that our boy looks more like an adventurer than a common mercenary. Pale then offers a job that seems to fit his history, a hunt for a dangerous creature. Verdun looks over the contract. He asks if the mission involves hunting a demi-human, but Pale informs him that the target is a roarwolf. Monster hunting typically begins when a government or a local lord sends a formal request to the guild. This setup highlights the strong connection between the ruling power and the guild, allowing a country to handle threats without throwing away its own soldiers recklessly. Sometimes a lord chooses to use his own troops to fight monsters directly. When this happens, every trophy and material gathered from the field belongs to that lord. Even so, the guild usually steps in to manage how those monster parts are distributed. However, when a territory relies solely on its military, the balance often shifts. Without consistent professional control, monster populations explode. If the soldiers cannot keep up, the land slowly transforms into a dangerous nest of beasts. Because of this danger, the guild maintains the right to step in first unless there is an emergency. Even then, clients always scramble to grab the most valuable parts for themselves. The vocal cords of a low-level wolf are a perfect example. Lords crave these materials, and merchants from Grey make a living by meeting that demand. Verdun takes on missions through these information brokers and finishes them with efficiency. At this moment, he is wrapping up one such contract. Next morning in this forest, the massive corpse of a wolf lies soaked in blood. Pale and Meyer look over the area, noting that the work is perfect. It isn't just one wolf that has fallen. The entire pack has been wiped out. The level of destruction makes it clear that this was no ordinary hunt. The smaller wolves were caught in wide-range attacks, leaving them decimated. The primary target, the roar wolf, was handled with more precision. It was killed carefully to make sure its vocal cords stayed intact. The hunt ended 2 days ahead of schedule, and the materials are in flawless condition. He confirms that everything is exactly as requested and marks the job as done. Pale also finds a sharp arrowhead left behind at the scene. Later, Verdun pays a visit to a workshop master. The craftsman asks if he is happy with the custom staff. Verdun looks over the gear and agrees that it meets his standards, feeling satisfied with his choice of workshop. When he first reached Cohen, he ordered a full set of armor made from Mahbat's skin, covering both his upper and lower body. At the same time, he asked the smith to fix a ring he found in Martes. The craftsman examines the ring and explains that it is a complex magical artifact. Fixing it won't be easy. As Verdun holds it, while using appraisal on it, he can tell that the damage is deep. While he can't tell what its original power was, he is certain that it is indeed a magical item. So he agrees to pay for it as the magic artifact restoration. After that, he stayed in Cohen for a while, working regularly for Pale. The jobs come in a steady stream. He finishes every task and collects his pay, doing everything from hunting down criminals and bandits to breaking up illegal slave rings. A month passes in a blur of activity. Eventually, the ring is restored, but its true ability stays locked away. Verdun realizes the workshop doesn't have the expertise to solve the mystery, so he decides to try repairing the magic himself. One day, while walking through the city streets, a little girl rushes past him with an ice cream cone. She trips and nearly falls, but he catches her just in time. Her grandmother rushes over, worried the child caused a scene. Verdun assures the woman that everything is fine and the girl is safe. The elderly woman is grateful for his quick reflexes and insists on giving him something in return. She explains that while she doesn't have much, she might be able to help him. The little girl proudly adds that her grandmother is famous for her fortune-telling. Even though Verdun doesn't believe in fortune-telling, he agrees to sit with her. He listens in silence as she lays out her cards to read his future. She tells him that he should keep living exactly as he is now. He thanks her and goes on his way. Once he is out of earshot, the granddaughter asks about the meaning of the cards. The old woman explains the grim reading. The man card represents life, the reaper stands for death, and the god card signifies birth. All of them appeared upside down. It is a pattern of total chaos, showing someone who has drifted completely away from his original destiny. Verdun has no idea about the old woman's dark interpretation. His mind is focused on the ring. He continues trying to fix it himself, even though he doesn't expect much progress. To him, the chaos of his life simply means there are no clear walls in his way. He plans to experiment for a few more days, and if he fails, he will look for an expert. Someone with the kind of limitless potential that doesn't bring darkness into the world. Just then, a huge map projection appears in front of him, leaving him confused. Somewhere else, an old man looks up at the sky. One specific star catches his eye. Despite years of studying astrology, he has never seen this star before. He can't figure out what it means. It seems to push against the stars around it, refusing to fade away. It is a star that should have burned out long ago, yet it remains bright. He feels as though a fate that was supposed to vanish is still lingering in the world. He starts coughing blood. With the ring on his finger, he looks at the sky and silently hopes that this star-defying heaven won't pull his own life. The man has the same ring our boy has now. Studying the map hidden inside the ring, Verdun leaves Cohen and heads toward the Barred Mountains. He does not inform Pale about this journey because even he does not understand where the ring is leading him. Since the destination is unclear, he avoids attention. To prevent anyone from tracking him, he travels quietly, sometimes by carriage and mostly on foot, without using magic. After 3 weeks, he steps out of a forest and notices a small village in the mountain. His real target lies in the nearby woods, so he decides that hiring a local hunter as a guide would increase his chances of success. On the way, he passes some hooded figures. Among them is a girl who watches him and expresses that he fits her choice and seeks permission from Cardin, the man beside her, to step away briefly. Her partner reacts with irritation because she repeats this behavior often. Cardin also told Ferris to remain silent. Until their mission ends, no personal movement is allowed. Ferris insists once more, but Cardin makes it clear that she can do whatever she wants only after the mission is finished. Their priority is to locate the traitor and eliminate him quickly. A passerby overhears their discussion about destruction and confronts them angrily. Because he hears too much, Cardin decides that he must be removed as well. 4 days later, deep in the forest near the Barred Mountains, Verdun sits by a fire. Frustration builds as he realizes he has wandered for days without results. The hunter guiding him is already exhausted. Despite scanning the area repeatedly with his magical senses, he detects nothing unusual. This failure forces him to reconsider his approach. He begins observing small details instead of relying only on detection magic. After a certain distance, he notices trees with different bark colors. Previously, he often flew above this forest and never paid attention to such differences. Now he studies everything carefully. That shift in perspective reveals the truth. The entire forest functions as a massive magical concealment circle. Someone has constructed a barrier of extremely high level. The tree at the center likely serves as its core. Verdun decides to break it within 1 hour. In reality, it takes him 4 hours to completely dismantle the magic circle. Inside, Harkin regains consciousness. He realizes he has fainted again and drinks a red potion, though its effect grows weaker. Even so, he endures. His mind drifts to an approaching incident that will reshape the world. Harkin suddenly senses something and reacts with fear and wonders whether the visitor comes from the Black Hour. Verdun steps forward and explains that his assumption is incorrect. He explains that the ring guided him here. The moment Harkin sees the ring, he identifies it as Crescent and begins coughing blood violently. After recovering slightly, he demands to know how Verdun obtained it. Verdun now understands that this man is no ordinary hermit. Only someone powerful could create such an enormous concealment barrier. The ring and this old man are clearly connected. Because of that, he remains cautious. He questions why Harkin hides here. The man appreciates his careful nature and agrees to explain. Before that, he expresses surprise that Verdun managed to bypass the barrier. Most of the dozens of entrances are deadly traps. Verdun reveals that he dismantled the entire circle in 4 hours. Harkin is genuinely shocked. Someone so young should not possess that level of knowledge and skill. When pressed about the ring, Harkin answers that it represents fate. Though they have never met, fate has reunited them. He admits that he lost the ring 15 years ago. He introduces himself as Harkin Dazest, a 5th-level mage recognized as a sage in alchemy, magic circles, and astrology. Harkin once had a close friend who reached the 6th level. Together, they founded a society dedicated to studying magic. That society later became known as the Black Hour. It began with 8 members and grew to over 100 within a few years. The world both admired and feared them, because they possessed enough power to destroy a small nation in full war. Despite that strength, Harkin insists they did not seek domination. Even with growing skilled responsibilities, they remained scholars at heart. That stability ends when his friend is killed by a student they had raised together. The student's name was Dahit Westawal. Blinded by the child's extraordinary talent and potential to reach the 7th level, they fail to see his true nature. Dahit announces that the Black Hour now belongs to him. By the time the founders grow old, he has already reached the 6th level. Under his control, most members are killed or gravely injured. Harkin manages to escape, but his mana channels are severed, leaving him crippled. 15 years pass in isolation. Now, unexpectedly, our dude, guided by the lost ring, stands before him. Verdun questions Harkin directly about the crimes of the current Black Hour, demanding to know if those actions tie back to him. Harkin, an astrologer accustomed to glimpsing fragments of the future, admits that this particular corruption never appeared in his visions. That failure leaves him with only one option. He waits. Crescent, the ring in Verdun's possession, is the second of a pair lost long ago, forged to guide the one destined to stand against a great evil. In Harkin's eyes, the ring has now fulfilled that purpose. Practicality guides Verdun. A task of such scale requires equal compensation. He demands to know what Harkin can possibly offer. Harkin responds without hesitation. In exchange for carrying out his will, he will pass on a lifetime of achievement, knowledge, and mastery. The offer is a heavy one to take at face value. Harkin speaks of surrendering decades of wisdom. Simultaneously, personal anger toward Balrog Bessus of the Magic Tower of Bohemirn still burns in Verdun's heart. Revenge lingers, yet the matter at hand carries more weight than private grudges. Peace outweighs vengeance. A strange noise echoes outside. An intrusion registers in Verdun's mind immediately. The group of 3 from earlier bursts into the room, announcing their success in locating Harkin. Harkin demands their identity. The leader, Carden, confirms the target is indeed Harkin Dazest, labeled a traitor of the Black Hour. Anger flashes across Harkin's face at the mention of Dahit. The hooded man insists on respect for that name. Harkin rejects the accusation, the bitter irony of his former student now commanding assassins sharp in his voice. He questions the breach of his barrier, searching the air for any sign of Dahit's arrival. The intruders reveal a mana-tracking artifact as the source of their success before explaining their purpose. The Magic Tower of Bohemirn lies in ruins, a catastrophe unprecedented in the history of magic. With the Black Hour accused of the destruction, assassins from the tower now hunt them without pause. Suspicion falls on the sage as the true culprit. Harkin laughs coldly. If he possessed the strength to annihilate an entire magic tower, his enemies would already be dead. While they speak, Verdun quietly activates a triple casting. Flame current arrows surge forward as gale and ice spikes trigger at once. The political conflict is secondary to one clear fact. the Magic Tower and the Black Hour are at war. If the tower hunts the Black Hour, the situation serves his interests. The attackers recoil. A young mage capable of chaining high-level elemental spells is a calculation they hadn't made. Cardin questions if Harkin has taken a student, a possibility his companion dismisses. Regardless, the order is to eliminate everyone present. Ferris examines Verdun with unsettling interest, claiming him for herself. At that moment, a wall of fire erupts in front of her. The 4th-level magic marks him as a lethal threat. Verdun tracks their movements, noting their use of wind and telekinesis. The leader's aura suggests the 3rd circle, yet his spell execution carries far more weight. Ferris attempts suppression, but it fails completely. Verdun's counter-magic forces her into a desperate dodge. In a sudden movement, he lunges forward and seizes her by the throat, using her as a shield. Cardin reels. 3rd-level magic should not break through 4th-level defense so cleanly. Outnumbered, Verdun shifts tactics. A stonewall spell rises, blocking incoming attacks. The landscape manipulation activates with a force far beyond traditional expectations. Ferris, now furious, demands the chance to finish Verdun herself. Verdun instructs Harkin to retreat. Protecting the old man complicates the battle. Harkin acknowledges Verdun's impressive handling of the situation and questions his mastery of flight magic. An explosion detonates, filling the area with smoke. Under the cover of the haze, Harkin and Verdun withdraw, guided by Harkin's hand toward a small cave. Inside, Harkin rushes to a concealed cabinet. He explains that a true magician surpasses limits and forges a personal path beyond conventional boundaries. From the cabinet, he retrieves a bottle of liquid. Verdun questions the brew. Harkin describes it as a masterpiece crafted from a rare herb and refined for 5,000 days under moonlight and starlight. This elixir represents the height of his power. To drink it is to gain access to a world untouched by ordinary mages. Harkin assures him the liquid is harmless unless destiny dictates otherwise. With time running short, he refuses to beg. He only wishes to witness the path fate intends for the boy. Unfamiliar mana pulses from the bottle. Verdun evaluates the situation. Harkin has no motive for harm. Trust becomes a calculated choice. He drinks. As the liquid spreads, strange energy awakens within his core. Harkin looks upward, murmuring of starlight. In that moment, the fixed nature of fate dissolves. The boy before him is not merely guided by the stars, he is the star of the defying heavens. After the transformation, the old man notes that our boy has visited him in the form of a reaper, someone who rejects the very concept of destiny. That meeting changed everything. Having promised his legacy to the boy, Harkin holds nothing back. He places a firm hand on Verdun's shoulder, initiating the memory transfer. In that heartbeat, Verdun's mind becomes a vessel. Knowledge flows into him like data onto a drive. When he opens his eyes, the sensation is that of a 1-second blackout, but the man who wakes is fundamentally different. A powerful, strange current of mana rushes through his veins. His entire consciousness has been rebooted. The new power inside him is undeniable. Harkin, now completely exhausted, confirms his work is done. Only then does he realize the young mage's name was never spoken. He tries the name Asher before Verdun corrects him. Harkin makes a final request, the cremation of his body. Then he collapses. Decades of research and wisdom now live on inside Verdun. With his remaining breath, Harkin charges him with stopping the Black Hour to preserve peace. Verdun slides Harkin's ring onto his finger, accepting the burden. With the integrated knowledge, the command of 4th-level elemental magic, Earthquake, is now within his grasp. Meanwhile, the 3 partners continue their hunt, but the old man has vanished. Even their tracking compass has gone dead. Cardin insists on finding a body, despite suspicions of a trap. Ferris suggests falling debris as the cause of death, but Cardin remains skeptical. A man of Harkin's caliber does not die so easily. Uncertainty grows until a massive surge of magical energy erupts from deep underground. At first, the sensation mimics an earthquake. Cardin orders a retreat. This is no natural tremor, but 4th-level magic. The ground explodes. Verdun bursts from the earth and launches his assault. Cardin recognizes him as the mage from earlier. Expansion fills Verdun's soul. The limits of his magic have been pushed wide open. His mana is now as deep and endless as the ocean. Thanks to the elixir, his power has jumped to the mid-4th circle in an instant. Next moment, Cardin activates a gale, and Verdun counters with a squall. He declares his intent to wipe the Black Hour from the face of the earth, warning them of their imminent end. Ferris loses her temper and lunges, desperate to reduce him to ashes. Verdun remains calm. Ferris, confident in her 4th-level rank, tries to crush him with fire to demonstrate their difference in status. Verdun dissects her moves. She isn't even pushing her limits, yet her power is insufficient. He counters with his own flames. The shock of being forced backward by a mage she believed was only 3rd level breaks her composure. Verdun activates the flare, and Ferris falls. One enemy is down. Cardin tries to call for backup, but Verdun activates multi-telekinesis manipulation. He takes total control of the battlefield, directing mana with perfect precision. One of the remaining attackers takes a brutal hit to the hand. During the chaos, the tracking compass hits the dirt. Verdun notes the complex design for later study. Only one opponent remains. The man chooses flight over death. Verdun knows that catching a 4th-level mage focused entirely on escaping is a difficult task. Instead of a blind chase, he trusts in Harkon's legacy and activates the new spell to finish his enemy. Meanwhile, as Cardin retreats, he understands he cannot win the fight alone. Both Ferris and Chen are already dead. His only option now is to find reinforcements. As he escapes, he realizes that our boy could one day become a genuine threat to the entire Black Hour organization. As he crosses over mountain ranges, he senses a skill locking onto him. A mana detection spell follows his trail no matter how far he runs, which means distance no longer offers him any protection. Even after putting several mountain ranges behind him, the magical presence stays fixed on his exact location. Because of that, he pushes his speed even further. Then, a strange light appears behind him. It is not yet dawn, but something bright is shining in the dark sky. When he glances back, it looks like a star, but the problem is that the star is moving. It grows closer to him with every passing second. The danger becomes obvious. The phenomenon feels completely unnatural. His priority shifts to escaping this unknown force so he can report the truth about the young mage to headquarters. However, his body begins to slow down. It feels as if an invisible pressure is dragging him back. He has never encountered magic like this before. He tries to convince himself it must be an illusion, believing a 4th-level mage should not possess that kind of power. Meanwhile, Verdun stops after casting the spell. He lands and steadies himself because the cost of the magic is overwhelming. The moment he activates it, half of his mana vanishes instantly. This is no ordinary magic. It is one of the 5 stars created by Harkon, the flowing star known as Meteor. The explosion in the distance confirms it has hit its mark. The force is massive, and the mana consumption is extreme. Verdun understands that he still needs more training to control such power properly. Elsewhere, Dahit Westroll grows restless. The conflict with the magic tower is already straining him, and now the 3 assassins sent after Harkon have vanished. An assistant arrives with a prisoner captured near the Barred Mountains, and the man's memories are examined. Dahit uses his unique skill to extract recent impressions from the prisoner's mind. Through those fragments, the situation becomes clearer. A magical trace remains in the mountains where parts of the terrain have collapsed under the weight of a powerful spell. A fierce magical flame appeared there, strong enough to burn down an entire forest. Such destruction explains why the squad was wiped out regardless of their numbers. The most obvious suspect is Harkon, yet doubt remains. Harkon's mana channels were torn apart years ago, and someone in that condition should not be able to wield such force. The possibility that a high-ranking figure assisted him crosses their thoughts, but Dahit dismisses the need for further pursuit. He believes Harkon is already dead, and that the missing assassins are simply serving as his company in the afterlife. From his perspective, the loss of those 3 does not significantly weaken the Black Hour. He feels they received what they deserved. Just then, another urgent report arrives through a subordinate. A branch near the Empire has been destroyed by an extermination force from Bohemern. The front line of the conflict has shifted. Dahit absorbs the humiliation of being blamed for events he did not directly cause. Additionally, the operative previously sent toward the Magic Tower has disappeared, causing the tower's leader to react with rage. He is now determined to kill everyone. While elsewhere, Verdun sits calmly and drinks tea and notes its pleasant aroma. For now, he believes he has successfully dodged his opponents. Briente becomes Verdun's next stop because trouble follows him after the clash with the Black Hour at Harkon's hideout. To avoid being hunted down again, he leaves that place and settles in this resort town. By now, he reaches the 4th circle of magic. The first 2 circles build the base, the 3rd focuses on simple spells, and the 4th unlocks wide and destructive magic. He climbs this far faster than expected because of potions and Harkon's guidance. Even with all his study at the Magic Tower, he still feels stunned by Harkon's power. Harkon creates magic without any attribute, something that should not exist for a mage who follows strict rules. This kind of result only comes from breaking limits, not from memorizing theories or gathering more mana. Instead of feeling discouraged, our dude accepts that he has not yet stepped onto the path of a true great mage. That thought pushes him to focus on improving Harkon's magic rather than doubting himself. Out of the 5 stars Harkon engraves, Verdun can only handle the first one. Even that single star drains too much mana. The weapon holds massive power, but using it in real combat feels unrealistic. Because of that weakness, he considers splitting one huge star into several smaller ones. At the same time, he plans to take apart the Black Hour compass to study it. The list of tasks grows, so he decides to start with something simple. Repairing his staff comes first. He heads into the city to find a skilled smith. On the way, he spots the Khan Merchant Guild building and figures they might help. Inside, he receives warm treatment and is welcomed because of the reference he gives. Tea and drinks are prepared, and business quickly becomes the topic. He explains that he wants to buy magical items. The merchant confirms that they carry staffs and accessories for nobles and adventurers. Deep down, the merchant assumes Verdun studies at an academy because of his wording, yet his age does not match that idea. Verdun clarifies that he needs a custom-made item. The merchant admits they have a craftsman capable of that level of work, but the man is a drunk and a gambler. His debts pile up and lenders chase him. Meanwhile, the said craftsman is finally caught by the lenders. He explains that he cannot repay 8 million elk, and the lender pressures him to work since money will not fall from the sky. The situation grows tense because the creditor travels far just to collect what is owed. That is when money suddenly drops to the floor. Verdun steps in and covers the 8 million. The lender reacts with anger and treats him like a child interfering in adult matters. He orders his men to grab the cash and discipline the boy. Then everything changes as they are stopped by their boss. The lender freezes after realizing who stands before him. The boss explains that years ago, in a crime-filled Briente, a weak-looking magician appears and wipes out anyone who crosses him. That memory now connects with our boy in front of him. Fear replaces arrogance as he kneels and admits he only comes for debt collection. He withdraws with his men and leaves without further trouble, wishing Verdun a long life. After that, the shaken craftsman asks who Verdun is. He explains that the Condor of the Khan Merchant Guild recommends him and confirms he wants to place an order. The craftsman agrees, though the 8 million elk will be deducted from the commission. A few days later, Verdun studies the Black Hour compass more closely. He realizes it works by using mana's natural trait of returning to its owner. By placing the target's mana into the central crystal and amplifying it, the device tracks them with high precision. The design feels close to an artifact. Days pass quietly, and no one attacks him. That calm suggests he escapes pursuit for now. He names Harkon's new attribute Starlight as it fits, because the power links mana together like stars forming a constellation. It strengthens and connects energy in ways that did not exist before. Still, controlling it remains difficult. His mana pattern differs from Harkon's. Even small variations cause the spell to react unpredictably. Because of that, he chooses patience. The artifact nears completion, and leaving Briente soon becomes possible. While he sits outside, a man approaches and explains that he has been searching everywhere for him. Verdun fails to sense his arrival, which surprises him. The stranger calmly apologizes for the late introduction. He reveals his name is Riznor and he comes from the Ark. When the man introduces himself as Riznor from the Ark, everything inside Verdun turns upside down. Because the Ark stands as the complete opposite of gluttony, he cannot understand why someone like that comes looking for him. Riznor eases the tension by making it clear that he has no intention of harming him. Verdun assumes there must be another reason. Riznor explains that gluttony's loss benefits the Ark. Because Verdun eliminates the professor, the Ark gains from it as well. For that reason, they quietly erase his traces while keeping track of his movements, so gluttony cannot uncover anything useful. He even frames it as gratitude, though he admits they sometimes lose track of Verdun due to his unpredictable actions. Hearing that he has been followed without knowing it pushes Verdun over the edge. That's why his mana spreads across the area, suffocating the space with pressure. The warning becomes clear through his actions, as he makes it known that being watched without permission crosses a line, and that it will never happen again. The anger in his tone leaves no room for negotiation. Riznor immediately backs down. He accepts the warning and promises that there will be no more secret surveillance. Once the tension drops, he shifts to the real reason behind the visit. The Ark respects actions like Verdun's, including the professor's elimination. That event leaves a strong impression on them. Verdun does not see why his actions matter to an organization like the Ark. To clear this doubt, Riznor explains their core belief that gluttony believes in tearing down the old to build something new. On the other hand, Ark believes strength grows through hardship, adaptation, and survival under pressure. Since Verdun proves himself through repeated trials, they see him as someone who fits their ideals perfectly. That alignment leads to a direct recruitment offer. Verdun refuses without hesitation, because the ideology alone cannot be the only reason for this approach. Riznor agrees and reveals a second motive. He presents a small box as a token of appreciation for the professor's incident. Inside rests a high-grade recovery bracelet. The item improves mana regeneration, stamina recovery, and even pulls minor wounds shut faster. The value easily reaches tens of millions of elk. Such generosity makes one thing clear, that the Ark wants more than simple thanks. They want a stable and friendly connection. When asked about the hostility between the Ark and gluttony, Riznor explains that their beliefs clash at the root. One side rejects the past to replace it. The other seeks to nurture those who can guide humanity forward through struggle. That difference keeps them in constant conflict. Now, with his purpose fulfilled, Riznor prepares to leave. Before departing, he gives a final direction that if Verdun ever changes his mind, he can head to Lorien in the northwestern region, the city near the Forest of Demons. Basically, runes operate differently from modern magic. These ancient engraved symbols create effects based on their arrangement. The technique surpasses modern science, yet one problem stops real progress. No one today can properly engrave new rune symbols. At best, people reactivate ones carved long ago. Now our boy has an unseal ring inscribed with rune magic. Now that he attains the fourth circle, the next step demands better equipment. His blue mithril staff already improves mana recovery, casting speed, charging, and amplification. His mage's cape regulates body temperature and grants resistance to physical damage, fire, and frost. Even with those tools, one treasure remains locked. The ring engraved with rune magic is now his top priority. That's why he is front of his bespectacled man, since Pale has an information, as well as he knows someone connected to a rune specialist. However, such specialists are rare. Rune engraving brings little profit, so most treat it as a hobby rather than a profession. At that moment, Pale informs him about a designated request which specifically asks for Verdun. Normally he could decline. However, coincidence works in his favor, because the client who sent the request knows the rune specialist's location. If Verdun accepts and completes the commission, the client will provide the information. The payment for the mission remains separate, and there will be no extra information fee. Since the opportunity aligns perfectly with his goal, the choice is obvious. Later, Verdun arrives at a noble estate. A knight stops him at the entrance and demands identification. Once Verdun confirms his name and purpose, he is escorted inside. The estate appears modest for a count's residence. The knight's armor shows practicality rather than decoration, reflecting the owner's priorities. Pale described the client as someone who values usefulness over appearance, an impression that matches the surroundings. He is led upstairs and presented before the lord of the estate. The knight announces our mage's arrival. The man before him confirms whether Pale sent him. Verdun acknowledges it calmly. The man's face is the Count Rodenmeyer, the figure behind several previous commissions. Count Rodenmeyer welcomes Verdun with a cup of Fury Gold Buzz. Because the tea is rare and difficult to prepare, the Count treats it as a luxury reserved for special occasions. He makes it clear that this is not a drink for ordinary mercenaries, implying that Verdun lacks the refinement to grasp its value. Verdun proves otherwise through action. Having experienced his brew often with the Tower Master in his circle, he handles the cup with practiced ease. He calmly adjusts the sweetness with a dash of sugar before tasting. That small detail shifts the Count's attitude. A flash of genuine surprise crosses his face. While recognizing unexpected sophistication, the Count reassesses the man before him. Verdun's quiet response and lack of arrogance reinforce this new impression. The Count drops his subtle mockery and moves directly to business. He explains that his aide, Baron Balon, recently completed a mission. Although a confirmation of success arrived, Balon and his escorting knights never returned. A first search unit is already in the field, yet a nagging feeling persists. Since his instincts have never failed, the Count refuses to ignore the unease. Even if it seems excessive, he prepares a second search force. Numbers and tracking ability are paramount, leading to Verdun's summons. The Count values his perfect record with Pale's assignments. The task sounds straightforward. Monodirection alone should make locating the missing group simple. The Count assigns him to the second search unit under Knight Captain Balkan, with departure scheduled for that very night. When given the chance to speak, Verdun requests permission to operate independently if necessary. The Count allows it under one condition. Results determine payment. In other words, returning empty-handed means receiving nothing. Verdun accepts. Before leaving, he brings up his true interest, the rune specialist. The Count reveals the specialist is already present. Standing nearby is Renander, once a rune researcher in his younger days. With introductions complete, the Count excuses himself. Renander offers a detailed explanation of rune theory, but Verdun stops him by presenting the ring. At the sight of it, Renander's composure breaks. Our boy offers a good amount to activate it, but the man explains that reactivating the rune itself poses no difficulty. So, no additional materials or payment are required. He recognizes the Ring of Runes, an artifact known as Exceed. The ring enhances all 5 senses at once, and remains permanently active once triggered. Because the effects overlap continuously, the burden becomes extreme. For the highly sensitive, even a third circle mage like our guy could collapse into cycles of agony and sensory overload. In severe cases, the strain could cost a hand. However, Verdun chooses a different path. Instead of wearing it, he demands the rune be engraved directly into his mana circuit. This proposal shocks Renander. The risk goes far beyond losing a limb. It could destroy his entire mana circuit. Verdun's unwavering gaze makes his decision clear. Renander's hands tremble as he accepts the task. Fear mixes with excitement. The thought of engraving a rune into a living body tempts him despite the danger. He agrees, issuing one final warning. Verdun puts on the ring and lets mana surge. He reveals his advancement to the 4th circle, providing the strength necessary to withstand the process. The moment activation begins, his senses explode outward. Every sound, movement, and fluctuation in mana floods his awareness. The overload pushes him to the edge of madness, yet he holds steady. As the chaos stabilizes, control returns. The overwhelming input becomes a sharp, manageable tool. That same day, the second search unit departs. At the edge of a village, a knight points out the first search unit's abandoned horses. Since the animals were never retrieved, the first team clearly never made it back this far. At that moment, an old villager warns them against the forest. Having lived there for years, he speaks of unprecedented unrest. Animals and demi-humans flee in fear. The forest feels as though it consumes life. Captain Balkan does not hesitate. He orders the advance, bringing Verdun toward the missing unit's last known location. Some knights quietly question Verdun's condition. He seems distracted and worn. Captain Balkan dismisses the concern, relying on Verdun for tracking support. Deeper inside the forest, they discover the Viscount's carriage. It lies split clean in half, yet no clear cause for the destruction is visible. The unnatural damage unsettles the group. Balkan turns to Verdun that it is turn to work. One knight voices doubt again, noting Verdun's lack of focus. At that moment, the final traces of sensory instability settle into balance. Verdun's expanded perception flows under his total control. He activates mana direction. His mana spreads outward far beyond normal range, blanketing the entire area. One knight worries about exhaustion, but Verdun suddenly locks onto a target. Without hesitation, he points the way and moves. The moment Verdun points out the direction, everyone sprints after him. He moves at the front with sharp precision, and Captain Balkan quickly notices the gap in skill. Even compared to the mages within the Knight Order, Verdun's reflexes and casting speed stand on another level. His pace alone proves that he is no ordinary support mage. Clark tries to confirm whether the Viscount has been located, but Verdun clarifies that the target is not the Viscount. Instead, he senses a powerful and unfamiliar life force ahead. Because the forest already feels wrong, the conclusion forms naturally in his mind. Whatever destroys the carriage likely waits further inside. Without hesitation, Captain Balkan rushes forward and cuts down a massive tree, actually a trent blocking their path. Something about it feels unnatural, because trents normally inhabit dark and damp regions, not this area. Captain Balkan reasons that it may have drifted from somewhere nearby. When Verdun presses for clarification, Balkan explains the existence of a forbidden place within the dukedom, the Forest of the Demons. By decree of both the guild and the dukedom, no one enters it. Sunlight barely touches its ground even at midday, and trents thrive there. Verdun immediately recalls Risnor's earlier mention of heading northwest toward Lorien within a month. The pieces connect. That forest must be the same one. At that moment, Clark refuses to believe that trents alone defeat the Viscount's advance squad. Something more must be hiding here. Verdun suddenly senses movement and raises his weapon toward the trees, commanding the hidden presence to reveal itself. A man steps out. The knights recognize him at once as Brennan, one of the missing. Relief almost appears, but it vanishes just as quickly. His body looks wrong. His posture lacks awareness. Our boy immediately recognizes him as an undead. Before anyone fully reacts, Brennan's body twists and transforms. He charges like a zombie. Captain Balkan meets him head-on and knocks him back. But Brennan still has a pulse. It means that he is not fully dead. The possibility of possession or some dark spell crosses Balkan's mind. He pins Brennan down and orders restraints. Next moment, shout erupt from behind. The group is surrounded by humans and monsters alike, close in from every direction. Captain Balkan realizes the grim truth that these figures are in the same state as Brennan. He immediately orders a retreat, because the priority shifts to securing an escape path. Clark releases his aura to break through. Balkan lifts Brennan onto his shoulder and begins pulling back with the unit. An undead warrior throws a numbers of arrows toward Captain Balkan's back. Balkan blocks just in time. Ahead, a small cabin appears through the trees. He redirects everyone there. However, a troll crashes into their path, scattering knights with brute force. The situation collapses quickly as they even prepare for some losses. Before the troll can strike again, a magic attack slices through it cleanly. The sudden spell stuns everyone. At the same time, the undead warrior attempts another strike from behind, but the attack fails. Verdun steps forward, revealing himself as the caster and orders them to move while he covers for them. Next moment, he notices a disposable artifact onto the ground. It activates a barrier infused with concealment and protection spells. However, such a barrier will not last long against this many enemies. So, Verdun does not stop there as he extends his hand and begins altering the magic circle itself. Under normal conditions, modifying an active spell and expanding its formula at the same time would be impossible. But with his heightened sensory state, every flow of mana becomes visible and controllable. He strengthens the formula and fills its structural gaps as naturally as breathing. The knight watches in disbelief, while R manipulates and reinforces a pre-constructed magic circle in real time. Combined with the enormous mana detection range they witnessed earlier and the power behind his spells, one conclusion becomes unavoidable. Clark realizes that he far surpasses the third circle. When Verdun announces that the barrier is complete, the tension shifts. The knights now understand that he has been concealing his true strength. At that moment, one knight urgently calls for Captain Balkan and Knight Clark informing him that they have located Viscount Balon. Later inside the cabin, Captain Balkan faces Viscount Balon, who sits upright. Captain Balkan did not expect to find him there, especially after discovering the destroyed carriage outside. Verdun quietly studies the magic circles carved into the structure. Because they are carefully layered with concealment and protection, his earlier mana detection fails to pick up any presence here. That explains why nothing appears on his radar before. Clark steps forward and urges the Viscount to explain what happens. Balon recounts that he is returning from negotiations near Khazardan Ridge village when a scream echoes from the Forest of the Demons. Since protecting nearby residents is part of his duty, he leads his men toward the source of the sound. Inside the forest, they encounter a strange tree. At first glance, it looks ordinary, but a chilling aura radiates from it. He grows uneasy and instructs his partner to inspect the surroundings. Before he can react further, that same partner turns into an undead. In that instant, Trents and a mixture of humans and demi-humans ambush them. Instead of killing them outright, the attackers drag the captured knights before the tree. The tree then strikes with its branches, impaling and killing many on the spot. Brennan, struck by the tree, transforms into an undead, urging Balon to flee. Roots spread from the ground and pierce into their bodies, draining their life force directly. The memory weighs heavily as Balon speaks that because of Brennan and the others who buy time, only 2 survive. Captain Balkan looks at Brennan's undead body on the floor. The reality settles in. When asked if recovery is possible, Balon confirms there is no hope. The fallen are no longer comrades but puppets controlled by that tree. Balkan lowers his head briefly, then ends Brennan's suffering. With that act, the search mission changes its nature. It is no longer a rescue. It becomes a subjugation as he declares that any threat within the Count's territory will be eliminated completely. House Rodenmeier carries its reputation for a reason. Despite his calm appearance, the Count ranks among the most influential figures in the Duchy of Bundan. His power rests not just in title but in the strength of the knight order he personally selects. The battle resumes outside. The undead archer presses Captain Balkan, but Captain Balkan pushes back with relentless force. Meanwhile, Verdun operates separately as agreed earlier. Since coordination between them remains untested, Balkan instructs him beforehand to locate the Grey Tree alone and fire a signal flare once found. That way, the knights can converge immediately. Now, Verdun rises into the air and unleashes his full mana detection range for the first time. The sheer output drains him enough to cause dizziness, but his enhanced senses grasp every fluctuation within the forest. Nothing escapes him. He lands and confirms the location. However, many monsters stand between him and the target. Although the plan calls for firing the signal flare, he calculates that eliminating them himself will be faster. Next moment, chain lightning bursts from his hand, tearing through the monsters and filling the air with smoke. He closes the distance swiftly and studies the Grey Tree. Aside from its ability to control intelligent beings, it behaves like an ordinary Trent. Since it is still wood at its core, its weakness remains obvious. He casts triple blasting flare as the massive wave of fire engulfs the tree, consuming it completely. On the other side of the forest, the undead archer preparing to strike suddenly disintegrates. Clark notices first that the surrounding enemies also vanish one by one. The disappearance makes no sense until flames rise high in the sky. Balkan understands immediately that Verdun succeeds. Back at the burning site, Verdun observes the collapsing tree. The battle ends much faster than expected. As he prepares to conclude the mission, a glowing magic orb forms within the flames. Instead of fading, it moves. The orb detaches from the tree and travels deeper into the forest. Verdun follows without hesitation as he guesses that the pattern suggests that the tree is merely a host. Something else is parasitizing it. After a while, he stops after sensing a wave of dread, far stronger than what he felt from the Grey Tree. The sinister presence multiplies in intensity, suffocating the air itself. He realizes immediately that the overwhelming source of corruption can only belong to one place, the Forest of the Demons. Back at the castle, Count Rodenmeier observes the aftermath outside, that the condition of the Knight Order reflects how fierce the battle has been. Because of the damage, he carefully evaluates the results of the mission. He acknowledges that Verdun performs beyond expectations, and the mission concludes efficiently because Verdun eliminates the core threat without delay. Despite that, the Count expresses dissatisfaction that Verdun hides his fourth circle level. Since Verdun presents himself as weaker from the beginning, the concealment feels like deliberate deception. Verdun remains silent. The Count decides not to pursue the matter further and concludes he simply hires high-grade labor at a cheap cost this once. Although the commission ends without visible issues, unease lingers in Verdun's mind. The place where he abandons the chase and turns back continues to bother him. Because the presence he senses there feels unnatural, he resolves to revisit it. The danger connected to that forest is not new. Sometime earlier, the Adventurers Guild and the Magic Tower conducted a joint investigation. Adventurers disappear near the Forest of the Demons. One surviving man wanders through the forest searching for his companions, Dean and Billy. Earlier that day, their hunt brought unusual success. That abnormal luck leads them deeper into the forest than intended. The man hears Billy's voice and rushes forward in relief. His relief quickly turns into horror as Billy rises above the ground in an unnatural state. His body transforms according to the manner of his death. The investigation later confirms the cause. After collecting samples, the Magic Tower shares its findings publicly. Among the common causes of death for adventurers, including lack of skill, carelessness, and natural disasters, the leading cause remains involvement in unforeseen incidents. The city of Lorient, which stands at the edge of the forbidden forest of the demons, once again faces the signs of another unpredictable disaster forming. The following day, Verdun travels there. After completing the Count's commission, he flies directly to Lorient. The generous reward allows him to enhance one of his grimoires during the journey. The city exists as a central hub for adventurers. The atmosphere feels tense. A platinum rank team mobilized recently, which indicates the appearance of a dangerous special being. Because of the forest's proximity, suspicion naturally falls on it. Even so, Verdun avoids drawing conclusions without confirmation. His immediate goal is to meet Riznor. Later, he enters a restaurant and orders steak and a glass of red wine. Since they do not set a meeting place beforehand, he assumes Riznor will locate him instead. That assumption proves correct. A woman approaches and requests to sit with him. Her behavior appears exaggerated and unpleasant. Verdun studies her carefully and immediately sees through her. He instructs her to stop the act and remove it. Riznor returns to her previous tone and admits that the disguise uses an artifact that alters appearance only. She jokes if he prefers men, she can turn to her previous disguise. Verdun briefly releases his mana to warn. She reacts nervously and urges him to calm down. The moment passes and she places a sound-blocking device from the Artisan Magic Tower on the table. Because of the device, their conversation remains contained within the space. She shifts to the real topic. The Ark evaluates Verdun as a valuable talent. She senses his curiosity and urges him to ask whatever he wants to know. Verdun acknowledges that the ominous feeling he experiences in the Forest of the Demons does not resemble simple anxiety. His intuition indicates the presence of something significant within the forest. Riznor's reaction suggests that his instinct is correct. Before revealing more, she explains the Ark's ideology that humans grow stronger through trials. Small trials influence individuals, and larger trials affect entire cities, nations, or even the world. Those who overcome such trials gain recognition and eventually stand in positions capable of leading humanity forward. From that explanation, Verdun concludes that whatever exists in the forest qualifies as one of those trials. She confirms it while adding that failure in such a case does not result in minor consequences. It could lead to destruction on a vast scale. Riznor further clarifies that the Ark does not exist to protect every individual. Instead, the organization identifies suitable candidates and guides them toward trials. It analyzes hidden dangers across the continent and directs candidates to confront them. Verdun realizes that this implies the Ark possesses an information network broad enough to observe the entire continent while remaining unknown to the world. He understands that power of that scale could become more dangerous than the people of Dark, if misused. When he presses for specific details about the trial inside the Forest of the Demons, Riznor refuses to disclose them. Instead, she proposes his participation. Although such preparation is normally reserved for official Ark candidates, she considers an exception possible due to his disposition. She frames the offer as a commission rather than recruitment. She places a box on the table as advance payment. Verdun hesitates because accepting another gift from the Ark carries weight. Riznor reveals the contents of the box. Inside are a dimensional bag and mandrake extract. The mention of mandrake shocks him. He stares at the bottle in disbelief. As the item is revealed by Riznor, its immense value becomes immediately clear to Verdun. Mandrake extract does not function uniformly for every user, as its potency relies heavily on natural talent. Because efficiency drops sharply with repeated consumption, the first dose remains the most critical for expanding mana circuits without pain, strain, or side effects. This rarity makes the extract a fundamental component in high-grade elixirs like the Magic Core. While staring at the small bottle, Verdun questions its sudden presence. For any mage pursuing growth, such a substance is beyond precious. Because mandrakes are almost impossible to obtain, with only 14 appearing naturally each year, the supply is strictly controlled. Artificial cultivation fails to yield results, leaving 10 magic towers to monopolize the majority, while the rest vanish into the hands of powerful figures. Never before has the physical object actually sat within his sight. Due to the sheer rarity of the extract, the Ark's offer feels excessive. Building credit is the primary purpose, according to Riznor's explanation. Although the Ark seeks to foster goodwill, she senses how our boy keeps his guard up. Since trust does not come easily, the side lacking it must be the first to move. Removing her disguise, Riznor returns to her male form to deliver a final ultimatum that the reward can be taken before Verdun disappears, or the trial can be embraced and overcome. While the Ark provides guidance, it never resorts to force. If strength is the goal, the trial offers the fastest path, yet leaving the city immediately remains the only way to avoid the coming storm. To stay in Lorien is to be dragged into the conflict without fail. With those parting words, the figure vanishes. Verdun calmly resumes eating, though the thought of running feels cowardly. Such an option does not suit a man pursuing power already achieved a theory of defying heaven itself, and thus, the decision crystallizes. At the same time, tension grips the heights of the castle roof. While standing guard, two soldiers observe that the Forest of the Demons appears significantly darker than usual. Though rumors of missing adventurers circulate, the presence of the platinum rank warrior Bardel initially offers some comfort. That reassurance shatters in an instant. Across the distance, a lone figure sprints toward the gate. As a member of Bardel's party, the man gasps for breath while demanding the gates be opened immediately. Later, inside the castle walls, an emergency meeting commences. The news that a Trent has crossed the forest boundary sends a shockwave of silence through the room. Since a platinum rank warrior like Bardell should have prevented such an incursion, the messenger quickly clarifies the dire situation. Bardell remains behind to stall both a Trent and its variant species, forcing his allies to flee so a single message could be delivered. The man delivers his message that the Soul Tree has appeared. The term causes a heavy silence to fall over the assembly. Basically, the Soul Trees are creatures feeding upon life to fuel its growth. That's why it is typically destroyed in its infancy. If the entity survives long enough to reach maturity, the threat level shifts entirely. The Adventurers Guild classifies such a thing as a special entity, the highest possible threat. The weight of that classification unsettles every soul in the room. If the recent disappearances are linked to the Soul Tree, it means that the entire city of Lorien faces imminent destruction. While evacuation becomes the immediate priority, the fact that Bardell remains trapped in the forest cannot be ignored. Before a formal plan can be settled, a young female commander steps forward to declare that she will rescue Bardell and eliminate the tree herself. Soon after, alarms blare across the city. Panic grips the citizenry at the news of the monstrosity emerging from the Forest of the Demons. Even as the main force departs, requests for volunteers echo through the streets to bolster the city's defense. Citizens are confident despite the terror, primarily because the Crimson Sword, Reyra, leads the subjugation force as commander. At the forest entrance, Reyra addresses the Arboy and explains that she will not act as a nanny. If he proves to be a burden, he will be removed from the field. Verdun stands among the ranks, recognizing her as the ARC candidate Riznor mentioned. The implication that he might be a hindrance causes a flicker of irritation. Without warning, a Trent lunges toward a nearby soldier. Moving with blinding speed, Reyra cuts the creature down, her blade destroying only the central core with a series of precise slashes. Because even skilled fighters would struggle to execute such a move, the surrounding soldiers immediately grasp the massive gap in their abilities. She then clears the path for them. Other people are shocked to see that she fights with the grace of someone far beyond the mithril rank. When Verdun steps forward, Reyra warns him to stay out of her trial, but he ignores it. At that moment, a massive release of mana erupts from his body, because clearing the path himself will be faster, so he invokes a double casting flare. Next moment, an overwhelming surge of power floods the clearing as flames roar through the tree line. Simultaneously, his mana sensing expands to monitor the deep woods, accounting for the possibility that Bardell still breathes somewhere within the shadows. The display leaves the volunteers stunned. While studying him, Reyra estimates his power to be at least the fourth circle. Such a level at his age is difficult to process, sparking the suspicion that he, too, is an ARC candidate. Observing her reaction, Verdun arrives at the same conclusion. Their shared resonance with the world-level trial confirms the truth for both. Without further argument, she increases her pace. Those capable of keeping up are permitted to follow, while the rest are relegated to rear support. The ordinary soldiers quickly accept this. The realization that they cannot match these two monsters is impossible to ignore. Verdun and Reyra surge ahead at full speed, leaving the others behind. While observing her fighting style, Verdun silently acknowledges the depth of her skill. Because her movements lack the crude brutality of Galliarch and favor clinical precision, he confirms his suspicion that she is an ARC candidate. Reflecting on the ARC's reach, he realizes its influence runs far deeper than his initial assumptions. That thought eventually fades as he centers his focus on the immediate threat. Since the description of the Soul Tree matches the gray entity encountered during a previous commission, Bardell's disappearance almost certainly connects to the same source. Searching for any sign of the entity, he initially senses nothing in the immediate vicinity. No trace of Bardell appears either. Since ordinary detection brings no results, our dude decides to expand his mana footprint even further. When his senses stretch toward the north, a specific area feels unnaturally hollow, as if something has carved the very space out of existence. Because of that specific disturbance, he changes course and heads in that direction. Although someone shouts from behind, he ignores the voice and continues forward. Soon, massive branches spread across the sky like a suffocating canopy. Activating Flame Veil, he burns through the encroaching wood with ease. However, even with heightened detection, locating the core remains nearly impossible. That realization leads him to a simple, albeit violent, solution. If precision fails, overwhelming destruction will force the target to narrow. Upon landing, he casts Flame Plague. Fire surges outward and devours the surrounding forest in an instant. By wiping out every minor threat in the vicinity, he forces the Soul Tree to reveal its true form. Within the heart of the flames, a presence finally flickers. Bound by thick, pulsing branches, a man hangs suspended in the air. Between consciousness and despair, the man's mind drifts aimlessly. When he had regained awareness earlier, resistance had already become an impossibility. Because countless Trents surrounded him with their pale eyes staring, his limbs remained pinned by the tightening wood. Although surviving is his greatest strength, even he feels worn down by the endless aura of death. The Soul Tree drains his life force slowly, leaving him to wait for the inevitable end. With a surge of mana, Verdun cuts the branches and frees the captive. The man collapses, visibly shocked to find himself released from the tree's grasp. Verdun confirms that this man must be Bardel, the renowned platinum rank adventurer and warrior. While Bardel expresses his profound gratitude for the rescue, Verdun informs him that a suppression squad follows closely behind and suggests a regroup. Bardel quickly realizes that Verdun has no intention of retreating with him, because facing the Soul Tree alone sounds like absolute recklessness. He insists that gathering reinforcements for a coordinated attack makes more sense. Before the sentence can be finished, the ground beneath them trembles violently. He reveals the grim truth that the tree's main body lies hidden underground. At that exact moment, enormous roots burst upward from the soil like erupting geysers. Verdun asks whether Rhaera is among the forces approaching from the rear. Since Bardel confirms she should be on her way, he tells him to buy time until she arrives before bringing the others forward. His reaction implies that Verdun alone cannot handle the horror that comes next. That assumption deeply irritates Verdun, but he lets go the matter for now. Since the main body hides beneath the earth, holding back his power no longer serves any practical purpose. Elsewhere, Bardel runs toward the approaching soldiers. A wave of relief spreads through the ranks when they see him alive. Before any celebration can begin, the earth shakes with renewed violence. Sensing the massive disturbance, Rhaera realizes that the primary source of the threat must be directly ahead. Back at the epicenter of destruction, Verdun faces the true, terrifying scale of the monster. What he had observed above ground previously was merely a fraction of a single branch. Rising from the depths, the massive structure now dwarfs everything in the environment. If a creature of this magnitude reaches the city, it will cause absolute devastation. This must be the very trial Risnor had referred to. Launching another flare, he ignites the exposed branches. Even so, attacking the surface alone will not end the life of such a beast. Since the core remains buried underground, ordinary earthquakes will not be enough to dislodge it. However, having upgraded his spellbook and reached the 4th circle after his previous commission, he is now capable of a greater feat. Raising his weapon, he activates terrain manipulation. At the same time, pushing forward, Rhaera declares that handling the boss monster is her job alone. Directly in front of them, an enormous mass of trees and roots erupts fully into view, blotting out the horizon. The knights freeze in place when the full, staggering dimensions of the Soul Tree finally come into view. Because none of them had imagined a living thing could grow this enormous, a heavy shroud of despair spreads instantly. Thick branches weave across the sky like a canopy of bone, and the bodies of fallen men hang from them like lifeless ornaments. Observing the sheer scale of the entity, no one understands how they are supposed to subjugate such a cosmic horror. Suddenly, the tree releases a deafening roar. Because the sound pierces through the air so violently, everyone present screams and desperately clamps their hands over their ears. Reacting first to the chaos, a knight pushes their lord for an immediate evacuation of the area. The lord agrees, noting that if this monstrosity continues its rampage, the entire city will be erased from the map. Right at that moment, a blazing pillar of fire shoots upward in the distance, causing the knights to stare in utter disbelief. The Soul Tree has survived for so long primarily because it hides its true essence underground. Although adventurers have searched the forest many times over the decades, they never once uncovered its primary body. While concealed beneath the earth, the tree spread its roots quietly to dominate the land and feed on countless living beings. A century passes in this manner, and the region eventually earns its grim reputation as the Forest of the Demons. Now standing on the verge of its final growth, the tree needs to devour thousands more lives to complete its evolution. That is how the story is supposed to end. Verdun stands before the Titan instead. While he understands that a spell of this magnitude carries a staggering mana cost, he prepares himself regardless. At once, a swarm of undead beasts, including dragons and eagles, dives toward him from the canopy. From behind the tree line, undead humans release volleys of arrows. Suppressing the noise of the battlefield, Verdun unleashes a flamestorm, sending a wave of fire sweeping through the attacking swarm. The Soul Tree does not even flinch at the heat. That lack of reaction forces Verdun to reconsider his strategy. Because the roots forming the true body must carry an extreme resistance to fire, his current approach is insufficient. Before he can adjust, a voice begins to echo inside his mind. It urges him to run away and mocks his desperate desire to prove his worth. It reminds him that his current power was stolen by killing another mage, and tempts him with the easy idea of abandoning the struggle to live comfortably. He exhales slowly, identifying the attack as a mental intrusion. Compared to the suffering he endured at the magic tower, this particular hallucination feels just a fragment. Steadying his resolve, he casts Colossal Earth Strike. The ground ruptures with a violent crack, causing massive roots to split and explode upward into the light. At that exact moment, Rhaera arrives on the scene and shouts at him. Even though she acknowledges that dragging the Soul Tree above ground is helpful, she reminds him that she has claimed this as her own trial. She insists on overcoming the beast herself, her blade flashing as she carves a path through the massive trunk. She refuses to yield the glory or the challenge to anyone. While watching her advance, Verdun concludes that she is not the type to simply be swept away and die. Because of that mutual strength, he suggests they coordinate and attack the entity together. Facing two opponents with such terrible elemental affinity against it, the Soul Tree begins to panic. Its primal instinct senses a mortal danger it has not felt in a century. To survive, it releases every spark of energy it has gathered over the past 100 years. Even if it requires centuries of slumber to recover afterward, eliminating both threats now has become its only priority. The resulting surge of power shocks everyone in the vicinity. The battlefield twists into a living nightmare as a blinding force engulfs the surroundings. When the light finally fades, Verdun finds himself in a completely different space. He tries to process what has just happened to his reality. Only moments ago, he was standing in the mid of the forest, yet now a familiar figure appears before him. The Magic Tower Master, Balrog Besius, looks down at him with an expression of cold amusement. He comments that even a first circle mage who breaks his natural limits still amounts to nothing impressive in the grand scheme of power. Rage rises hot inside Verdun. He tries to stand and fight, but his legs give way and he collapses. Even after everything he has endured to get here, he still fails to reach the level of that man. He has survived countless ordeals, yet he remains unable to leave even a single scratch on the Magic Tower Master. Balrog raises his hand and begins to gather a terrifying amount of mana. He mocks our boy for the futility of surpassing his limits. Verdun forces himself to think with cold logic. This scene does not feel real in its consistency. Balrog mocks him again, interpreting his silence as the onset of total despair. Instead of accepting the defeat, Verdun reaches out, grabs Balrog's face, and declares that this entire vision is a dream. He refuses to believe that his future self would lose so completely to a memory. Blood begins to seep from Balrog's eyes as fury distorts his perfect expression. Verdun firmly orders the phantom to stop. In the next instant, the figure of Balrog disappears into nothingness. Verdun remains alone while he assures himself that the illusion will end soon, and he will return to the fight. The moment the Soul Tree releases its full, unfettered power, every soul on the battlefield falls victim to its curse. Because of the psychological weight of the magic, blood seems to coat the ground and the sky in equal measure. Deep within her own mind, Rhaera's consciousness sinks into a waking nightmare. She sees herself as a little girl once more, her small hands stained a deep, visceral red. As she looks around at the bodies littering the landscape, a paralyzing fear takes hold. No one is left alive. She stands completely alone in a world soaked in gore. While she cries out in the silence, a pair of claws suddenly grabs her face from behind. An ominous presence whispers that humanity is merely an obstacle in the way of evolution, claiming it has waited an eternity only to lose its chance because of her. By forcing its own despair onto her, the entity successfully traps her inside the cycle of the curse. Back in the physical world, Rhaera trembles violently. Because she is paralyzed by the vision, the undead army closes in for the kill. Still shaken by the horrors of her past, she struggles to mount a defense as the monsters surround her. Before any undead can reach her, a barrage of spells rains down from the sky. Standing calmly amidst the chaos, Verdun remarks that while the tree played fairly well, the illusion itself barely matches the quality of a third-rate novel. Rising into the air, Verdun observes the Soul Tree with a critical eye. Because its movements are significantly slower than before, his suspicion is confirmed. The nightmare was not a secondary effect, but its final, desperate strike. This is the exact opening he has been waiting for. Though crushing the entity with raw earth remains an option, the process would take far too long. While using starlight would guarantee an immediate victory, the risk of detection by black hours and the total destruction of the surrounding land makes the cost too high. So, instead of those paths, he begins to gather thunderclouds. High above the canopy, mana compresses into concentrated lightning. Pushing himself to his absolute limit, he holds the energy back. Not yet. A little more. With a final surge of will, he activates triple casting. The lightning condenses to its absolute maximum theoretical output. He then releases triple lightning annihilation directly toward the heart of the Soul Tree. The strike completely consumes the monstrosity. Everyone present watches in a state of profound shock. Rhaera blinks in the fading light as the massive form before her begins to disintegrate into ash. The overwhelming, suffocating presence that filled the forest moments ago simply vanishes. As flames spread across the remains of the trunk, she realizes the trial has finally ended. Approaching Verdun, she accepts the reality that he alone subjugated the Soul Tree. Because she could not escape the nightmare so easily, she wonders aloud if he possesses a high-level mental protection item. When he denies having one, she finds the answer difficult to believe. Verdun admits that while he saw the illusion, he has no reason to fear a scenario that can never actually happen. That cold logic satisfies her, at least for the moment. Soon after, a phenomenon occurs as something unusual rises into the night sky. Countless faint lights drift upward like drifting spirits. According to the ancient records, a dying soul tree releases the essence of the souls it had consumed for nourishment. Once freed, these lights return to the cycle where they belong. Rhaera considers whether this peaceful sight marks the official end of the trial. Verdun believes it does, as trials rarely occur in consecutive waves. Even so, the result feels almost anticlimactic compared to the gravity of Risner's original warning. It only feels that way because this particular stage was never originally designed for someone of his caliber. Only now do the two warriors finally exchange names. As he introduces himself, she reflects that a man this strong should not remain an unknown shadow in the world. Because of his intervention, the city of Lorien has received a great favor this night. Far away, perched upon a high cliff, Risnor observes the entire aftermath. The outcome has significantly exceeded his initial calculations. The Soul Tree had mutated into a monster with bark harder than steel, commanding both a Treant legion and an undead army. Most dangerous of all was the Nightmare, an attack so potent that even Rhaera, ranked among the top 3 candidates, could not break free alone. By his previous estimation, the unchecked trial could have resulted in the total destruction of 4 nearby cities. Instead, a single Fourth Circle mage resolved the cataclysm in one night. The following day, the people of Lorien welcome the returning heroes with cheers as they enter the city gates. While the crowd celebrates their survival, Risner continues to watch Verdun from afar, wondering about the true identity of the man. A few days pass following the subjugation of the Soul Tree, yet Verdun remains in Lorien because the guild's reward review process takes longer than initially expected. During that interval, rumors regarding the battle spread like wildfire. Once the public learns that the ash-haired mage played the central role in saving their city, citizens begin crowding around him at every turn. Gratitude drives the locals to press food and gifts into his hands, urging him to accept them as tokens of their appreciation. Because they claim their very safety exists only due to his intervention, the attention soon becomes overwhelming. Standing amidst the throng, he realizes that hiding his true strength may no longer be a practical concern. The sheer volume of offerings far exceeds what he can possibly consume. While navigating the sea of supporters, he notices a large building nearby and decides to shift his focus elsewhere. Inside that building, Rhaera wakes and draws back the curtains to find the afternoon sun already high. After someone informs her of the hour, a young girl named Vina comes to the door to mention that lunch is ready. Thanking the child for the wake-up call, Rhaera heads toward the dining hall while Vina complains about fish bones along the way. As they pass a window, Verdun appears outside, claiming he has come to deliver ingredients to the orphanage. Their glances lock and Rhaera recognizes the mage immediately. Later, while they sit together to share a meal, Rhaera offers to repay him for the supplies. He explains that the donation was intentional, prompting her to keep her veil in place while joking that beauty often carries its own discomfort. She quickly admits she is only teasing. The conversation eventually shifts toward the Ark. She confirms that facing the Soul Tree was indeed his first trial. While a first trial is normally manageable, his involved a catastrophic entity, which forces her to reflect on his capabilities. Between his vast mana pool, rapid spellcasting, and a mental resilience that even the Nightmare could not crack, he possesses a level of ability that is difficult to believe for someone of his age. Curiosity leads her to ask why he joined the Ark. Because he finds the organization useful, he explains his pragmatism. Rhaera relates to this, admitting she did not join for ideology but for a specific goal, removing the curse hidden behind her veil. The mention of a curse immediately draws Verdun's analytical attention. Broadly speaking, curses are divided into 2 categories. While the first affects the mind through black magic or suppression, the second originates from demons, aberrant beings opposed to holy power. These demonic curses are far more dangerous, often rotting the body or draining vitality. Based on his understanding, her condition resembles the latter. She acknowledges her status as a candidate is a means to use the Ark's power and information network. Her ultimate aim is to locate the demon responsible for her family's death and her own affliction. Because revenge drives her, it becomes clear that the Ark does not restrict its members to pure or selfless motives. Then a deal is proposed. If Verdun discovers information regarding demons, he is to inform her through the guild for a significant fee. Because there is no disadvantage to the arrangement, he agrees. She assures him she will judge the value of his intel fairly before preparing to leave, describing their meeting as meaningful. Before she departs, he inquires about the schedule for the next trial. She explains that trials possess no set timeline and appear suddenly, because the Ark never forces participation. Every choice, and its resulting consequence, belongs entirely to the candidate. Later, Verdun visits the Adventurers Guild to meet with Feyvaltz, the Lorien branchmaster. The guild determines that his contribution to the city's defense amounts to 570 million elk, with the payment scheduled for transfer within days. There is also a tangible reward. Near the Soul Tree's core, fragments of its trunk were recovered and appraised. Because the material possesses durability beyond metal, a self-repair function, and mana conductivity superior to mithril, it is classified as an ultra-rare material. Based on Rhaera's testimony, 1 piece is awarded to him, 1 to her, and the final portion is retained by the guild. After signing the documents, he accepts his share. Upon leaving, he reviews his current assets: the Breath of Element, a mana crystal, the Soul Tree trunk, and the Mandrake extract. He evaluates which of these will provide the most immediate growth. While creating an orb from the breath of element and the crystal is possible, and the trunk could serve as a powerful staff frame, the crafting costs alone would exceed 1,000,000,000 elk. Since he is still short on funds, he recognizes only one realistic option for immediate advancement. The mandrake extract is the key ingredient required to create a magic core. With his decision made, he goes to meet Pale. A bald man welcomes him and guides him inside, and Verdun notes that he is no longer dismissed as he was on his first day. When he questions the shift in treatment, the guide explains that this new arrangement will be the standard moving forward. They arrive at a reception room far more luxurious than any he has seen before. The sudden upgrade in status confuses him. A familiar voice addresses him, apologizing if the change in scenery is jarring. The voice explains that only 3 types of people meet in this room. The first are those who are trusted. The second are those who cannot be restrained by simple barriers like glass or iron. The third are those who fall into both categories. Pale then appears, revealing that he had been waiting for him. Pale manages the southern branch of Grey as an informant for the Riviante Duchy. Because his reach covers the entire duchy, he views his operatives as mere tools, measuring their value. He rarely gets it wrong, but he vividly remembers one major miscalculation: who is our hero. When Galliarch first brings Verdun in, Pale expects a simple, sharp tool, yet that view falls apart within months. Verdun climbs from the 3rd to the 4th circle, saves a city during the Soul Tree incident, and furthermore, gains the Soul Tree class. Now people compare his potential to that of the mithril-ranked Rayra. During their meeting, Pale explains that Verdun's rank is jumping up by 2 tiers. This promotion brings better pay and the power to choose his own jobs. Verdun grasps the logic immediately. Higher rank equals more money and better control. Since Verdun needs an elite alchemist and a proxy for expensive materials, Pale shows him a bill for the service. The cost is massive. Realizing his savings will vanish at this rate, Verdun asks for a job to balance the books. The timing is perfect. Pale mentions a rank 2 commission involving the Heart of Salamander, a rare item stolen from the Kingdom of Estria. The thief is Locus, a rogue informant from Northern Grey who uses illegal methods and keeps a circle of criminals around him. Because of Locus's actions, Northern Grey is on the verge of falling apart. While the heart is valuable, Pale clarifies that he specifically wants Locus's information. To an informant, secrets are life itself, and Locus won't let them go easily. With multiple factions hunting him, the situation is a powder keg. Pale promises a huge payout if Verdun brings that information back. A few days later, Verdun circles the sky near Northern Grey. He already squeezed the location of a secret base out of one of Locus's men, but Pale warned him that tracking gets harder from this point due to anti-mana detection. Even with the interference, Verdun feels he's on the right path. He spots numbers of life signs below: 2 mages, a mace user, and a swordsman. They look like trackers closing in on Locus. Further off, a figure floats in the sky with a build that reminds him of Galliarch. Because that unknown being could complicate the fight, Verdun decides to strike first. Using double casting to get behind the group, his wind cutter slices through 2 of the men before they can blink. As blood hits the dirt, Verdun focuses on wiping out the rest of the competition before the main event. Meanwhile, in a dim hideout, Locus limps through the shadows while clutching a pouch and some papers. He is deeply confused. Although he killed everyone involved in the Estria theft and crossed the border illegally, hunters still found him. Suddenly, an explosion throws him to the ground. A woman and her masked partner step into the room. She points out his broken leg and tells him he's done. Her partner adds that Locus should have surrendered the heart and the info earlier, offering a painless death if he complies. Locus refuses because, without his information, his existence as an informant is over. Losing patience, her partner uses telekinesis to rip the items from his hands. Her partner checks the bag and confirms both the heart and the documents are the real deal. True to her word, she swings her axe and ends Locus's life, getting splattered with blood in the process. The 2 mercenaries plan to meet their team and rest, but a noise at the door stops them. A hand grips the frame, followed by a pair of glowing eyes. A man steps inside. She identifies him as competitor and charges with her axe to finish him quickly, but she never makes it. The man kills her instantly. Her partner freezes in terror as the monster walks toward him, demanding the heart. Upon reaching the location he traced earlier, Verdun halts before the entrance. Because the structure matches his precise expectations, he confirms this as Locus's hideout. The area feels crowded with the lingering traces of others, providing a clear reason why his arrival occurred later than originally planned. While he stands there, his senses react with a sharp, instinctive warning. Suddenly, a violent explosion tears through the hideout. From the settling ruins, the man emerges. An axe runs straight through the body of a man who reaches out for help, but the other man ends his life instantly. The corpse is thrown aside, flying directly toward Verdun. Bringing up his shield, he blocks the impact before the body can crash into him. From what he observes, the situation becomes grimly clear. Because Locus is already dead, the woman and her partner must have secured the information and the Heart of Salamander first. After that, this man stole everything from their cooling grasp. The fact that it remains behind indicates it does not understand the value of the secrets. It merely wants to erase every witness, including him. The man laughs and moves forward, clearly inviting a confrontation. Verdun activates Earthbone. Although the ground explodes beneath the monster, it walks out of the blast without resistance, looking almost amused. That reaction throws Verdun off balance for a fleeting moment. Ripping open its clothes, the man reveals a body that swells unnaturally as muscle piles onto muscle. It treats the fight like mere entertainment, signaling that crushing someone hired by an information broker will be an enjoyable diversion. As a distorted face pushes out from its shoulder, the sight triggers a familiar sensation in Verdun, something he has witnessed before. The creature slides its hand to its stomach where a mouth forms and bites down. At the same time, a symbol on its chest begins to glow with an eerie light. In that instant, everything clicks. Because of the devouring trait and the twisted physiology, the identity is confirmed. This thing is one of the professor's experiments, symbolizes gluttony. The creature displays the various faces embedded across its torso, boasting about the fusion of magic and physical energy. Verdun stays focused. Although he does not know why another gluttony appears here, he judges that this version feels significantly weaker than the one he encountered in the past. A mana attack shoots toward him, but Verdun lifts into the air to avoid the strike. The creature reacts with visible anger and presses forward. From its erratic behavior, Verdun determines that it does not belong to the Ark, which removes any lingering hesitation. Ending it here is the best option. He releases Earthstrike and Flameball in a combined assault. While attacking, he notices the truth. The creature's magic only reaches the second circle and lacks refined control. Before he can press his advantage, the monster closes the distance at terrifying speed, appearing right in front of his face before pulling away just as fast. Only then does Verdun realize an unsettling fact. The creature can fly. Shifting its tone, the monster begins to praise him. It suddenly suggests cooperation and hints at the existence of someone important who would welcome a man of his talents. Verdun wonders who it means, yet he mocks the offer by asking if joining also comes with a set of extra faces. The creature promises transformation, claiming he can abandon his human limits to become a neo-human. Verdun answers by rejecting the proposal outright, releasing a massive fire flare. Flames tear across the creature's face and burn deep into its flesh. Rage twists its expression as it swears to devour him just like the rest. The fight drags on for more than 20 minutes. As the battle continues, Verdun learns more about his opponent. Even as an inferior version, the man recovers by devouring its own body, and its physical strength remains overwhelming. While the transplant process remains unclear, the multiple faces appear to connect to different mana circuits. Because of this flaw, Verdun gains an edge the longer the fight lasts, yet victory does not come easily. Exhaustion builds from the constant casting. When a heavy blow knocks the staff from his grip, the creature attacks again, treating the moment as a final defeat. Verdun simply raises a shield and blocks the strike. The creature assumes the battle is decided. It is wrong. Verdun lifts his hand and gathers mana directly into his palm. Because a staff is only a support tool, magic itself does not depend on it. He forms a psychokinetic ricochet and releases the spell. The impact shatters the creature's weapon and tears into its body, causing blood to burst out as the force lands. Verdun understands why the tide has turned. The creature clashes with his magic repeatedly without adapting to his patterns, making the result inevitable. Finally sensing mortal danger, the creature's body begins to break down. Since there are no arms left to tear off and devour for fuel, it tries to escape. Verdun does not allow it. Raising 2 fingers, he calls down a thunderstrike. Lightning crashes into the creature and triggers a massive explosion that swallows it whole. At that moment, Verdun looks at the destruction left in the wake of the spell. One thought settles in his mind. No matter where he goes, the professor's test subjects always seem to find him. Retrieving his staff, Verdun turns to face the creature once more. Although its body is torn apart, the monster still refuses to accept its defeat, that how a neo-human of its standing could fall. Verdun explains the reason that because the creature persists in regenerating by devouring its own flesh, the method fails to truly restore what is lost. Every time it consumes itself, its physiology becomes more fragmented and incomplete. Due to that fundamental flaw, its loss was always inevitable. He lifts the pouch and locuses information document from the dirt. While holding them, he makes it clear that the creature itself is a living contradiction. By trying to sustain its life through the destruction of its own foundation, it has ensured its own demise. Verdun grips his staff firmly and drives it straight into the creature's open mouth. Before ending the struggle, he informs the beast that the professor it speaks of has already died by his hand. With that final revelation, the request is complete. A massive explosion of fire erupts, engulfing the creature entirely and reducing the experiment to ash. On the outskirts of Kambeli town in the Riviante Duchy, Verdun visits the renowned alchemist Rito Varslan. The alchemist carefully studies the materials Verdun presents for inspection. Having already heard from Pale that Verdun is a mage of significant scale, he confirms that these specific materials are intended for the crafting of a magic core. Verdun affirms that this is indeed his goal. Examining the components closely, the alchemist recognizes their exceptional grade. Because it has been a long time since he last created a magic core, the complexity of the task piques his professional interest. Then, Verdun reveals the heart of Salamander. The alchemist is visibly shocked by the sight. Understanding exactly how rare the item is, he questions what Verdun truly intends to create with such a potent catalyst. Verdun reflects on his situation in silence. Since Pale's request only required the recovery of Locus's information, the heart is not included in that legal obligation. Considering the creature he encountered and its specific objectives, the original owner of the heart was likely someone from Gluttony or a close associate. Even if he erases all traces of its movement, the item is not something he can carry around openly without attracting danger. The safest solution is to consume its essence properly through alchemy. By doing that, he can remove the risk and use its power to rise to the fifth circle, making it the cornerstone for his journey toward becoming a magus. The alchemist suggests refining the heart into a high-level vitality tonic. He remarks that such a project will be a grand opportunity to display his skill, yet he makes it clear that the substantial production fee must be paid up front. Later, Verdun accompanies the alchemist into the wilds to gather additional materials. He intends to offset a portion of the production cost by acting as an escort and assistant. While they collect ingredients, the alchemist grows curious and questions the underlying reason why Verdun is so determined to create a magic core. Verdun senses that the question may be a test, and that his response could potentially influence the quality of the final product. He simply answers that his purpose is to become stronger. The alchemist reflects on that raw ambition. While many humans chase grand dreams, most end in bitter frustration, leaving only a few to actually achieve them. Those who succeed always find a secondary dream afterward. Some pursue wealth, some raise apprentices to carry on their legacy, and others build families to live ordinary lives. What they share is the discovery of a new purpose. Conversely, those who fail to find another dream often sink into endless laziness and lethargy. He offers this as advice from an old man, warning Verdun not to ignore the weight of what comes after power. The words strike deeply into Verdun's thoughts. As they continue their work, a large creature suddenly appears to interrupt them. The alchemist calmly continues to collect a rare plant while Verdun engages the monster. During the brief fight, Verdun reflects that the path following his revenge remains entirely unclear to him. He cannot yet imagine what comes next. Perhaps that future can only truly begin once his vengeance is complete. That very uncertainty is why he must grow stronger now. He defeats the monster with decisive force. The alchemist laughs at the display and calls him completely insane. Verdun accepts the description as the only honest answer he can provide at this moment. A few days later, the two men sit facing each other once again. The alchemist laughs as he recalls Pale's initial description, admitting that Verdun is indeed far from an ordinary mage. He mentions how Verdun skillfully drew a golem's attention only to bury it underground instead of wasting energy fighting it directly. Despite his young age, Verdun has proven himself skilled not only in magic circles, but in the fundamentals of alchemy as well. Verdun credits his proficiency entirely to the strict, uncompromising teaching of his former master, maybe referring to Tower Master. The alchemist announces that the work is finally finished, presenting the completed magic core and the salamander potion. After placing them securely inside his dimensional bag, Verdun expresses his sincere gratitude. He states that he will likely return with another request in the future. The alchemist responds that by the time of the next visit, Verdun will have likely transformed through the power of the magic core. He then questions whether Verdun truly understands the core's most significant effect. Verdun reflects on the widely known benefits: the enhancement of mana circuits, increased mana capacity, faster casting speed, and the purification of internal mana. For a mage of his caliber, only the first and third effects seem truly applicable. The alchemist quickly corrects that narrow assumption. The true essence of a magic core is that it strengthens exactly what the user needs most. While common results often overlap because most mages share similar weaknesses, Verdun has already filled many of those conventional gaps. The alchemist admits he has never seen someone of Verdun's specific level use such a device, so the exact outcome remains unpredictable. Still, he assures the young mage that the core will shape his body into something even more perfect for his craft. Verdun quietly reflects on the profound meaning of possessing a body perfected for magic. The scene flashes back to few months earlier, when Jason's was engaged in the battle against Tion, the assassin who was hired by Professor. In the heat of the fray, Jason ached Verdun that he will hold the line, urgently gesturing for him to move ahead first. Verdun does not hesitate and leaves. Spotting Tion's shifting focus, the knight pressures the hunter to stay alert rather than looking elsewhere. Tion quickly realizes that handling both Verdun and the knight simultaneously is an impossible feat. Because of this calculation, the decision is made to at least stop the knight and prevent any further pursuit. Later, a torrential rain pours down. Tian retreats from the battlefield, a deep wound carved into his chest. Dark crimson blood soaks through his clothes and stains a nearby tree before his body collapses onto the muddy ground. Within his mind, thoughts spiral. While the belief exists that he successfully avoided the professor's death trap, a lingering uncertainty follows. If the professor survives, the prospect of returning becomes a death sentence. Should word spread that he deceived the professor, a brutal punishment is guaranteed. The terrifying idea that his life might end in the dirt grips him, but he refuses to die in such a pathetic manner. Despite the agonizing pain, a needle and thread pierce his skin as he stitches his own wound. He forces himself to survive, fueled by the resolution that no matter what happens, he will endure until the very end. A few days later, a massive beast-like figure looms before him. The man's voice booms, demanding to know the professor's location. Before he can find safety, Tian realizes he has run into another lethal threat. The figure standing before him is an augmented, a giant of a man possessing eagle-like claws and powerful, distorted limbs. These are the augmented, humans who underwent horrific surgery by a group called Gluttony. No longer normal, these creatures have body parts from animals, demi-humans, and powerful warriors grafted onto their flesh to break their natural limits. Facing these monsters, Tian realizes he is in deep trouble. Several of these abominations lurk nearby, making any hope of escape slim. One augmented demands the professor's location. Tian lies, claiming the professor is currently occupied with a vital experiment. The augmented remains unimpressed. Their leader, Fang, has personally ordered the professor's immediate return. Knowing that if Fang is involved, excuses are useless, Tian remains silent. One subordinate reveals that the professor is actually working on the creation of a neo-human. Tian begs for mercy and more time. The augmented agrees to the request, but only on the condition that Tian accompanies them. With no other choice available, Tian gives in. For a while, Tian works for Gluttony. He assists them in the hunt for magical items like the Soul Tree and the Heart of Salamander. He even facilitates the kidnapping of innocent people to be used as agonizing test subjects. Now, the augmented informs Tian that Fang's patience has finally run out. He demands the professor's location one last time. Knowing he can't lie anymore, Tian stands with a control bomb hidden behind his back. Suddenly, the device shatters in his grip as he attempts to run. An explosion of fire erupts behind him, scorching the air. The flight is short-lived. Heavy metal chains wrap around his limbs, and the augmented lifts him effortlessly into the air. The monster warns Tian that staying silent will only lead to a painful end. Suddenly, a subordinate is killed from behind. It is Verdun. A staff whistles through the air as Verdun attacks. The augmented recognizes the newcomer and realizes Verdun has been following them in the shadows. Next moment, a fast-paced fight begins. The augmented is shocked, because despite being a mage, Verdun moves with impossible speed. Verdun mocks them for their disgusting body experiments, landing a flurry of rapid attacks that rattle the giant's frame. The augmented thinks he still has the upper hand. The belief persists that no matter how fast a mage is, a physical strike can kill them before they finish casting a spell. Tian watches the display, his mind clouded by confusion. While the reason for Verdun's help remains a mystery, he prepares to run the moment a chance presents itself. The augmented lunges forward to crush Verdun. Suddenly, the spell swamp takes hold. The ground turns to thick, grasping mud, and the augmented loses his footing. Confusion strikes the monster because Verdun showed no signs of casting a spell. Before the creature can recover, a sharp earth javelin stabs through his torso. The augmented falls dead. Tian is stunned. A monster of that caliber was killed with such ease by a mage. He asks Verdun if they actually know each other. Verdun takes off his cap. Tian finally remembers that it's the same mage he met before. Verdun is standing right in front of him. After Rido finishes absorbing the magic core, the lingering energy fades as his job is done. Returning to Cohen, Verdun immediately receives a Rank 2 mission from Pale Viral. The objective requires him to investigate the mysterious disappearances within Count Rodenmayer's lands, uncover the hidden truth, and resolve the crisis without drawing public attention. While he works on the mission, the magic core continues to warp and refine his physical form. Magic eyes manifest, granting a new power that allows him to manifest spells instantly at any point within his line of sight. However, a heavy toll accompanies this gift. Intense pressure builds behind his retinas, threatening total blindness if the ability is overused. Even with such a devastating risk, the tactical advantage is immense, especially for a mage who refuses to shy away from close-quarters combat. During the investigation, Verdun corners Taeon, the elusive assassin who managed to escape their previous encounter in Martes. Looming over him, Verdun demands to know if the disappearances are linked to the organization known as Gluttony. Trembling with nerves, Tian inquires if his life will be spared in exchange for the truth. Verdun coldly informs him that cooperation remains his only viable path to survival. Though his life has been a series of hardships, Tian admits that the prospect of death is not one he is ready to embrace. Confirmed by Tian's testimony, the kidnappings are indeed the work of Gluttony. When Verdun pushes for deeper intelligence, Tion claims the status of a mere low-level laborer. He explains that both humans and monsters are being harvested to have their essence drained. When Verdun mentions the heart of Salamander, Tion questions his source of information, because even within the organization, the information was top secret. When questioned by our boy again, he insists that the ultimate endgame of the organization remains a mystery to him. Verdun points out the transparent weakness of that excuse. Snapping under the pressure, Tion vents about the relentless misery he has endured since the events in Martes. He describes the exhaustion of concealing the professor's death while dodging lethal threats just to draw another breath. Feeling no sympathy for a man who once sought his life, Verdun remains icy and unmoved. Tion admits surprise at the sudden shift in the organization's tactics. Where they once hid in the shadows to avoid the Ark's wrath, they now operate openly even within Duchy territory. Verdun guesses that something fundamental must have changed within the group's leadership or power structure. When asked for the location of the captives, a single place comes in his mind, and Verdun commands him to lead the way. Outside the dark maw of a cave, a cab sits waiting. Confirming the transport is for them, Verdun watches as a reluctant Tion follows. The hunter worries about the augmented warriors lurking within, but Verdun makes it clear he will not infiltrate the den alone, particularly with a former assassin as his only backup. According to Tion, the augmented are elite warriors who have evolved and survived even beyond the reach of death. Having already dispatched 2 of them, Verdun notes that the neo-humans within the organization likely possess even greater strength. Accepting the grim risk and hoping to remain unrecognized, Tion begins to view Verdun as a figure of absolute authority, much like the professor before him. Inside the cave, an eerie silence greets them as Tion notices the tunnels are strangely empty. Due to hidden traps or mana-blocking fields in the area, Verdun finds his mana detection suppressed. Suddenly, Tion realizes the guards inside have already been neutralized by blunt force. Someone else reached the heart of the cave first, most likely the agents of the Ark. Deep within the cavern, a fierce battle unfolds before their eyes. A lone man engages a zombie-like monstrosity with overwhelming physical power. With precise movements, he slams the creature aside, weaving through its strikes to land a series of devastating blows. When the monster attempts to vent a torrent of fire, a flurry of rapid attacks interrupts the breath, triggering a massive explosion that tears the creature asunder. The man surveys the carnage, muttering that the path of justice is both long and arduous. His eyes eventually land on Verdun and Tion standing amidst the fallen. Without a moment of hesitation, the stranger charges directly at Verdun, his fist cocked back as he declares that he is carrying out the will of justice. He prepares to strike, but Verdun checks his movement and asks if he belongs to the Ark. Once the man confirms this and identifies Verdun as a comrade, he lowers his guard slightly. He notes that Verdun lacks the shady, watchful vibe typical of Gluttony members. He starts to speculate on Verdun's presence, debating whether this is an official mission or a trail of skill. Our dude observes the man weaving his own version of events. Since this misunderstanding is actually helpful, Verdun chooses not to correct him. He mentions having completed a trial in Lorient, which causes the man to immediately link him to Lady Rhaera's famous ordeal. The warrior suddenly realizes exactly who Verdun is. Tion remains bound nearby, listening to the conversation. When the name Lorient and the mention of a blood-red sword come up, he recalls the chaos of the Soul Tree. This memory leads him to the startling realization that Verdun is the very mage who defeated that ancient monster. The man assumes Lady Rhaera shared much of her wisdom with Verdun, given her immense power. Verdun senses that the warrior is already familiar with the Soul Tree incident. Since the man likely witnessed the aftermath, Verdun sees no need for a long explanation. Introducing himself as Loke, the leader of the Ark's subjugation missions, he explains that he speaks casually because he only shows formal respect to those with great strength. He then turns his gaze toward Tion and asks for his introduction. Our guy explains that he belongs to Gluttony and was kept alive for questioning. Loke immediately warns that this plan is useless. He reveals that Gluttony members have internal fragments that act as failsafes. If they attempt to spill secrets, the piece detonates and kills them instantly. This news fills Tion with absolute terror. He realizes the stakes are life and death and silently prays that they believe he has been honest so far. Loke suggests that since Tion is an unusual case, they can transport him to headquarters for a deeper interrogation later. Before they depart, Verdun expresses his desire to find the people responsible for the kidnappings. He senses a concealed chamber nearby, and Loke offers to follow his lead. The scene they discover is gruesome, with blood staining the floor and bodies scattered everywhere. Loke demands an explanation from Tion, who admits that while he has seen human experiments before, this carnage is far worse than usual. Loke's anger flares at the sight of the victims, who appear to have been completely drained of their life force. This detail aligns with Tion's earlier mention of mana theft. Verdun notices a strange stone coffin in the room. As they approach, Loke points out the heavy damage and concludes that the blood of living people was being harvested right here. Verdun wonders why a sarcophagus would be hidden in such a place. He decides the only solution is to open it, but several figures suddenly land behind them. Loke determines that they must clear the threat before proceeding and turns to face the newcomers. These modified fighters recognize Loke and declare that they will harvest his mana along with the others. Loke instructs Verdun and Tion to step back to avoid the crossfire. He eyes the 4 opponents and realizes this won't be a simple scuffle. When Verdun doubts Loke can handle them alone, Loke warns that these foes are on a completely different level of power. A massive enemy lunges at Loke, demanding his vitality. Loke stays firm and urges the others to flee while he keeps the attackers busy. However, the enemies cover the opening and surround Verdun instead. A wolf-like fighter identifies Verdun as a mage, while another suggests they only need his head and heart to extract his power. Verdun remarks that they talk far too much while killing him with an internal blast which rips through him. Next is the wolf-like enemy whose attack is also blocked by our dude. At the same moment, another enemy charges, acknowledging Verdun's casting speed but believing his own strike will be faster. Verdun responds by unleashing a lightning strike spell. The resulting explosion is massive, even causing the walls to fracture. On the other side of the room, Loke finishes off the giant and goes to check on the others. He freezes when he looks at Verdun, who has already wiped out the remaining 3 enemies. Verdun explains that since interrogation was off the table, he simply ended the problem. Loke is stunned. He remembers the reports about Lady Rara's trial being solved, and had assumed she did the work. Now, seeing the evidence with his own eyes, he realizes Verdun was the true hero. Verdun notices Loke staring and asks if he is alright. Loke's attitude shifts completely, becoming much more polite now that he knows Verdun's true identity as the one who bested the Soul Tree. Because Verdun worked so quickly, everyone remained safe. From his spot in the corner, Tion reflects that the Mad Mage nickname fits Verdun perfectly. Verdun returns to the stone coffin and notices Loke is now using very respectful language. Loke explains that he didn't recognize Verdun before, but now understands who he is dealing with. Verdun dismisses the flattery and announces he is opening the box. Loke steps aside. Verdun lifts the lid to find the interior filled with blood. 3 small fragments are soaking inside the liquid, and the sight is a massive shock. Tion inspects the fragment resting within the stone box, and observes that its aura matches the mana of Gluttony's members. However, he clarifies that this particular piece is significantly larger and feels far more potent than typical augmentation. This distinction helps Verdun piece the puzzle together. He connects the victims who lost their life force, the blood circles etched beneath the box, and the failed trial held in that location. He concludes that the crimson object resulted from Gluttony pushing their dark magic too far. It becomes clear that someone attempted an experiment that went way beyond their control. Our boy decides to claim one of the fragments for his own use. Loke displays unease, but Verdun ignores the concern and secures the item. Since 2 fragments remain, he leaves them for the Ark to collect. Loke accepts this arrangement, though he anticipates a scolding from his superiors later. Once Verdun has what he needs, he destroys the cave to bury any evidence of their presence. He separates with Loke and transfers custody of Tion, trusting the Ark to handle the interrogation effectively. Recognizing that the situation has grown far more complex than he first thought, Verdun realizes he cannot finish the Count's task under these circumstances. He returns to Cohen to meet with Pale and informs him that the matter is much larger than anticipated. Doubting that the Count will grant an extension easily, he requests that Pale persuade the noble and ensure the necessary items reach the inn by the following day. Afterward, he prepares for his next move. Verdun avoids revealing every detail to Pale. He carefully filters his information and keeps the most sensitive secrets hidden. Since Gluttony remains a shadow organization, he believes exposing everything now would offer no benefit. He realizes the person he truly needs to consult is someone else entirely. Later, while sipping tea, he watches a shipment pass by and calmly notes that he expected Riznor to appear. Riznor, in an old man's disguise, occupies a nearby table. He mentions that a long time has passed. Riznor reveals he heard about the meeting with Loke and the red fragment Verdun obtained. He explains that such artifacts belong in the Ark's research labs. He also warns that if Verdun does not intend to join their ranks, he should stop meddling with Gluttony. Even though Verdun has eliminated every member he has faced so far, the man believes continuing this path is unnecessary for a talent that hasn't fully reached its peak. Verdun understands the warning but explains his position firmly. While he acknowledges the danger, he views clashes with powerful enemies as a vital chance to grow. To avoid them would be to reject his own progress. He also points out that Gluttony is clearly more than just a common group of criminals. Riznor inquires how Verdun reached that conclusion. Verdun explains that he tried to use his telekinesis on the red fragment, but failed. His ability remains ineffective against living things saturated with magic. Since the fragment formed by soaking up the life force of hundreds of people, it suggests a much deeper, darker origin. This leads him to believe the name Gluttony carries a heavy symbolic meaning. Riznor confirms this theory. He reveals that the group is named after a legendary beast known as the world-swallowing monster. Long ago, before the Ark defeated it, the creature wiped out 2 entire nations by devouring everything. Verdun reflects on the fact that he has never seen this in history books. suggesting the event is either ancient or was intentionally hidden from the public. Risnor adds that after the monster fell, certain Ark members harvested parts of its corpse. Those individuals eventually became the founders of gluttony. Verdun concludes that the fragments used for power today must come from that monster's body. Risnor agrees and mentions that the first successful experiments were known as the Five Teeth. Verdun realizes the organization's roots go much deeper than he suspected. Risnor further reveals that one of these 5 teeth is currently active as a top leader within this very duchy. Though he cannot share every detail, he warns that a massive incident is likely approaching. Verdun views the recent chaos as an early warning sign. He then presents an item he believes will be useful, handing Risnor a token shaped like a tooth. Risnor recognizes it immediately as the mark of the professor. Verdun explains that the token acts like a signature, and using it as bait could draw hidden members out of the shadows. Risnor considers the plan carefully. Even Gluttony seems lost regarding the professor's current location. Given the professor's high rank, this bait could be very effective. However, he warns that pulling out one of the 5 teeth will be a dangerous task. Verdun responds that he will take responsibility for that part of the mission. Risnor agrees to work together despite the risks, as Verdun has already proven he can find his targets. Before departing, Verdun inquires about Tion's status. Risnor informs him that the interrogation is ongoing. Surprisingly, Tion does not have a fragment inside him, which is quite rare. Because his rank is so low, he likely lacks big secrets, but he may still be useful as a lure. Meanwhile, in the Riviante Duchy, snow covers the land. 2 men sit at a dinner table. One swishes his wine and notes that the date for their big event is finally set, even if it is a bit late. The other explains that the Soul Tree incident in Lorient caused the delay. Reports suggest a powerful mage helped Lady Rara win, and the stories are not exaggerated. The first man remarks that more chaos would have helped them hide their plans from the Ark. The other assures him that their goals are still on track. A small problem occurred recently, but it was handled. He expresses total confidence that the Ark remains blind to their true ambitions. As he finishes his meal, he adds that once they locate the professor, the final pieces will fall into place. He raises his glass with a smile, declaring that everything is moving forward for Gluttony. On the other side, Verdun begins his work by dismantling the red fragments taken from Gluttony to pull out its raw mana. He then prepares the special alchemical supplies Pale provided, which are necessary for fixing and balancing the power. Once every part is ready, he blends them into the Black Hour's compass, a tool built to find a specific type of magic. With that last move, he finishes the device meant to track Gluttony. He looks at the new compass and wonders if it is broken because the needle won't stop moving. He soon realizes what is happening. Since the tool hunts for Gluttony fragments, the constant spinning means Gluttony's influence is actually spreading across the entire land. Just then, Count Rodenmeyer walks up from behind and remarks that a simple tool shouldn't be so fascinating. He questions why Verdun is so focused on it. Verdun offers a proper greeting. Rodenmeyer sees his expression and assumes Verdun is just excited because it is his first time on an airship instead of using travel magic. They are currently traveling on a high-speed ship sent by the king himself. Verdun admits he never thought he would be on a vessel like this. Roden explains that this isn't a normal boat, but the fastest one the royals own. Verdun senses the powerful magic engines inside and mentions he wants to take it apart to see how it works. Roden reacts with a look of shock, noting that Verdun truly has the mind of a wizard. However, he reminds Verdun that there is no time for hobbies because people expect great things from him at the coming event. The grand audience is the biggest festival in the Riviante Duchy. During this time, local leaders report their work directly to the Duke. Those who do well get prizes, while those who fail are punished. This system makes the nobles compete and helps the country grow fast. Verdun remembers Pale mentioning that Roden is usually the top-ranked leader. Roden figures Pale already told him the basics, but invites Verdun to ask any questions before they meet the king. Verdun wonders why a simple mercenary like him is being invited to a fancy meeting for high-ranking nobles. Roden explains the situation clearly. He notes that while reporting achievements is the main goal, it would be boring on its own. After the politics are finished, a combat tournament is held to liven things up. The contest uses a bracket system where each noble picks one champion to fight for them. Roden reveals that he has chosen Verdun as his fighter. Verdun processes this news silently. Roden adds that the last person to win was the famous Crimson Sword, Rara. He points out that the winner gets a reward directly from the king, making it a massive opportunity. Verdun thinks about what a win is worth and asks what his personal cut will be if he wins for the count. Roden smiles at how quickly the mercenary thinks about money. Their talk ends as the airship lands. A carriage is waiting for them outside. He explains that they will finish the trip to the capital in this vehicle. The ride is perfectly smooth, with almost no bumping even at high speeds. Verdun suspects the carriage is a magic item too. Roden confirms this, noting that very few nobles ever get to ride in it, and that Verdun is lucky the king has such a unique personality. Verdun asks what the king is like. Roden describes the ruler as being a bit like a rough, hot-headed boss from a tough neighborhood. Verdun finds the description very blunt. Roden warns that if those words ever got out, he would have to keep Verdun quiet forever. Verdun decides to keep that image in his head. They arrive at the capital shortly after. A knight opens the gate and lets the carriage through. As they enter, Verdun realizes he is looking at Rydran, the heart of the country. Rodin watches him and notes that Verdun sometimes seems to see through everything, but other times he looks like a total stranger to the world. He decides it is smart to stay on Verdun's good side. He suggests that Verdun walk around the city before the sun goes down, and says the carriage will wait. Verdun is unsure at first but decides to go. As he walks, he feels the mana of the city. People are everywhere, laughing and talking. The relaxed feeling is new to him. Compared to this, life in the Magic Tower feels like a faraway dream. For the first time, he gets a taste of what a normal life is like. Suddenly, someone walks up and informs him that the Count is calling for him. The timing seems odd since the sun is still high, but he follows the guide into a dark room anyway. Inside, a man stands with two knights. The man notes with a smile that Verdun has finally arrived. Verdun immediately readies his magic gear. The knights pull their swords, but the man tells them to calm down because there is no need for a fight. Verdun realizes the servant who brought him here actually worked for the Count. If that is true, it means the Count himself didn't send for him. He asks the man to say who he is. The man laughs at his bravery. Then with bright, confident eyes, he claims to be the owner of the entire country. Verdun thinks back to Rodin's description. He realizes the man standing there must be the king of Riviante. The moment Verdun recognizes him, he drops to one knee and offers a formal greeting to the king of Riviante. The king quickly dismisses the gesture and commands him to stand up. He explains that there is no need for long ceremonies, so they move past the formalities immediately. Our dude regains his composure and invites the monarch to speak his mind. The king notes that Verdun probably already suspects why a private royal aircraft was sent to fetch him. Verdun confirms his understanding that the invitation relates to the trouble in Lorient. The king clarifies that the Lorient event is only a small part of the story. While that is the official reason for the meeting, the true situation goes much deeper. He points out that Verdun is a new mage from an unknown background, and many people doubt he actually defeated a high-level monster. This doubt has caused a lot of negative talk, with some people complaining that his reward was far too large for his efforts. However, the king begins to list Verdun's achievements one by one. He mentions the enemies and orcs cleared in the Arnak Empire's Pytha region. He notes the stopped terror plot in Martes, and the defeat of the undead army in Viron's lands. Finally, he brings up the destruction of the Soul Tree. After looking at this record, the king reveals his decision to place his trust in the mage. This trust comes with a specific requirement. He informs Verdun that he must use the upcoming tournament to display his power and shut down the critics. Verdun realizes the king is using this chance to make his own leadership look stronger, while also proving Verdun is the real deal. He accepts the challenge but inquires about the prize for meeting these goals. The surrounding knights show anger at such a bold question, but the king responds with loud laughter. He finds Verdun's confidence entertaining. He reasons that if Verdun speaks as if winning is a certainty, then a proper payment is only fair. Usually a winner receives a piece of land. Since Verdun is a traveling mercenary, the king realizes a land isn't very useful to him. He offers to pay him in gold instead, but then suggests a much better reward, the Ring of Bitter Frost. Verdun feels a moment of doubt because the original item belongs to a person who is still alive. The king explains that he is offering a high-quality copy, not the actual ring. Even as a copy, it can use about 30% of the original strength, which makes it more powerful than almost any other magical item. Satisfied with the deal, Verdun promises the king he will perform well. When he gets back to the carriage, Rodin looks at his face and asks what took place. Verdun simply looks back with a calm expression. He admits he is also feeling nervous. He notes that the king's wild personality makes things very unpredictable. The next day, the grand audience officially opens at the palace. Each noble delivers a report on how they ran their lands over the year. Rewards and punishments are handed out based on these results. When a noble fails to meet expectations, the king does not hold back his criticism. Eventually, the king announces that the best report of the year belongs to Count Rodenmeyer. He offers his thanks in response. The king then moves to a serious problem: the mass disappearance of citizens. He admits the search is still going on. The king points out that hundreds of people have vanished and demands more answers. Rodin explains that a shadowy secret group is behind it, but he mentions that an investigator has already finished a trial linked to the case. He promises that with a bit more time, they will fix the whole situation. The king accepts this, but warns that failure is not allowed. Once the business talk is over, everyone heads outside for the main event. The announcer calls out the king's arrival. People in the crowd whisper about the missing second prince, who famously hates parties and stays busy with government work. The king takes his throne and declares that the boring work is done. He lifts his glass and remarks that watching a good fight is the only thing he truly enjoys. The duels are set to start. The champions picked by the nobles will fight for their bosses. The announcer tells the fighters to protect the honor of their lords. Verdun looks over his opponents. Out of the 16 fighters, there are 8 warriors, 5 assassins, and only 2 other mages. One of those mages seems to have power on the same level as Rhaera. Rodin inquires quietly if Verdun can actually win. Verdun answers with total certainty that victory will be easy. The announcer explains how the days will go. The first 2 rounds happen today, with the final matches scheduled for tomorrow. A royal mage named Ferd will put up a magic shield to keep the audience safe. He warns that anyone who causes a fatal injury will be punished since this is a contest of skill, not a fight to the death. Verdun keeps the rules in mind as his first opponent, Robin, steps out. Robin is a high-ranking elemental mage who clearly dislikes Verdun. People in the stands are still gossiping about whether Verdun really beat a special monster or just a lucky mutation. They also wonder how he could be so high-ranked at such a young age. Robin remembers seeing the soul tree from far away and how scary it felt, but he still refuses to believe Verdun did it alone. Verdun thinks about his journey and decides he won't lose to someone so mediocre. The match starts, and Robin immediately fires a water javelin and an earth spear at him. However, Robin becomes confused almost instantly. Verdun's magic is much faster than he expected. In a split second, Verdun disappears from his sight. Before Robin can even move, Verdun shows up right behind him. He hits him with his staff, knocking him out in a single strike. The audience is stunned. People start to wonder if our guy is even an elemental mage at all. Verdun stands tall over his fallen rival as the stadium falls into a sudden hush, the outcome of the duel leaving no room for doubt. Shortly after, Rodin brings up their previous discussion. He inquires if our boy still intends to join the Night Order's practice sessions. Verdun affirms this, adding that he is happy to just watch if there are worries about him getting in the way. This suggestion seems to annoy Rodin slightly, as he questions if Verdun truly believes a mage can just keep pace with elite knights so easily. Verdun clarifies that he meant no insult and simply wants to improve his own abilities. Rodin recognizes the true motive behind the request. He realizes Verdun plans to study the knight's fighting techniques to incorporate them into his own style. This hunger for growth explains why people have given him such a fearsome reputation. He concludes that choosing Verdun as his champion was definitely the right move. While Verdun stays silent, he internally notes that joining the knights is exactly what he needs to do, tightening his grip with a surge of focus. A mage nearby contemplates Verdun's recent performance, noting that even with magic boosting his body, that final strike looked exactly like a trained knight's footwork. The accuracy of the move leaves a deep impression. However, a different mage nearby finds the display insulting, believing such physical fighting is a disgrace to the magical arts. A new duel begins as the hero of Reversal, Jack, enters the ring to face an assassin named Luian. She moves in with total confidence, mocking Jack for his aged look. She strikes with lightning speed, her twin blades flashing as she tries to bury him under a flurry of steel. Just before the blades touch him, Jack shuts his eyes for a split second and moves with perfect timing. His counterblow sends her crashing backward. She manages to stay on her feet but is visibly shaken, her hands trembling from the sheer power of his hit. Jack closes the distance once more, mocking her lack of strength. She tries one more desperate strike, but he is far faster than her. With a single punch, he knocks her straight to the floor. The announcer officially names Jack the winner of the second group. Rodin observes that Jack is a perfect mix of power and calm, warning Verdun that the man is a top favorite to win the whole tournament. The next competitor is a fourth circle mage named Professor Lucanen from the academy. As he enters, he loudly warns his opponent to quit now. His rival, a northern warrior named Darker Van, snaps back at this arrogance. Lucanen gathers his mana and retorts that Darker will never know that kind of honor. Instantly, he uses an illusion to vanish and reappear in a different spot. Swinging his staff, he lets loose a spell called Scream of Nightmare, which knocks Darker out cold immediately. The announcer declares Lucanen the winner of the fourth group. Afterward, the professor shoots a small smile toward Verdun, though Verdun isn't sure what to make of it. During the break after the first few rounds, Verdun sits inside the palace with some wine. He expected to find a high-ranking member of Gluttony at such a big event, but his tracking tool shows absolutely no movement. Jack approaches him and confirms his identity. After Verdun acknowledges him, Jack praises his skill and notes that he looks forward to their showdown in the final match before walking away. Our boy realizes Jack is so confident that he views his spot in the finals as a sure thing. From across the room, Professor Lucanen glares at Jack. He feels insulted that Jack only respects brute force and lacks an appreciation for him. Lucanen then walks over to Verdun and introduces himself, mentioning that he works for Count de Verk. Verdun offers a very short response. Lucanen finds this lack of manners annoying and begins to critique Verdun's earlier fight. He admits it was effective but complains that it was crude. In his mind, a magic duel should be like a beautiful song, royal and graceful. He explains that seeing a mage fight like a common brawler is a huge disappointment. Our guy listens without saying a word. Lucanen then proposes that if Verdun drops out of their upcoming match, he can leave with his dignity still intact. Verdun thinks about this for a moment and responds with a sharp question. Lucanen takes this as an insult and demands to know what he means. Verdun asks if his noble magic also includes cheating by messing with other people's fights. Lucanen reacts with fury and demands an explanation for the accusation. Verdun calmly points out that in the first match, Robin was far too aggressive. Because Verdun is an expert in mind-based magic, he sensed a faint mana tether connecting Lucannon to Robin. He explains that this link allowed Lucannon to control Robin's mind from the sidelines. Lucannon realizes he has been caught, but he refuses to confess. Instead, he accuses Verdun of lying without any proof. As his temper flares, Lucannon vows to personally show Verdun what a real mage can do.